Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Welcome to a fabulous day that we've got here at Hobby Maker. We've got loads to share with you. Myself and Andy will be taking you through the day with an array of incredibly talented people alongside us, just like Natalie. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, and I'm very excited about what you've bought because I know you've mentioned in the past these kind of ideas with the collection and the birds have been very popular.
Yeah, these types of kits people absolutely love because they're so simple to do, and your kit includes everything. So you're going to get your decoupage elements, you're going to get your incredible sort of card blanks, you've got your inserts and your envelopes, everything's included. So we can't wait to show you what we have coming up on this show.
And the beauty is you're going to get everything that you need for you to create 12 cards.
12 cards.
6 different designs. You've got 12 envelopes, obviously, and they're a beautiful way of you actually constructing cards and knowing that you've got everything that you need within the bundle. But I know how canny you are. Oh, we're not looking over there, you're right there. Sorry. I know that how canny you are with regards to actually creating. But before we get into all of that, should we have a little look at what we've got coming up? It's all going swimmingly well, isn't it?
Of course,
Natalie?
always.
Absolutely seamless. We'll edit this bit out. So at 1 o'clock, I do apologise, I meant to tell you about this. So we've got brand new delightful Robin's decoupage kit, obviously with Hunkydory. Straight after this hour, we've got a lovely hour with Julie, and we're going to be launching, launching the Cricut Explore 3! After that, we're going to have a fabulous another hour with our Natalie, looking at something totally different with a midnight festive favourites and some fabulous deals in that hour. And then we've got a brand new hour. I'm going to be working alongside Gwen with Creative Expressions and that boutique festival DL style collection. A little bit later, we've got the Winter Woodland. Oh my goodness, Natalie, you're earning your money today. You're back at 5 as well. Julie will be back at 6 o'clock with more from Cricut, but this time the Joy. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at the midnight festive favourites right the way through until 8 o'clock this evening. So we've got a lot going on, so don't go anywhere.
So much coming up today.
You.
It's crazy, isn't it? So let's have a look at what we're going to get you today, because you can see on the shot absolutely everything we've got included. But let's have a look at what you'll actually receive when you get home. So this is the gorgeous, delightful Robin's decoupage card collection. In this collection, you're going to be able to make 12 of these fantastic cards, and you're going to get everything you need, starting off with your full instructions. They are included. Then you're going to get 12 of your gorgeous inserts to sit inside your card. So you have those in all of the beautiful colour ranges, as you can see throughout there. Beautiful selection of Christmas colours for this one. You get your inserts too as well, so 12 of them. But this is the beauty of these collections, your gorgeous decoupage sheets. So on each sheet, you've got 2 decoupage sets in one. So on the top half, you'll have one, and on the bottom half, you'll have the other. You get 2 each of all of these sheets in here, but this really focuses on the Robin. So you get 6 different designs of these gorgeous gorgeous robins here. We've got them in the holly, we've got them in the gorgeous snowy scene with the sort of gardening spade there. We have it with the beautiful colour in here with your sort of Christmas roses and then the snowman as well up here in the top. So everything you need here to make these cards, all you need is your double-sided tape and your foam pads, which we've got for you on the show. And then these are your gorgeous card blanks. These are all foiled, die cut and scored for you. So all you have to do is pop out the centre. This is the base layer for your decoupage. Shall we build that up and pop it in the middle? But we'll show you exactly how to put these together in a little while. You have gorgeous foiling, don't know what I'm saying there. Gorgeous foiling throughout. What I like about this collection is that we've given you a mix. So 3 of those will be foiled in gold. 3 of them, you can see here, are foiled in silver. So you've got beautiful colorways which match gorgeously with that foiling, as you can see there, and then the beautiful one here with the images. You'll see that all of these cards as well, you've got the really nice decoupage on the front, and then you've got the beautiful space in the back to write your message, because your decoupage is actually going to sit on the inside. And then look how stunning these cards are when they're all made up.
Beautiful.
So you have the gorgeous element, you've got that stunning insert with inside, but look at the dimension that you're getting here on these cards. It's gorgeous, and I think when you see them made up, you see how truly spectacular.
And they're beautiful because they've got that traditional look, but a very modern feel to them at the same time.
Really traditional. I think the artwork has been so well selected for these, and the colours that have been picked to work alongside them as well. That frosty blue is so lovely, but then you've got these really nice sort of deep mauve colours and your classic greens, your gorgeous red as well. I love that you've got this mix of different sort of circular designs within here. All of them have that gorgeous like speckle of snowflakes throughout them, but they are such a gorgeous collection, so easy to make, and like I said, all we need here is tape and foam pads and you are ready to go. You can make your cards and you can send them because your envelopes are all included.
That's it. And I love the fact that Hunkydory have even thought about having somewhere for you to write. So on the back of the card, you've got that fabulous area that you can actually add an additional stamp to, sentiment if you want to, but you've got somewhere to write your greeting. Now we've got lots of you getting involved, many of you going for multiples of these as well, and I'm not surprised. But let's bring up those details for you. As you can see on your screen, I look like I'm in some sort of lineup and I'm in blackjack. So let's give you those details, shall we? They're going to change on your screen, as you can see. So lots of you wanting to take advantage of these, even though you don't know the price. And I don't blame you, because they're gorgeous, absolutely beautiful.
When you see the price, I think those people have got it in baskets. They're going to be going straight into there.
That's it. Now, you're going to be making a minimum of 12 cards. I'm going to say a minimum because that's the number of envelopes that you have. But I know how canny you crafters are. And we've got loads of different ways that you're going to be able to work with these to turn them into different style cards. We've got additional cards and envelopes available.
Maybe you'll want to sort of cut into these, make larger cards, you know, make the most out of all the elements that you've got, which you absolutely can do. So maybe those 12 cards, then with some 6x6s, they're going to turn into 24 cards that you're going to be able to make for this incredible price. So it's all about being savvy, and I think these collections like this, you really can be very clever with the way that we design them, the way that we put them together. So it's a very exciting collection.
Absolutely.
Really.
I know you've loved this style of kit previously from Hunkydory because they've been so popular in the past. And I love the way that you've got a different array of different colours. And one single of kind of your green, that gorgeous, almost like a wooden tone to it. When you actually look at the backdrop of these, absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous blue, as you can see there, absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got things like your traditional red in there. That beautiful mauve, almost like a burgundy tone in there. And that icy blue as well. All of these,
nice,
beautiful.
Isn't it? I love the fact that we've mixed the foiling as well to really complement those colours that we've got in there.
And these are, if you excuse the pun, I know they're robins, but they are still flying out. Lots of you going for multiples. We had a huge stock of these, but already 20% of the stock has gone. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I can't wait to see how these come together. And of course, as you know, Natalie will have loads of different ideas beyond the kind of traditional way of putting them together. But I think, is that what we're going to kick off?
Yeah, we're going to kick off showing you, when you get this kit at home, you've never made it before, you've never seen this style of card, because obviously this is a style of card that you know and love from Hunkydory. Hunkydory already, but if you've never seen it, this is exactly what you're going to do. So I've got my card blank here, and what I've done is I've got the coordinating decoupage that's going to work alongside that. So let's pop out all of these, and these are designed so well that they just pop out freely from the sheet. But what I love about Hunkydory and their decoupage is that they accent foil every single layer, which means when you want to sort of like split them up, then you absolutely can do, and you don't need to use sort of every single layer on one element. It's not like your final layer is the layer with all the foiling on. We foiled all of them so you get that nice mixture. So let's just pop out.
And that's nice, because I know some people will take alternate layers and you've still got that gorgeous detail
especially
on
if
there,
you've got some of our 4mm foam pads, because they're going to sort of excel like the level that you're going to be able to create on here. So we'll pop these all out, and I have gone ahead and added all of my decoupage onto the back just for some just to help me out with like speed in these demos. So then what we're going to do is we're just going to pop out that base layer from here, and this is what we're going to build up all of our decoupage onto. So then it's just a case of removing your foam pads and lining your designs onto here. So we're going to line all of those up really nice and straight on here.
It's nice and easy. So if you are a novice crafter, maybe this is the first time you've actually gone for a kit. So yeah, this could be the one that you've been watching Hobby Maker for a little while, and you've suddenly thought, you know what, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to see if they are as good as they mention, and they are. You'll love them. I'm looking at the names coming through. We're actually into multiple columns now of people placing their orders. Jackie has gone for a couple of those. We've got people going for 3 of these.
They're just
as well.
so
Sheila's gone for
fantastic.
3.
And do you know, I think what's great about these as well is that no matter what the age range, everyone can create these stunning cards. And kids groups as well, craft groups, you could be buying.
No scissors required.
No, nothing is required here. So just foam pads and your tape to be able to build up these gorgeous images. But it's so simple, so quick and easy to be able to throw together that it's a no-brainer in grabbing these. There's cards that we love to spend time with at Christmas, but then there's some cards that you just want to be able to make them up in sort of like half an hour or maybe an hour maximum, and this is a collection where you could definitely do that. So I'm going to pop my hat on.
Oh,
I've
look.
got a tiny little piece on here so that we can just trim down some of our foam pads.
Beautiful. And these are lovely, yeah, those kind of last minute cards as well. If it's one of those situations that you suddenly get given a card and you haven't got anything to give in return, you could literally nip upstairs to your craft room.
You really could.
Create one of these and then there you go.
So,
or as a beauty, I mean, that'd be fabulous as a beautiful tag on a project.
That one must
as
go
well.
on my other one. So now we've got this whole piece, we're just going to take our card blank and fold that down. The size of these as well is just slightly smaller than 6 by 6. So if you're wondering size-wise, what are we getting here? That's the size. So it's 6 by 6. So, but you get your envelopes all included, so there's no need to worry about that. So let's just pop our double-sided tape on the back there. I'm going to peel this off, and we're going to stick this into the center of our design, because of course we want to sort of mask some of this white space now. So just placing that nice and centrally in the middle.
Lovely.
And then again with some foam pads, which we're going to add onto the back, we're just going to place those onto here. You could also, obviously, if you've got 3D glue gel, you could shape these pieces.
That's a good point, yeah, you could do.
Your 4mm as well, like Hayley was saying, if you want to really stretch this kit, use alternate layers.
Yeah.
And then you could be able to use that. I like to close mine up and then make sure that's definitely back in the center, and then you can just lift your envelope around it, finish off with your sentiment, which I'm just going to stick in the bottom here.
Cute.
No one quite like you.
Oh.
And then there you go, you get that gorgeous sort of beautiful aperture, which opens out to reveal the most stunning decoupage. And this is on 2mm foam pads.
Okay.
Imagine some of the height you could create on here with like 4mm foam pads.
So with the 2mm foam pads that you've used, will that fit in the envelopes that they come with?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can show you that. So this is one of your envelopes that is provided, and that's going to fit in there. Let's just
Slightly
move
oversized,
that over.
so yeah.
So you've got the space to be able to fold
Perfect.
that perfectly and send that in the post.
I love that. So that's the traditional way of them coming together.
Yeah.
Lots of you have been taking advantage of these, and of course a gorgeous red one created there, but you've got your blues, your green, your mauve with these as well. Lovely icy tones as well. I love the way that people have kind of played around with the ideas and designs as well.
We've done about 3, maybe 4 or 5 collections that are very similar to this, and we have some of the old ones in the show as well. But you'd have thought that we'd have thought of every single way that you could use this.
Loads.
We have been so sort of...
I'm just looking around for the boxes. I'm not sure. Oh, I've got them.
Oh, they're behind you.
Yeah.
It's so different with the way that we have created different things and really tested the different styles of cards that we can create this time. So you'll see sort of like apertures here where we've sort of folded that card together to create more of like a dome.
Love that idea.
That. It's really clever.
Playing around with the style as well. That's a clever one.
Completely just chopping into that first frame and giving it a completely different look on your card, but it's so different. Your fold backs are incredibly easy to create with this, but give you such a different, stunning look. You can, of course, just use different elements. We don't have to use the full piece, so that's what's been created in this beautiful one here. This is really fun.
This is clever.
Just by adding a couple of score lines into there, we've created a little box back which pulls through, and you could add little sweet treats or maybe a little pack of tissues to say get well soon, someone's not under the weather. We've got this gorgeous diorama here as well.
Oh, that's pretty.
So that one has been created by just adding score lines in, which is really, really simple and effective actually, but gives you a completely different look. So it gives you more of like an ornamental theme to this as well.
Absolutely.
So there's loads of ways you can transform these cards and turn them into something that is completely different. And that is why we absolutely love them.
Absolutely. And it's been a very popular item. The details are on your screen. You're only paying $14.99 to make a minimum of 12 cards, because we've got 12 cards as a base and your 12 envelopes, but add in extra cardstock and you could really maximise the use of that. You also might want to play around with the kind of depth you were talking about, using the 4 mil.
Using your 4 mil. Now, the difference in your 4 mil foam pads, I've got some here, is crazy. So these are our 2 mil foam pads, and then these are our 4 mil foam pads. So it's double the height. It's absolutely crazy the amount of depth. So the depth of your decoupage using these foam pads, they wouldn't fit in those envelopes. But this is where this product comes in really nicely.
Now we've got these fabulous little card boxes. Now these are 6 by 6, so perfect for that size.
Absolutely perfect. You get 12 of these, which is great because you get 12 in the kit as well. So if you're someone who wants to make sure that your decoupage is all sort of sorted, then you're absolutely fine. It comes in this tent fold here, and they're so easy to put together. So easy that I'm going to show you right now exactly what to do. So I've got my red tape here, and I'm going to pop my red tape on this tab here on the bottom. There's 2 kind of different ways you can make this, because you could do it like a pizza box, so the top lid opens up, or you could do it like an actual envelope. So I'm going to just take that tab off there.
Now, we've not seen these on air since February, so it's been quite a while, and you're only paying $4.99 for these. You're getting 12 of the boxes, and sometimes, even though we were talking about like the thicker projects, you would put it into a box. Even if you're putting one of the standard sizes into a box, 100%. I think it gives it that feel of prestige,
So we've just added that red liner tape to that one side there. You pop your bottom together. You could add tape here as well to make sure that it stays shut, but the way that it's packaged will make sure that that's closed anyway, so it's completely down to you if you add tape there. But then you just fold the top in as well, so that's as simple as it is to make those boxes up. And then you can just, again, pop in your cards.
Perfect.
So you've got lots of height. You can see it snuck in there. And that fits really, really nicely within there. And then we just fold that over. You can add a little bit of sort of tape or maybe a sticker on there, and you are ready to go.
I love
That
could be like an extra service. If you're making and selling your cards, you could actually offer in the opportunity to have it in a box.
And you can decorate these up as well with some of your sort of like Christmas papers, or maybe you're buying doubles of these, so you're going to use 6 of the fantastic artworks sort of as is to make up the kits, and then you're going to use the other 6 to dress up your envelopes too. So it all works really nicely together. But they are so easy to put together. They're made from 300 GSM, so they're really, really great.
Really sturdy.
Super sturdy, which means when they're in the post, they're not going to sort of crumble, which you don't want, because that's going to ruin your incredible designs, isn't it?
Since we haven't seen them for, well, let's face it, it was almost 6 months really, isn't it? So yeah, 6 months if you consider it. Then yeah, stock up on these. While we've got the ability, they weren't actually part of the show originally, but we're kind of in the conversation. We added them in. So I'm glad that we did, because you are loving them, and lots of you are shopping for these. Perfect if you're going for the robins, but equally so if you've got other projects that you're wanting to put them in.
If you're thinking about that price as well, £4.99, maybe you don't just make sort of card makes. Maybe you're someone who makes sort of, decorations, or you've got a Cricut and you're making sort of 3D projects, maybe MDF things that are a little bit thicker, and you're wanting to be able to like post them out to people as well. £4.99. I think recently I've bought just normal envelopes, coloured ones, so they're a little bit more expensive, but I definitely paid more than £4.99.
Absolutely, and they're beautiful because, as you said, you could actually be adding the additional layers, taking them, making your cards a little bit different, playing around with those designs, using other papers from your stash, or get your inks involved.
You could be
loads of ways you
could
be dressing those up. No wonder they're flying out, absolutely flying out as well. Can I just mention that you need to keep checking your baskets out? We've got lots of people adding goodies to your basket, which is brilliant, but they're not yours until you check your basket out. And I keep mentioning basket dwellers, now I've heard of them. That means that if you've actually got goodies in your basket and you've not actually checked your baskets out, then it could be that somebody else comes along and kind of pinches it out your basket.
Yeah, we don't want
not
that.
Reserved. Make sure you're checking your basket out. What have you got there?
I've got some foam pads. So I've selected from our huge kit here what I think are our best foam pads to work with.
I'm going to pop these out of the way and listen.
So we have our small foam pad selection. Now in this kit in total you get 2 different sizes in here. I'm not sure how I'm best going to be able to show you.
Oh, they're little tiny pieces.
Might have to get you really, really far in there. So these ones are our super tiny squares, and you do have lots of little embellishments like roof houses, little bits of holly that are super small, and we have to trim these out. You won't have to with these because they are super, super small. So in this pack you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those ones, I think.
Tiny ones.
Is it 16 altogether you get in this one, Laura?
Just while we're getting that checked out, can I just ask as well the depth of these?
The depth of these is 2 mil, so it gives you that nice.
So that's the same as the larger ones you were using. So,
So I use some bigger ones as well. So this one is your sort of medium-sized square. You can see it there. So that's going to fill out your larger areas. So between these two, it is a fantastic mix. Now, if you're literally wanting something to buy today to be able to make these up, I would recommend these.
Definitely.
And am I correct in thinking you get 16 sheets, Laura? Sorry, testing you.
Just testing.
I feel like you get 8 of the larger ones and 8 of the smaller ones, but I'm not 100% sure. So Laura's going to double check that one for us on the website.
And I've just realised I've been calling Laura Amy all day, so I do apologise, Laura.
And then another one, which I think is great for this, because obviously decoupage it isn't always sort of straight edges. Sometimes you have curves, sometimes you have little funnier shapes. Then we have our circle foam pads for you as well. So you'll see these on the sheet. They are just round little dots on here. And you get 12 sheets in this one. There are so many fantastic ways in which you can use these, but they're perfect for your decoupage because of those really strange shapes that sometimes you find where you're having to like maybe snip a corner off a square. You don't need to do that with these ones. So that's another one of my
I like using those for penny slider cards, things that roll.
Yeah, they're excellent
and don't
for those.
throw away the waste either, because you can utilise the waste. They're kind of always kind of strange shapes when you've taken all the dots out.
They're strips, aren't they? So you can still use them on areas where you're not going to see them. And then, of course, if you're wanting to do extra different things with your foam pads, then your 4mm foam pads are always a great one as well, because then you can just use every other sheet, and you could use your birds for like another element on your card. So this is double the thickness on here, and this is a great one to also add into your baskets for doing different things. But the foam pads are very limited, so if you want to grab them in the show, then definitely get your hands on them.
Absolutely. There's also strips available. There's loads of different formats, but rather than us going through all of them, it's a good idea to have a little look on the website and find those as well. Of course, the beauty is we're talking about these fabulous sheets that so many of you have been shopping for. Obviously, we've seen how they come together traditionally, kind of the way that they were intended, but we're crafters. We like playing around and finding a different way.
So love doing
you've got a different idea this time, Natalie?
I do. So for this one, we are going to do something that's really simple. We're just going to add in one score line into this one, and I'm going to do like an easel card.
Okay.
So let's just pop our front out of here, and then you want to line it up onto your card blank, and then we're just going to score it down the center, and then I'm actually going to fold this inwards and then back out. So again, with this one fold, there's lots of different types of cards you can make, because you can be making your fold backs like that gorgeous design that we saw there, so your card opens up in this way, or you can be folding it the other way around and creating an easel, and then using this piece here at the bottom. So that's a really nice way of using it as well. I'm actually going to use it in this way to create my gorgeous card here. So what we're going to do is, for this you need a little bit of extra help. So I'm going to get some of my silver mirri, and I'm just going to stick my silver mirri across this base, because we need somewhere to stick.
Oh, now, silver mirri,
elements
we've got a nice bundle of silver mirri, I think, that we're going to be able to share with you in a few moments.
Is this our extra large one?
Oh, I don't know.
The A3 oversized?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have a little rummage around and see what we can find out for you.
So I'm just going to pop this onto here, just lining it up with that score line. And then what we're going to do is just trim this away here. Now you could be using scraps of cardstock here, you could be using some Ink Me cardstock here. It doesn't necessarily matter which ones you add into that.
You could use little bits of acetate or all sorts.
Yeah, it's just literally a base for you to be able to pop in your decoupage. So let's go in with our element here. So I'm going to pop this on with some foam pads. So I'm adding them to this space, because of course it's always best to add it to an area that you're putting it onto when you're not sure on which way it's going to sort of lie out and things like that. So adding that back in onto there.
Nice.
And then let's get our decoupage elements for this one. So I've already started to lay up some of my larger pieces on here, so we can just pop out the rest of them. You've got that gorgeous robin. You've also got that really beautiful sentiment on this one. It says, "Have a holly jolly Christmas."
Oh, that's nice.
So we're just going to pop them out of that sheet like so. And
these are the little pieces that you were saying about the smaller foam pads that are good for.
Yeah, those really tiny squares are perfect for this. Sort of like the wings on your elements as well. They're going to be really good. So just taking that one and then this one up here.
And even what's left behind on the sheets, you could actually be cutting out kind of slithers of paper ribbon and all sorts.
100%. You could be making little border strips out of those designs, because every inch of that sheet is decorated really, so it doesn't necessarily matter how we put it together. So now we just layer this up onto here, just lining up all of those angles from our holly. And then this is always a fun bit, because this can be like a little jigsaw puzzle, trying to work out which holly sprig goes where. But once you get the hang of it, it is super, super speedy.
Beautiful.
Knowing those shapes.
I can't get over the dimension that you're
it's
creating
crazy,
with
isn't
these.
It? Absolutely crazy. And this one, again, if you don't use your base layer here, you could pop this onto some acetate and have it as like a see-through element, and that would give it such a lovely look as well. There's
Laura made a lovely comment earlier about turning it into almost like a Christmas tree decoration.
That would look really nice.
So you could almost make it so it attaches to the front of the card, but it's a gift at the same time, maybe for a baby's first Christmas or something like that.
That would be adorable. I think. So you can see here again, I've used those smaller squares in these spaces because they fit so, so well. And then what we're going to do is just pop this onto here, line that up really nicely with the background.
Gorgeous.
And then obviously you need a stopper, so we're going to use that sentiment.
Clever.
And we'll just pop that in the centre, just a little bit below that sort of halfway point. And again, you might want to add in double foam pads into this one. Let me just pop this down again. I've just should have tested that really.
That's okay.
That bit will give me a nice thing, and then what we're going to do is just burnish this fold.
Sometimes it's just reinforcing the folds, isn't it?
Give that
Gets it in the right
nice
point.
strength, and then you've got that sort of really nice sort of reverse easel, but it gives the shape of the card such a fun look. It makes it completely different.
And it's lovely because it doesn't matter whether you're creating it in the traditional kind of kit sense, which is what I've got here, which is a beautiful card, or whether you're choosing to do it in a different style like Natalie has done there. You could actually go for 2 sets and then you could create both of those.
Well, you get 2 of each design anyway.
Oh,
so you can
good point.
do 1 as normal, you can do 1 different, or you could get 2 and you could do 12 as the normal way, as you're saying, or you could do and then 12 of like really testing the different ways in which you can use this kit.
Brilliant. Beauty is the quality of the cardstock means you can add in those extra folds and you don't have to worry about those folds.
It's all printed onto our adorable scoreable, so the quality of our standard adorable scoreable with that bendy-in technology is all into these kits. So there's so much amazing ways in which we can use it because it has the ability with that, with it being that incredible cardstock.
Now you're loving these set. We've got so many beautiful content sheets. You've got your decoupage that you can see with your multiple layers in there. Obviously you've got your card bases with that little kind of element that pops out in the middle. And then of course you've got your envelopes, 12 of those as well. So we've got a surprise. I can hardly hear Laura. Laura, what surprise have we got? Oh, I think it's kind of...
Oh, Laura, you're still off.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Laura. You have to shout. Oh, she's back.
Hey, Fred.
Oh, now we have got some fabulous mirror card that we are sharing with you. Now, we did try and find you the A4 oversize and we hadn't got any stock of it, but then we had a conversation with Liam and Liam has been on it and we have got a fabulous deal for you, which we will show you in just a few moments. So
really?
Okay, right. So it's going to launch.
This is cool.
We've got all sorts of things coming up. Incidentally as well, you mentioned, should we very quickly have a look at some of the previous styles?
Yes,
While Laura's
because
sorting all of that out. All right. Oh, we got it. Oh, it's on the trolley, is it? Oh, it's there. Oh, I didn't realise it.
I didn't really snuck that one in.
I didn't see anybody come, did you?
I didn't see anyone do that.
So what we got
this
here?
Is a standard piece of mirror card, A4 in size. This is our A4 oversized mirror.
When you said oversized, I just thought like a little bit.
A little slither, no.
That is a lot.
Which means, and I absolutely love this because I love making 3D like construction projects from my cardstock, but A4 is always just that little bit too short. Now, when you line this up onto your mat, and you'll understand this, it's over your 12-inch mark.
Wow.
A lot of your 3D projects need your cardstock to be about 12 by 12 for your sort of lines and sort of making this up. So for gift box making, all different things like that at Christmas, this is absolutely perfect. It's also a little bit more heavier than your standard mirror card.
Okay.
So it's great for construction projects. So super reflective as well. You can see the camera there as well.
There's Becky waving.
As well. This though, how many sheets do you think that you've got here?
Well, I don't, I mean, it's relatively thick, but I don't know, I couldn't hazard a guess. 50, maybe 25? I don't know.
I think, I don't know, you do, don't you? I was going to say 80.
Sheets.
I was going to say 80 because I wasn't too sure, but 100 sheets.
And do you know why? Do you know why I said that? Because I've seen the price on the screen and I'm trying to hazard how much it would be for that price.
Yeah.
So for
it is a stronger
£30, I wouldn't
weight as well.
expect any more than 50 sheets. And
No.
50 sheets would be brilliant because you're looking at less than £1 a sheet.
Yes. So
And
it's
this is
a
oversized.
construction weight as
Yeah.
well. So it does have that strong durability from it. So it would be more expensive.
Yes,
really,
yeah,
but no.
absolutely, yeah.
We're giving you 100 sheets here, and it's not going to be £29.99.
And it's brilliant. And just to reiterate, that is your size that you're receiving. That is the size A4 that you would normally get. So you've got that long slither down the edge there and that extra at the top there. So that is what you would usually be getting. But it's like a big brother, isn't it, that you've got by the side of it?
It's so handy to have that size, though, as well. And it's great. I can't, like, the fact that you're getting 100 sheets here is absolutely
phenomenal value.
fantastic. But it comes in so handy for so many things.
This is phenomenal. Now, usually you'd be paying £29.99 for 100 sheets, which is amazing. For me, that's deal price. But the price has just appeared on your screen, £14.99. That is
How
phenomenal.
much is that?
That is incredible. So is that one, where am I? It's going to be 14p a sheet. Less than 15p a sheet. That sounds wrong.
For like construction weight.
Because I've done that in my head and I thought that it can't be.
I know, that's why I was stuttering a little bit, because I was like, no, that's, no. Is it £1.40? £1.40 makes more sense, doesn't it? But no,
it's 100 sheets.
14 pence. Just under 15 pence.
But it is. It's that price, isn't it?
£14.99,
£15 for 100 sheets. That is brilliant. And do you know what? It's not limited to one per customer.
No, it's not.
So this is one of those items, and we said at the beginning we didn't have stock of this. We've organised this for this show, so it will have been out of stock for a wee while, or a long time, I don't really know. But the thing is, now you can get hold of it, and you can get hold of it in your multiples, so please do not miss out on this. Secondly, can I just mention, £3.95 post and packing.
Oh,
really?
I know. It's heavy. It's
so
heavy.
This would have to go by courier or by a parcel because of the actual weight of it. So, I mean, 100%. You can see that. I don't like doing this. It's a weighty cardstock.
So weighty.
But every sheet is weighty. Did you say it was 300 years, Sanders?
It's, I want to say it's about 280.
Okay.
Because normal Miri card is about 240.
Right.
So this is about 280. It's a lot weightier, probably about double the.
Gosh, you could do your makeup in this.
I would say about double. I would say about double of what this feels like. It's absolutely incredible, but for construction, for making boxes at Christmas, you know, we're always making gift boxes, wine bottles as well, bottle bags. This is going to be awesome because it's a great height. It's a great size. It's also going to cut really nicely on your Cricut as well, your electronic die cutting machine.
Yeah, we've actually got Judy coming up in the next hour with that. But we are so busy. Lots of you have been taking advantage of this. Going for your multiples as well. Keep checking your basket out. You're going to get 100 sheets, £14.99. It's a deal price. It's a mega buy. A4 oversize if you have just joined us, but you can see there, when you put it by the side of your A4, you've got a good size extra, not only on the height, but on the length. I'm going to just flip that over just so sometimes it's a little bit easier for you to see. So if I line it up down the left-hand side here, you can actually see down the side there, you've got that strip, you've got that border at the top there, which is a good couple of inches that you've actually got at the top there, but perfect for things like your boxes, as Natalie's been saying. But please keep checking your baskets out with that one. Love that one. Brilliant deal. Should we have another demo?
Yeah, let's do it. So this time we're going to make a little stepper card out of this. So I'm going to pop out my centre, and I'm going to bring my scoreboard back into light. So this is just slightly smaller than 6. So if we say halfway is 3.
Okay.
So we want to do like a step in between that. So that's going to be like 1.5. So that would be at about just maybe at 4 and 1, 2, 3 notches there. So if I put a score in there, we don't want to go the whole way across. I'm going to go to about 3/4 of an inch. So we're going to put that in there. I'm going to do it at 3. And then I want to divide this twice. So if I do it at...
I'm no help.
This is always fun, isn't it? Measurements are always fun. I'm going to do it at... So I've got 3 left there. So if I do it at bear with me, because once I've done it, I will tell you exactly what I've done.
Fine.
Just trying to work out the maths.
Incidentally, you guys, I hope I'm asking questions that you want answering. You can message us via the website. You know we've got the message system there. So if there's anything you want to say, anything you want to ask, then you can use that to keep in touch with us here in the studio. Got the details up on the screens for this fabulous set that our lovely Natalie's working with. So again, if you're wanting to shop for them, as many of you have done, then just pop them into your basket, looking at another way for you to actually work with these. And that's the beauty. You've got your traditional way, but then you've also got your technique way, which is what we're exploring at the moment.
Okay, so I've put in my measurements now. So lining it up onto your scoreboard, I'm scoring this at 3/4. I'm scoring it at 3/8 of an inch over the 1.
So 1 3/8.
1 3/8.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you try and do actual, instead of notches, you try and do it properly. Then I've gone in at 2 1/8.
Okay.
And then I've gone in at 2 7/8.
Yeah.
And then we're going in at 4 2/8. And it's just a little bit strange because of the fact that it's not 6 by 6. If it was 6 by 6, then it would make a little bit of sense.
And I suppose that's so they fit in the envelopes.
Yeah. And then we've also scored this at 8 1/2 as well on that piece. So we're going to fold it over and do exactly the same again. So I've forgotten my measurements now. This is where it's going to get funny.
Was it, oh gosh, I'm not a lot of help.
1/4, 3/4. Let's just do it this way because that's going to be easier.
I'll get
for
ready
us.
to
And
hold
sometimes
something just in case.
you just want to make sure that you're okay. So that's 1 5, 4, 1 and 4. So 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was 1 and 3 actually. 1 and 3.
Yeah, I think you said 3/8, didn't you?
Then let's do 2 and 1. Just go back over there, and we're just going down to sort of like that 3/4 of an 1/8 inch. Then we're going to do it at 2 7/8.
Okay.
So that goes in here.
Lovely.
And then we're also going to do it at 4 and 2. 4 and 3, 4 and 3.
4 1/4, is it? 4 1/4.
4 1/4.
Yeah.
And then this one was 8 1/2, wasn't it? So let's just pop that in. And then we're going to bring our trimmer in. And what's beautiful about our trimmer...
Can I say congratulations?
What?
Honestly, I was like, oh my goodness.
This is...
all this mental maths. Amazing.
I'm terrible at that as well, so I did quite well to do that live, actually.
I beg to differ after that.
I haven't practiced this one either, so let's hope it all comes together
Of course it
quite
will.
well. So we're lining it up to the 3/4 of an inch mark on our trimmer, and then we're just going from that top score line all the way down to that bottom score line.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do is just fold
Those
this in
are from, like,
half.
the
I always like to
shoulders.
fold it in half first, just
You'll
to
have
make
earned
sure.
a round of applause, you know, with this one.
Just to make sure that one fits in nicely. And then we're going to mount in and valley fold all of our pieces. So, was I supposed to do that twice? Let's see. Let's just see if it comes
let's
together.
see how it goes. That's not a
I
problem.
need to just get my scissors in there because that hasn't just remove that from there. So we're going to fold this up first of all, and then, yeah, see, I needed to not add that score line in. So we've missed that one, but we can fold that back in, and then let's squeeze these ones together. Is that, no, it does kind of work.
Good, yeah.
It kind of works.
It does, yeah.
Here we go. No, I was right. I was right.
Considered. I
Let's
think it's
just
amazing.
fold it. If we fold it all together, it does
There you
actually
go.
fold. See?
Said you deserved a round of applause, and
It
there you
does
go.
fold.
Solo round of applause.
It does
That
work.
is
It does
brilliant, well
work.
done.
I was double testing myself though, wasn't I?
You were.
So then we're going to pop this back in the centre. Of course, we need something to line it on again. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm really going to utilise everything that I get in my kit. So I'm actually going to stick this in here. But of course, what we want to do is like measure it so it fits really nicely. So you can just get your pencil. This is the easiest way to do it. Just get your pencil, mark it down those sides there, and then bring your trimmer back in.
So that's going to sit in that centre part of the stepper.
And it's going to allow you to have something to write on, but also add your image back in. So let's just line that back up again. So you've got that nice sort of circle design in there.
Lovely.
We'll pop this on the inside. my trimmer blade is desperate to be replaced, as you can see with my fluffy edges on here. So let's pop those off here, and then this will sit in the reverse. You could also double up your elements here because you could put something else in there too.
That's a good point, actually. You could do
So
that very easily.
I'll add that in. Or just use acetate here as well. Acetate would have looked really nice under this bit. So you always think when you're in the middle of crafting, you always think of something else.
You go off in a different direction, don't you?
So I'll just add that in there. And then I've obviously stuck that around. So let's pop our centerpiece in now. And again, I am going to use tape because obviously we're using that space to write on, which you could put another insert in the back as well for writing on too. But if we're going to use this panel to write on, then you want it to be quite firm. So let's pop that back in place there. And then we'll add our decoupage elements. So let's get those. Let's refold these back in as well. There we go. So you've got that nice straight edge there. So we'll get all our pieces together, and these ones go with that gorgeous house, that really nice house with the snowy
backdrop, isn't it?
Snowy tops. I'll pop this one out. We've added a lot of our smaller elements already onto here. I just need to get this little post and my holly and then my sentiment so we can then stick this together. So we'll pop this onto here first of all.
Lovely.
And then add this layer on. So you can see again, I've used those square foam pads for this.
They're really impressive cards, aren't they, that you're creating with these as well. Foam pads, lots of you stocking up in this, Aaron. Don't forget Hunkydory do a fabulous range from the larger ones that are 2 mil thick to the larger ones that are 4 mil thick if you want even more dimension. And of course all the different sizes, including the little tiny ones as well. So it's always good to have a nice selection so you don't have to keep chopping into the other ones. So,
I think it's always really nice, isn't it?
To have all of the scissors, can they?
To have all of the choice as well is just so important. So I'm going to pop that now. Let's pop it here in that bottom corner. And then that's a completely different way of using it to create a stepper card from it.
There you go. And again, I'm just going to bring in the original. So again, because you're getting 2 of each of the designs, it could be that you're making one in the traditional sense, which is the one that I've got here, or mix it up and play around with the designs.
Absolutely. There's loads of different ways in which you can do it.
I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Isn't it brilliant? I love it. Now, we mentioned the fact that this is a kind of an addition to previous ones that we've seen.
Yeah.
So we've got a new season, and we've also got the delightful birds. Which one should we do first? Does it matter, Rich? Oh, I've picked up the new season. Now, I'm going to let you have this because you know exactly what you're talking
absolutely.
about.
So it works in exactly the same way as your Christmas decoupage robins do, but we have more full sort of seasonal aspects here. So you get your gorgeous designs, and these feature an array of lots of different birds as well. So you've got gorgeous floral details, gorgeous gingham within throughout here as well. So you've got really nice purples, you've got the beautiful green shade here as well.
My birds, I'm not.
No, I was gonna try, but I knew I would.
Oh, I was going to say that's a black swan, but it's not, is it? I think it might be a moorhen, that one. Not sure.
Really, a moorhen.
I think it
I've
might
heard
be.
of a moorhen.
Yeah.
We've got your blue tits in there, of
Beautiful.
course, with your gorgeous flower details.
Oh,
then you've
wren?
got your wren in here.
I'm not sure.
But I love the difference in sort of like this really nice lacy texture
Really
that we
pretty.
have within here. You're of course going to get 2 of each of 6 designs. We've got the owl included in that one as well. So you get your card blanks with those base layers in. Then you get your decoupage sheets as well. So you can see these are all of your layers that build up. You've got 2 designs on each one, and you're going to get 2 each of these to be able to make the 12 designs. Then we're going to give you all of your inserts from the inside of your card. So you've got those in an array of different colorways as well, and then we're going to give you your 12 6x6 envelopes. So that is everything you're going to get in your Delightful Birds A New Season. So this is the second of our Delightful Birds that we brought to you, and it has a range of different artworks and colours and themes. And then this is the very original of its type. So this is our Delightful Birds. So again, you're going to get 6 different designs in here. So you've got your different decoupage within here. So you've got your blue tits, you've got the little, I don't know what they are actually.
I'm not
the
very
little
good.
sparrows.
It's a little tiny bird, isn't it? So it could be a wren, that one. Or it could be a little sparrow. Yeah.
Then we've got the kingfishers. This one is
Oh, wow. Look at
absolutely
the colours.
gorgeous. You get the little ducklings as well in here with the mummy duck in their nest. These ones are wrens, so you've got the wrens here as
there you
well.
go.
And then you've got these beautiful bright pink birds as well. So you get those included.
Gorgeous.
Again, we've got your different card blanks, so you can see the different styles in these, completely different from the designs in the other season. Beautiful mixture of floral artwork as well that just adorns the edges of this one. Really gorgeous colourways.
Beautiful.
So
Absolutely
many
gorgeous.
different ways in which we
And
can
these
use
are
it as
lovely.
well.
I mean, all of them are brilliant. If you're fundraising for charities, especially bird
100%,
charities,
yeah.
beautiful. Fabulous for traditional style birthday cards, the delightful birds, both of the sets we've just looked at. And of course with robins, everybody loves robins, synonymous with Christmas, aren't they?
100%, yeah.
And it's a very traditional style. So whichever of the kits you go for, you're looking at $14.99. Whichever of the kits you're going to make at least 12 cards, and you've got 6 designs, 2 repeats of each of those, and of course your card bases as well as your envelopes as well. So absolutely amazing,
We've
brilliant
just done
value for
both.
money. So we've done both of those. Should we have another little look at the Christmas ones?
Yeah,
Have you
let's have a
just
look at the
joined in?
Christmas
Shall
one.
we?
So let's have a look. You needed the original, didn't you?
So those are the original ones, the details that are on the screen, right? Because there's 2 separate sets of the delightful birds. So the second set that we've just gone through, we're just swapping the details around. So if you wanted to go for both sets, then you have got 2 different item numbers. So this is the item number for the second bundle that we've just gone through. So if these are the ones that you're wanting to get hold of, just use the details that are on your screen. But everything's on the website anyway, so you'll find it all. And that's the one that's got the kingfisher in there, as you can see. So beautiful, gorgeous designs, $14.99 again. But of course, it's Christmas
This is
that we're
the
launching.
Christmas. We are our brand new Christmas delightful robins, and they are just so stunningly beautiful. So you're going to get your 12 envelopes. You're going to get your 12 coordinating inserts that are already cut down and fit perfectly inside your card blanks. Then you get your decoupage layers, 2 designs on each, all featuring the stunning robin in lots of different settings. So you've got it in the garden, you've got it on the house with the snowmen, tucked into the holly there as well. Beautiful festive roses included. And then we have the gorgeous cardstocks that go alongside these. So you've got your base layers in the center there that we just pop out, but absolutely beautiful textures on these designs, all adorned with those beautiful snowflake details around the edge of your aperture. So simple, so easy to put together. You can make 12 cards here with envelopes for £14.99, and there's some beautiful designs when they're put together as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Whether you're putting them together in the traditional manner with the kind of the decoupage and the apertures that we saw in the first demo, or really playing around with those designs, it doesn't matter. You can get some fabulous results every single time. And so many of you have been shopping for these in your droves, and also you've been shopping for these in multiples as well. So lots of you have been taking advantage of these. So yeah, lovely, beautiful design. You're absolutely loving these designs. The names that are coming through for the delightful robin, so many people, Veronica, Patricia. We've got multiple columns I mentioned earlier as well. But 80% of the stock. Now I'm looking at one here and it does say crafter, which I think might be a new crafter. It says 24. Somebody gone for 24? Oh, it's accumulation. So new crafters.
I know that would be crazy.
I was going to say that person's got a lot of friends and family for Christmas time.
Well,
so,
this is thing though, isn't it? I mean, these cards are so simple to put together. Why wouldn't you do something like that?
That is a good point.
Grab them all together.
Shall we have a look at how to put one together then?
Yes. So I'm going to show you another way of how to do it a little bit differently, and then if we have time, we can show you exactly how to put it together properly.
Sounds good. We've probably got about 8 minutes or so left.
Grab this. So for this one, what we're going to do is we're going to trim it in half. So taking that front off the back here, just slicing that off there, and then we're going to pop out our elements as well. And then what you want to do is we are going to grab our piece together here, and we're going to grab our scoreboard. So for this one here, I am going to just score at, let's do it Can I do it? Let's do it at 1, and then we'll score it at 1/2.
Okay.
And then I'm going to flip it over, and we're going to do exactly the same again. So at 1/2 and at 1, and then we're going to grab our other pieces at 1/2 and at 1, and then at 1/2 and at 1 again.
Okay.
I always like to just have simple scores. I hate it when you watch something and there's like 50 million different scores because I'm like, my brain can't take this in. So when you can score all of this really easily, it's perfect. And this is another great design that the team put together for making these stunning cards completely different. So we wanted to be able to share that with you as well. So we've mounted and valley folded this one so it sits this way. We're going to do the other one the other way. So those fold points come upwards.
Okay.
So we can just fold them across like that. And then red liner tape is going to be your best friend here. So again, we're going to pop those on these panels. So just running that along, we're going to do it on
I love all the different
top of both of
different
these.
ideas that the team have come up with.
You can, of
with
course,
these.
make larger cards with this too because we can be cutting
point,
into
yeah.
it, matting and layering with some pattern papers we might already have. So you could be making 7x7s or 8x8s as well. So let's just peel this off of here.
Now, this particular show, I know, Natalie, you're back later on. Are you
am.
due to come back with these later today?
We aren't coming back with these later today. We might do if we can get more stock because I don't think there's very much left,
There's
is there?
not. That's why I was asking the questions, because I'm a little bit nervous.
We will see. So I'm going to pop that on there like
that's
so.
lovely.
And then this is where I'm going to use some 4mm foam pads just to lift this so it looks even higher off of there.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring, look how chunky these are. They are like, this is how much butter you should put on your toast.
You're a bit like me. I like that.
Super, super thick. So I'm going to pop that in the centre. Now you can, of course, use this little handy guide now just to make sure that that is in place. And you've got that white edge in the back just to make sure that's all lined up and nice in there.
Okay.
And then let's get all of our pieces off of here. So we've already got quite a lot of little elements decoupaged up just to save time in trying to get as many different demos in for you.
And I know you've kind of done it as a speedy way to actually put the adhesive on the
Oh,
back
but I do
already.
anyway.
I think it's a really clever
I
idea
do it.
because when it's all laid out, it's just an easy
And
way
you
of
know
putting
what
them
as
on.
well? I'm a pest for losing layers of decoupage.
Okay.
So if I put my foam pads on first, it sounds strange, but it's less harder to lose it because
Okay.
it's got the bits already on there. So I do this regardless. When I'm building up decoupage, I always put my foam pads on and then pop out all the layers.
Perfect.
So lining that up there. This is going to sit on the back.
Beautiful. And that's going to sit just on top of that.
So that's just going to line up on there.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And then I think I've lined that up properly. And then our sentiment, Season's Greetings, is going to fit on the bottom. So you can make
that.
really nice sort of like dioramas with these cards as well. And the beauty of a diorama is that we can just fold it to sort of one side and you'd be able to fit that into your little boxes that we had
I was just
earlier.
about to say, would the little 6-inch box
Or
be
you
a
could
good size
squish it
for
down
that?
as well. Let's
the
just see if we can
the
get this
boxes,
in our box.
incidentally, half the stock of those have gone. So if you are wanting to get hold
course
of
we
them,
can.
brilliant value for money. You're actually
course we
going to
can.
get these for £4.99.
Can't believe
And
that
I forgot, was it
price.
12 of them you got? I can't
12.
remember. 12, yeah.
And it fits in perfectly.
That is a brilliant way.
Absolutely awesome. You can just take that out then, and then your recipient can have it on their mantelpiece for the whole of Christmas. Maybe bring it out next year as well.
That is beautiful. I love it. Thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
So absolutely beautiful. Now you're going to be back here a little bit later
I am going to
on.
be back in an hour. We've got some phenomenal stamps for you as well. Our midnight Christmas collection. They are just beautiful, so don't miss it.
Definitely, I'm back with you with that hour, and I know what's coming up, and you're going to love it. So please make sure you come back for that hour. In fact, don't go anywhere because Julie is here in the next hour, and I am
Got a new
very
machine.
excited. Brand new machine to us here at Hobby Maker, and we are looking at the Cricut Explore 3 ! As you saw on the menu earlier. So I am looking forward to that one. So I will see you the other side of this. Natalie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hello there and welcome. Look who's back, our lovely Julie. I love working with Julie. And Julie, you are a true crafter from way back. We go back a long time.
We do.
And you've crafted in all sorts of different areas.
Yes, I have.
Including digital crafting.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, I've been a Cricut owner probably for about 6 or 7 years.
Okay.
I've had different models, but they all work the same and I love every one that I've got. They're just... It opens up your crafting world when you own a machine like this.
It does.
Because there's so many different things you can do.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I still use all of my old stash, but it just enhances what you can do with your stash.
It opens up your creativity,
Yes, yeah.
and that is the beauty. And it's also brilliant when you've kind of got a bundle of everything that you need to get started. Now, we're launching a brand new machine here, the Cricut Explore 3, which is very exciting. We'll be talking about the machine throughout the course of the show, but we have got a bundle for you, which is brilliant because it means you don't have to start thinking about the different bits and pieces. It all comes together so you can get crafting straight away. Straight away you can see obviously you're going to get your machine. We'll talk about what you're getting in that one in a little while, but you're also getting additional mats, you're getting additional vinyl in there as well.
And not just your regular vinyl, you're also getting your heat vinyl in that.
Oh, to go on your clothes.
Yeah,
and
clothing
fabric.
or bags, whatever you're wanting to personalise in that way. So it is, like you say, it's nice just to have something that you can get started straight away because there's nothing worse than getting your machine home and then you're sort of like,
absolutely.
what do I want to buy? What do I need? And then you've got to go and look at what you need. This just covers you, so you've got everything to just get going straight away.
Love it. So that's all coming as a bundle. We'll talk about the components as the hour goes on as well. And of course you can cut all sorts of things, not just the things included in the bundle. Fabric,
yes,
balsa wood, different weights and things like that as well.
Yes, you can do very thin materials, so sort of like your vellums, your parchments, papers. Then you've got your everyday cardstock. You can do thicker cardstock. I think the thickest you can go through this machine is 2 millimetres.
Oh, okay.
So
like a
so you'd
board,
get
like a grey board. or
yeah,
something,
grey board. You'd get through that. So
I sometimes use like cereal packet cardboard.
yeah,
so things like that.
that. Felt, craft foam. There's over 100 materials this will cut through.
Yeah, and that's just literally as it is. You start thinking about the additional kind of blades and different kind of specialised areas that you can go into, then it's going to grow and grow with you over the years.
That's right. You've also got, you can, it will score if you have a scoring stylus. So that's something that you would purchase separately, but it will take a scoring stylus. It also draws, so it takes your Cricut pens if you've already got those.
Yeah.
I think we probably have got some on the website.
Actually.
So yes, it also draws as well as cuts.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. If anybody's looking at upgrading, things that you've got previously aren't retired, you're going to be able to use them.
The great thing about this machine is they've upgraded it, so it will now take your smart materials, which means you no longer need a mat. But it also then will accommodate all of your old materials. So you can still use your mat in it, but obviously if you've had a machine like this before, or maybe you've got some old vinyl that you still need that sticky mat. But in the bundle today, you're getting the smart vinyls, which means you don't need a mat at all.
Love it. It's got that backing on it already.
Yeah.
So let's have a closer look at that bundle that you are getting. You are getting loads. You're obviously getting your machine in there. Incidentally, the price on your screen is not your final price. That's kind of like your bundle price that you would normally be paying for this. Got a variety of different coloured mats in this, Julie.
Yes. So each one of your mats, the colours differentiate what they do. So your
that's easy to
blue is
see.
your light grip, so you would use that maybe for your thinner materials. Your green one is just your medium grip, so that's more like your everyday one, I would say. What you're going to use your card, your vinyl, that sort of thing. And then the purple one is a strong grip.
Lovely.
So maybe if you're thinking about doing some thin fabric or something that needs a little bit more adhesion, that's the mat you'd use for that. But it's great that you get all three in this bundle.
Perfect. Would you usually get all three of those mats?
No, I don't.
Just get the
No,
standard
you
one
normally
quite
would just
often,
get your
don't you?
standard one, yes.
And the others are additional purchases. You've also got mediums that you're going to be able to cut out. So you can see you've got a fabulous 12 by 12 pack of cardstock. So straight away you've got that included in the bundle as well. But this little box that we've got is beautiful. Now, you've been creating, you made this out of that.
Yes,
Oh.
so your smart paper that you're getting in your bundle is adhesive backed.
Oh,
So it
okay.
allows you to be able to cut very intricate designs.
Look at that.
You don't have to worry about glue because it literally just layers on top of each other because it's sticky.
That's
so
a good
yes, so you can be creating things like this.
That's perfect if you're doing anything that is lacy, because you kind of get covered in adhesive.
Yes,
otherwise
you
you
do.
glue, can't you?
So yeah, we'll do a little demo or something like that
Lovely.
later.
So you're going to get that in there. And then we've got the rolls that we've got here, which are your vinyl. Now, these are included alongside it. And you've also got your glitter vinyl.
I know, really pretty that one is. So that one is your heat vinyl. So that's one that you would perhaps be using if you wanted to put it onto t-shirts, sweatshirts, for any kind of fabric, tote bags. Yep.
Absolutely. And you'll have loads of fun with this. You really will. It's going to open up your creativity.
It will.
Which we will see in just a few moments. But naturally, when you're investing in a bundle of this size and the value, then you are going to do a little kind of shopping around. And we've done that for you. We've actually got a price comparison on a well-known high street store where you can get hold of this, but just the machine by itself. So there's no additional bits and pieces with it. It's just literally as you get within the box. And you're looking at £299. So all of those additional bits and pieces that we've just taken you through, you're paying extra. So you've got 2 extra mats in there, you'd be paying extra for those. You've got 3 extra rolls of vinyl, you'll be paying for those. You've got your smart cardstock that's got the adhesive on the back of it, you'd be paying extra for that as well. But not today, not with us here, because we are going to match the price, so you're going to get everything for your $2.99 and 99p. That is a brilliant bundle.
Yeah, that's incredible, to get everything you need to get yourself going for the price that you would pay elsewhere for the machine is amazing.
Phenomenal. And we have also got the ability for you to spread the cost over 4 payments, which is brilliant if you're looking at maybe getting this as a Christmas gift for somebody. You'll have your payment today along with your post and packing. 4 weekly intervals for the other 3 payments, which means it's bought and paid for in time for the big day itself. And that initial payment, you're only looking at, was it £74.99? £74.99. And it all comes to you. Oh my goodness. You're having this as a Christmas, the temptation to get started with it beforehand.
It is, yeah, because when you know that you've got it home, you are going to want to. And again, this also, not only is a hobby, you might be thinking of starting up a little business, little way to make a bit of money on the side.
That's a good point, yeah.
Or maybe you're somebody that already crafts and has craft stalls, but you're looking to enhance what you sell on your craft stall. This will enable you to do that because there'll be so many different things. I very rarely go into a shop now and look at anything the same. I always look at what can I put on that? Or my daughter will say, oh, don't buy that, Mum. You could make that.
Yeah,
and I'm like, actually, there's so many things you'll do with it. I very rarely buy anybody a present or a card or anything because this is my best friend.
I love it. Absolutely brilliant as well. Now, of course, the machine itself, or the Cricut brand, should I say, has always been very, very popular. So if you've got a machine from the Cricut range, I'd love to hear from you. You can message us. You can get in touch if you're wanting to as well. So obviously on the website, you can send us messages through. But we are going to take everything right the way back to the beginning. So if you are a complete novice, first-time Cricut user, then Julie is going to help us. And again, if there's any questions that you're wanting to ask, then you can do. So over to you, Julie.
Right. So today, before you get it home, if you've already brought it, you can set yourself up with your design space. All you need is an email address and a password.
Okay.
So you just go to Cricut.com, and then it's the actual software you use is called your design space. Just download that to your tablet, your laptop, your phone. You can do it to any device you've got. You're always going to have that one account, so you haven't got to log in and out depending on...
Oh, okay.
So the great thing about your design spaces, and which I do, you could, maybe in your lunch hour or on your commute to work, you could be doing your design on your software. So that then when you get in the evening, you can literally turn your machine on and get cutting or drawing or whatever you're doing straight away.
Yeah, you get those ideas at all points of the day,
and you get when people know that you make things, you often get asked for things as well. So time-wise, I'm always thinking, oh well, if I design it now, I can then it cuts half an hour its time off it later on. So once you've logged into your design space, this is your welcome page.
Hey there, Julie.
Yeah,
hey there, Julie.
I know, it's very nice. And another thing about the Cricut software is it constantly updates, so they constantly give you things that are going to help with the software.
Oh, okay, right.
So whether it's sort of like fonts, wording, they now do live workshops, so you can click on that. So if there's something that you're not sure on, you can go and watch a free workshop on it.
Perfect.
You know, whether it's, sort of, maybe you've never used a heat press before and you're unsure, you can watch a live workshop on that. They literally hold your hand through everything.
And that could be at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes,
when you're
that's right.
Yeah,
you just log straight into your design space and it's all there for you.
Okay.
So if you get it home and then you think, I'm not actually sure what I want to do to start with, you've got a search bar just in your top corner.
I can see that with a little magnifying glass.
So I'm just thinking, if we put in bear, say, let's just go, just thinking of a word.
Or the
it will then, you can see it's given me 12,521 results for bear.
Makes me thinking there'd be just half a dozen or so. Okay.
So then it breaks it down into sections for you. So you'll see our first category is images.
Yes.
So those are all images then that you can be cutting on your vinyl, your cardstock, paper. You can also get your pens to draw those images.
Okay.
They're just images that you can size to what you want. You can blow them up, you can shrink them down. So that gives you an idea. Then as we come down, you'll see you've got Cricut projects.
Oh, okay, right.
So this section is actually, if you really haven't got any idea, if you go to view all and just have a scroll through, I can guarantee you will find something that...
Am I right in looking, and there's 91 projects featuring the bear?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you can't find
That's
something
it.
there to create. Wow.
And there'll be all different things. You can see here, we've got a 3D bear, you've got a card that's got a bear, mugs, bags, about little baby grow. There's so many different things. And then as we go down again, you'll see you've got community projects.
Okay.
Your community is the likes of myself, your everyday crafter that create things. And then if you create something, design it yourself and think, actually, I really love that, I'd like to share it. This is where people just share their makes
like show and tell at school.
So you can just click on any of those projects and be recreating them for that person. And there's a way to like and share them as well, so you can let that person know that you've used their project, or maybe share yours with them. It's a really nice way of interacting with people. Yeah. So that just gives you an idea of how you can find things without sort of, you haven't got to sort of think up an idea straight away.
Yeah.
Just hold your hand really, because you're probably going to get it home and be a little bit overwhelmed to start with. Because when you get a new toy, you're kind of like eager to get it. Then when you get it, you're sort of like, what am I going to do then?
Yes, yeah.
So just hold your hand that way. So
Lovely.
if you're happy and you want to just go to creating something yourself, up in the corner you'll see you've got 3 lines. Click on those and you'll see your second option is canvas.
Okay.
If we click on that, this is a gridded area. So basically this is what it says. It's a digital blank canvas basically.
Okay.
So you can do all your creating on here.
So is that the equivalent of the cutting area that you've got to play around with?
Yes.
So, right,
yep.
okay.
So on here then you can be adding text in, you can add images in, shapes, whatever you're wanting to cut,
Right.
you can cut.
Lovely.
So if we just sort of go into the images, again, if we just search for I don't know, let's search for elephant or something. I'm trying to think of things.
Which, that's really helpful, Alex. Sausages.
Sausages.
Yeah.
In a minute, I'll search for sausage and we'll see if it comes up with anything. And then it will give you any images that it's got that have elephants.
Oh my goodness, look
So
at these
yeah,
faces.
so you've got all of. Again, there's 10,000, so you'll make yourself a cup
Wow.
of tea because you might be scrolling for a while, just going
Go
down.
down a cricket rabbit
Yeah,
hole with
you
all
are.
these, aren't you?
So let's just type in sausage and just see if it comes up as Alex thought.
I do worry about the way his mind works
Yeah.
at times, sometimes.
I bet it will come up. I bet it'll come up with
Well,
something.
there's going to be all sorts of things for like hot
Dogs,
dogs,
I
and
would
things
imagine.
Like that. Barbecue.
There you go, look.
All
So-
shapes and sizes.
yeah. So it just goes to show you, because often when you're a crafter as well, you do get asked for things that aren't necessarily
obscure, that's true,
Yes, when people know
yeah.
you can make. So it is nice that you've got that option that you can be making obscure things for
I love
people.
It could be fish, it could be cats, it could be dogs, it could be relatives
Yeah.
that you're looking for things. So
So-
there's all sorts in there. Love it.
Whilst we're in this section, I'll just explain to you. You'll see here, you've got, at the moment, it's 89 pence, but it's
It's got a line through it. Yeah.
I subscribe to the Cricut Access. For £7.50 a month, you can get access to everything on there.
So all 10,000 sausages,
Yeah.
if you excuse the
Yeah.
expression.
So anything on there, if you pay your monthly subscription, it gives you access to everything.
Okay.
I find it works for me because I know I've got no limitations
And you're
with
using it a lot, yeah.
And I've said before on air, I justified it because I used to buy magazines, which are like 10,
That's a really
£11,
really
and I'd
good
have a flick
point,
through
yeah.
them. I used to subscribe to one and I'd find I wasn't reading it every month.
Yeah.
So I kind of stopped that and started subscribing, and I
somewhere
use
else,
this
yeah.
all the time. But if you didn't want to subscribe, it tells you the price. Some of them are
So you
free.
can just kind of buy them
You can buy,
individually?
yeah, and
Oh,
once you've
okay.
brought it, it's yours.
Oh, fair enough then.
It'll save to your design space. So it isn't sort of like purchase, use, and then you've got to purchase
Mm-hmm.
again. It's a one-time purchase.
Perfect, there you go.
So I just thought I'd explain that while I was
No,
there.
that's good.
So if we just go back to our canvas.
Lovely. And I noticed there was some freebies there as
There
well.
are lots
Yeah.
of free ones, so don't think they're all priced because they're not.
Yeah.
A lot of them are, there's hundreds and hundreds of free things.
Lovely.
So then you'll see down this up you've got shapes, so you can be creating your shapes.
And these are all inbuilt, so these
Yes.
are free, nothing to pay
Yeah.
for these, yeah?
You've got text,
Okay.
so it'll bring you up a text box so you can put your own text in. So
Oh, personalisation.
yeah,
That's brilliant.
so for
then.
personalisation, so if I just pop my name in, and then you'll see here you've got a font section, you've got hundreds
Oh
of
my
fonts.
goodness.
You'll scroll through fonts. So if I just pick one, let's go for this one.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I love the fact it comes up with a quick brown fox, because
Yeah.
do you know why that phrase comes up, the quick
No.
brown fox? Because it's a sentence that's got every single letter in there. So you can see every single letter
And-
and how it's going to look.
Oh, that's
There
amazing.
you
I
go,
didn't
fun
know
fact.
that.
It's useful in a pub quiz,
Learn
that
something
one.
new every day. So you'll see then, you've got your text there. So whether it's an image or text, whatever you're wanting to resize, it's just a case of clicking and dragging it.
Okay.
So at the moment, you'll see, and it gives you your measurement. So it's telling me at the moment it's 6.93 by 2.28. So I can bring that up.
So you can make that to the full
Size of your mat,
mat. So that
yeah.
could be like wall art that you're
Yeah,
creating.
that's
and
right.
things. Oh.
Or you can shrink it down. So whatever surface. So if we sort of just select it like that, then when you're happy with everything you've got on your canvas, up in your top right corner, you've got Make It.
Okay.
So we'll go to that.
Oh, okay.
And then
Oh,
it gives you then,
right.
it literally talks you through every step. So don't be daunted thinking, oh, I'm not very tech savvy.
Mm-hmm.
If I can use it, anybody can use it. That's what I say. So if we go without matte, and we'll use some of our smart
So that was
material.
like the smart stuff
Yeah.
that we chatted about. And also, of course, some of it is on a roll, so it's bigger and longer
Yeah.
than your mat. So
Yeah.
if you wanted the name Julie to go on your
Yeah.
wall,
Yeah.
then you could do that as
That's
well.
what you'd, yeah, exactly. Your
okay.
smart materials are perfect for if you're wanting to create banners and things like that. So it just gives you that option. So at this point, you would just decide which one. So I'm going to
Okay.
go without matte, and then we just go to confirm that. And then it shows you it on the mat again. You could, if you think, oh, actually, I can see a mistake, you can go back at this point.
Okay, you're not committed.
No. So if we go to continue again, it will then connect to your machine.
Right.
I don't know how well that, but you'll see your light will turn blue.
Oh, let's have a quick look, see if we can see that. So this is kind of like the power button now,
Yeah.
isn't it? With that traditional
Yeah.
kind of
So
circle
you'll see it
and
goes
line,
blue
yeah.
so that to show you that your Bluetooth's enabled.
Okay.
So you then, I'm just going to show, I like this little button feature. If you press the button,
Oh, look.
I know, it's very fancy.
Like a spaceship.
I know. How lovely is that? Little things.
I love the colour, incidentally.
And I
of
do.
this as well, yeah.
I absolutely. It's sort of like a very soft minty
yes,
colour,
yeah.
almost like a pale duck egg.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
Very classy looking as
It
well.
is very nice. So that's opened up for us. So I'm just going to grab some of my.
Just as you're doing that, Jill, I've
I know.
noticed it's got like little storage
It has.
areas here as well.
I
so
find
the
I
design
use
is brilliant.
I use these for storing my.
Can I move that
Yeah,
over
of course
just
you
a
can
little bit?
slightly. For my extra blades, because obviously you can have a fabric blade, you can
Yes,
you
yeah.
can have a deeper knife blade for when you are cutting through your thicker
Yeah.
materials. So anything like that, I find this really handy.
Yes.
Just to keep my little things in there.
you don't lose
But
them,
you've
yeah.
also got you've got another little one there.
Yes, okay.
And then obviously you've got your storage on your end, which is great for your
Nice.
tools and your pens and things like that.
And in the carriage, you've got A and B, so you can
Yep.
use two different types of tools
So
for this as well.
your B carriage is always the one that's going to carry your cutting material, your cutting blades.
Okay.
Your A one is for your pens or your scoring stylus. So if you
Right.
use your scoring stylus is great if you're going to be making gift boxes or
Okay.
anything where you need to where it will score a line in. It does that for you.
So I'm guessing that one's got a little bit more power than the
Yes.
other to enable
Yeah.
you to use the different tools. Okay, that makes sense.
Right, so I'm just going to bring my laptop back in just to show you that once you've gone through that stage where you've confirmed your design, it'll then ask you what material you're wanting to
Okay.
use. So we're using the Smart Vinyl Permanent. So we just select that, and then your second option will always tell you what you need to have fed into the machine. So whether it's a pen, a
okay,
blade,
yeah.
it would tell us if we needed a scoring tool or whether you needed a fabric blade. Whatever it is, it'll tell you at this stage.
Perfect.
And if you haven't got the correct tools for what you're wanting, it won't actually let you do
So
the...
it can recognise
Yes,
it?
it will recognise that. So if you think, oh, actually, it's not taking it, I don't know, I just double check that area because
Yeah.
very often it might be that you forgot to feed the
Very
right thing in.
Innovative. I
Yes,
think that's
it
the
is.
phrase, isn't it? Mm.
So all we need to do now, you'll see now on my machine, I've got
that's
two
a flashing
arrows
arrow,
that
yeah.
are flashing. That's telling me it wants me to feed the material
You
into
need
the
to
machine.
do something.
Yeah, and either side of your machine, you've got two little slots.
Like little guides.
Yes,
yeah.
you just need to guide your material under those,
Okay.
and then just press that, and it will feed your material in.
So you're not even using the mat at this
No,
stage, which is
this is
brilliant.
just straight on the material. Again, at this stage, if it thought you hadn't got enough vinyl for what you're wanting to cut, it'll feed it back out to you and tell you that.
Okay.
It won't half cut it and then, you know, you're starting to cut into your machine.
So you- right.
It's got sensors on it, so it knows that you've got enough material for the project that you're cutting.
Fabulous.
So you'll now see on the machine that we've got almost like a play button that's flashing.
Okay, yeah.
So if we press that,
And
that will then take the material in and
Okay.
cut.
Oh, you could sit and watch it for ages. Look at the speed
It
that
will.
it's doing
I
that.
know. It's this machine is 2 times quicker than its predecessor.
Okay, right.
Anybody that's thinking of upgrading,
Yeah.
it's a lot quicker than
Yeah,
the model
yeah,
before
yeah.
that.
Oh, it
So
stopped.
yep. So that's done now.
It's finished?
Yeah.
Oh,
so all we
okay.
need to do is just press that, and it will feed the material back out. I'll just bring my scissors in. And the great thing about...
Oh, I can see the letters.
Yeah, so you can see the lettering. The great thing I like about the Cricut vinyl as well is you've got this grid on the back.
Right.
So one, it enables you to cut as close to your project as you can, because you
Yes.
can just sort of, I can see there. So what I always do is put a little nick in. Oh, actually, I've done that. I couldn't have done that any better. It's dead on the line. Yeah.
Yeah. Goodness, well done.
But it also means that your vinyl then is straight, ready for when you feed it into your machine for your next project, because to get it under those two slots, you really want it to be straight to know that it isn't going to go in a bit skew-if. So it just means that now is as good as when you got it out of the packet. Yep.
But the bit that you've got left over, can you put that on a mat and
Yes,
cut it out
you
with?
can.
Ah,
So
okay.
don't...
So you're not wasting
Yeah, I was
anything.
going to say, don't be tempted to throw anything away, because... Yes, this, although you can't feed that back in as your smart vinyl, you can use it with your mat and just cut any, your design out that way.
Perfect.
So you get no waste with it whatsoever.
Lovely.
So we then have in our toolkit something called a weeding tool.
Now, does this come with the machine, or is this part of the toolkit that you can get hold of?
It doesn't come with the bundle we've got today, but I would think we've got the toolkit on our website.
Fair enough, that makes
And you
sense.
get more than one tool. So I think the toolkit we had might have had another weeding tool, perhaps some tweezers and scissors, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
well, we can have a rummage around on the website and see what we can
So
find.
all we need to do then is just use our weeding tool to lift the vinyl.
And I've heard this phrase weeding before, and it's kind of separating the waste from the
It
main
is.
part, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. And some vinyls you can just sort of peel away very gently with your fingers. But with lettering, sometimes you always get that awkward little bit that doesn't always... So it's just handy to have your weeding tool just so as you're pulling it away, if you need to, you can just get it under that vinyl and just lift it off.
Now, the bit that you're pulling away, you could actually use that as a sticker in its own right, couldn't you?
You could. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't.
Yeah.
So you'll see that just there, that isn't going to pull away very easy. So if I just pop my weeding tool under that,
Just teasing it out.
it just helps me lift that
Can I
off.
hold on to that bit for you?
You
Because
can.
that's too good to throw away. I mean, that
You
could
could,
be like a little
what you could
stencil,
do,
couldn't it?
the bit that so you could use it as a stencil.
I've got that there. I'll put it
Yeah.
in a safe place.
So that then just shows you how easy it is that you can then be personalising different items.
I love that.
So I've got some vinyl that I cut earlier, and I've got a mug. So I was just going to show you how to use the transfer tape now and bring it in.
Now, don't forget, well, I say don't forget, I'm new to the channel, as many of you are aware. So is Cricut a new brand or an existing brand here at Hobby Maker?
It's existing. So we've had the Maker, and we've also have the Joy. So we've had different machines. This is a new machine today that we haven't had before.
So transfer tape. We've got the transfer tape on the
We
show as
should
well.
have that on the website, I would imagine.
Okay. I'm having a
'Cause
little look.
you're-
Oh, we've got it on the show, I believe.
Yep, we have. So you'll see I've cut your name out this time. So I just cut this out earlier. So I'm just going to bring in my transfer tape.
Okay.
Because again, if somebody hasn't seen a Cricut show before, or maybe is new to Cricut, thinking of buying one, never done anything like this before, this is just an easy way of just showing you how you can personalise something, make a gift for somebody, really quick and easy.
I love that idea. And I mean, there's a certain show, isn't there, that they have water
There is.
bottles, and I know people set up their own little business selling similar water bottles.
Like I
Just the
say,
stickers.
if you're somebody that's thinking about doing a little business, or like I say, maybe you already sell things at craft fairs and things like that, this is just going to enhance your store, really.
We've got the details up on the screen, so if you are wanting to get hold of the transfer tape, that is available to you as well. So you've got the details on the screen.
So this tool is called your scrapey tool. I'm not sure, I don't know if that is in the toolkit. It possibly is. But this again is another essential item that you want just for burnishing down your vinyl onto your surfaces.
And I must admit, the price that we've got for this bundle, I mean, when you consider you're getting the Explore 3, you are getting your 3 mats, one of which you would get as standard. You're also getting your 3 rolls of vinyl. You've got a mixture of your adhesive vinyl and your heat transferable vinyl to go on your fabrics. And you've got your smart fabric as well, all coming together within the price that you would normally pay for the machine itself. This is an amazing deal.
It is. And by the saving that you're getting with the bundle today, you could treat yourself to the toolkit
That's
and
a
a
good
few
point,
extra
yeah,
things off the
yeah. Yeah,
website.
we've got a few extra
because
grades
they're
and
things
things,
that
yeah.
and your transfer tape, you know. Treat yourself to those extra things so that you really have got everything you're
it.
possibly going to need for a while.
Okay, right, so it's picked it up.
You'll just see your transfer tape has just picked up the vinyl off that backing. Your transfer tape is reusable, so don't throw it away.
Oh, okay.
It keeps that sticky. I tend to use it until it stops being sticky. That sounds, but so
I wouldn't like to push you.
Yes,
I
so
had an accident yesterday with a cup in the studio.
yeah. So just place that down onto the surface that you're wanting to put it onto.
Okay.
And then with your scraper tool, just give it a gentle burnish all the way over, just to adhere your vinyl down, just so it sticks to that surface.
Lovely.
And then I always say with your weeding or with your sticking to a surface, whatever you're popping it onto, we tend to do it a bit quicker for demonstration, but this is something that you probably take your time with. I would, because you don't want to risk pulling this transfer away too quickly and ripping your vinyl.
Can I share a phrase with you that I use? You go low and slow.
Yes,
Low and
definitely. But you'll just see then that has left our vinyl on there.
Wow.
But then we've still got that, and like I say, it's got plenty of stick still on
put that
that.
on- back
So
onto the
just
backing.
pop that on. I have got a little I've got folders for every. I'm sure every crafter at home has got folders for everything, but I have got a folder full of little bits of transfer tape that I just, until like I say the sticky goes, then just throw it away. But I like to use things as much as get my money's worth out of stuff.
I love
So
it.
then I've just cut then some little fern leaves.
Fabulous.
This way, you can do it one or two ways. You can either use your transfer tape and pick them up and do it individually. Sometimes I find it easier just to pick it up, pop it onto my weeding tool, and then just lay it down where I want it. And then just gently, like you just said, take it slowly. You can just gently
Look at that.
pick them up.
It just needs a cocktail in there
Yeah.
and it's finished.
And pop them down and
is
just
lovely.
create your own. You can just go with the flow.
So, Julie, are you all right if I carry on asking you questions?
Yeah,
Just
of course
as
you are.
popping those in?
You can.
'Cause obviously you've shown us how we can cut out the vinyl.
Yep.
We get the card and the vinyl with
Yep.
the bundle. What other sort of things can we cut out with this?
So you can be cutting out your heat vinyl, so you can be doing your personalisation with that. You can be cutting thick board with it. So maybe you're wanting, maybe you've purchased your cinch recently. We've done a
Yes,
show with
we
that.
have, yeah.
You could be cutting your own book cover.
So what sort of quantity of mediums can you be cutting out then?
It's over 100 different
Wow.
types of material this will take. So that just shows you I've just decorated that all the way around. There you
fabulous.
go, Hayley.
Can I keep that?
Of course you
I
can.
think I can be trusted with it, to be honest, but I'm going to keep it anyway.
yeah.
That is brilliant. Thank you so much. I love it.
But it just shows you how easy it is to make a gift for
Got
somebody.
orders coming in through my ear. I will warn you. How many shows have you got today with this?
2.
Oh, well, there you go. There's going to be a list as long as your arm by the
know.
time you come back as well. I love it. But
Yeah, it's just really quick and easy, and you can be popping that onto cups, mugs.
yeah, that is brilliant.
Maybe
isn't
the
it?
kids going back to school, you can be personalising
That's a good
pencil
point.
cases,
Yeah, yeah.
backpacks, all kinds
Yeah.
of things. Lunch boxes. There's just so many different things.
I
Like
love
I
it.
say, you will never look
I love
at
it.
something the same.
That's true. That is so
Yeah,
true.
you'll be thinking, what can I do with
Thank
that?
you, Julie. I
That's
love
all right,
it.
you're
I love
welcome.
it. Now, I'm going to pop that there just so as you can see that when we see some of the different things that we're going to get now. The glitter vinyl, you're going to get glitter vinyl included with this bundle. We've got additional things as well. So if you wanted to go for the glitter vinyl by itself, then you can get hold of it. You're just looking at £19.99 for that one. But that is just for today. That is a discounted price. So you've got your piece that is, I think it's 3 feet long, a yard long. You're looking at there you go, you can see 3 feet long, 33 centimetres wide, so 12 inches, which is just perfect to actually go through. And it's encapsulated, so it's not going to have any glitter drop when you're working with that. Obviously, it's coming within the bundle, but I know you guys, and I'm the same. You'll be thinking, okay, I want to get hold of that by myself. So it could work if you have already got a Cricut, if you've got a scan and cut, if you've got a silhouette, again, you will be able to utilise these mediums within there as well. So you've got heat transfer vinyl, you've got your glitter vinyl in this one as as well. And that is the beauty of this one. You're also going to get your different vinyls, as you can see, in your silver tone and your white tone. But we're going to go right to the other side of the Cricut that we've got. And this is something that you've got that Julie utilised to create that three-dimensional lacy bunny. And this is beautiful. So this is your 12 by 12, or I think it's 33 centimetres wide.
Yep.
So it's 30, so it's a little over, because I suppose it fits the mat, doesn't it? So there you go, good size with that one. £14.99. You're going to get all 5 of those dreamy colours. You're actually going to get 2 sheets of each of those, giving you 10 sheets in total for a brilliant price of £14.99. Don't forget, it's got the adhesive on the back already, so you don't have to add any adhesive to this when you're working with it, which means that if you're creating those really lacy, intricate elements, little tiny letters, it could be that you're creating for your cards as well, then you're not going to need any adhesive to stick it in place. Love it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah. So if you fancy getting hold of that, DN7178, a brilliant value for money, but it is included within your bundle. And that is the beauty of this bundle. For the price of the machine, you're getting the cardstock, the vinyl, the extra mats as well, 2 extra mats than you would normally get. So it's definitely worth going for, because usually you would be paying the price that you'll get with this one is the price for the machine in its own. Now, I've got some fabulous smart vinyls here as well. Now, I don't know if these are as a bundle or individuals as well. So we've got that gorgeous purple that we saw Julie using just a few moments ago. So if you like the look of that and you're wanting to get hold of your smart vinyl, I love that purple, isn't it gorgeous?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Beautiful. Now, look at the price on your screen, £9.99, which is a jolly good price because you're getting a good length of that, and it is going to be that price as we go forward with this brand. But today we are celebrating the fact that we've got the Explore 3 and we've got those fabulous deal prices. So £6.99 is all that you're going to be paying for that one. Again, this one you've got your 3 feet on there, so you've got a yard worth of that, 0.9 of a metre if you want it in metric, and of course the optimum width to go through many of your die cutter machines. What about the green though? Maybe you want to create your foliage. So this one, I think it's like a grassy green, this one, isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
really
it's called
nice,
grass,
that one.
yeah. That is called grass. It goes with your cardigan beautifully.
Thank you.
There you go. Now, again, we're going to bring you a jolly good price with this one because we are launching. Perfect for your Christmas projects, this particular one as well. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, it is a vinyl that you can be adhered to projects. So just like the glass maybe that we saw, or the jar or the beaker, this is going to be perfect. Again, like the vinyl that we saw a few moments ago, but £6.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that. And if we've got a Christmas green or a grass green, it's only right that we have a red.
It is.
I mean, these two together making holly berries and things.
We're getting to that time of year now, aren't we, where people are thinking about making their craft, their Christmas craft stuff, and maybe you're thinking a stall, something that you're going to want to be making your bits and bobs. These two colours are perfect for Christmas.
Beautiful. I love it. So if you fancy getting hold of those, then you can do. We've also got some iron-on. So if you're wanting to actually pop it onto your clothing, can I very quickly show you this one as well, since we're talking vinyls? And this one's got an array of different colours, as you can see within this one. So that's a nice one to go for if you're wanting to put your cutouts onto your fabric. So do take advantage of that one. It is a brilliant price if you're wanting to get hold of that one. So again, on the roll, deal price with this one, bringing it down, as you can see, to £14.99. But you might prefer to cut on your square sheets. Well, we've got square sheets for you. It's a multi-pack with this one. I'm not sure, do you know, is it black all throughout here?
This one, actually, this pack, you're getting in your box with your machine.
Oh, I see.
So this has got a sheet, I think it's got 1 sheet of everything.
Oh, okay.
So this is going to enable you to have a play with it.
Okay,
before cutting into your actual rolls of vinyl. So maybe if you've never used a digital machine before, this is just a great way to do a quick project just to get you started. So
you've got your sticker cardstock in white. You've got your smart iron-on in no, that's your transfer tape, sorry. Let's swap that round. So you're going to get that in black. So that's your iron-on.
And then you've
also got
a black smart vinyl. So that's your regular vinyl.
Okay.
You've got your iron-on vinyl, a piece of your sticker cardstock, and then you've got a transfer tape
that you used as well. So basically, that's included in the bundle.
Yeah, and it's great that you're going to get that because, like I say, you might not want to cut into your vinyl straight away if you've never done this kind of crafting before. So these 3 sheets just give you that option
give it a go beforehand.
Not worry, yeah, it sort of takes the worry out of it, doesn't it? Because I know when I buy something, and especially if I've spent quite a bit of money on things, you always have that thing that you want it perfect every first time straight away. And this just takes that worry because it enables you just to have a little go, and if you make a mistake it doesn't matter because it's just coming free and you've already paid for your machine, so just have a play with it and get going straight away.
That's it. And talking about getting started, you get your comprehensive guide as a book included with this as well, so it's going to take you through everything that you need to know to get started. But as Julie's mentioned, it's incredibly intuitive, very, very easy for you to craft with it, and a phenomenal deal, I have to say. Don't forget you're getting those extras, including the fabulous adhesive cardstock that Julie created. This is.
So that one is just a little bunny. So these actually are projects that are already on your...
Oh, okay, right.
So if you just type into your search bar sticker cardstock, it will come up with some projects that you can use that adhesive paper with. So this
should we have a look at that?
Yeah, so
let's
we can
do it.
that.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Because sometimes, like I say, because you're getting things in the bundle, you might think, oh well, sticky paper isn't something I would necessarily buy. But if you're getting it in your bundle, why not? I was amazed by being able to create something like that so quickly. Lovely for a gift for a nursery or something like that, for a new baby. So we just go back to our home.
Okay, so this is where you've kind of set up your account already and you've gone online and you're going back in again, okay.
And again, you can download this today, so you could already start creating your projects before you get your machine home.
That's brilliant.
So because you can save projects as you go, so I'll show you how to do that. So I've just popped in sticker cardstock.
51,696 results.
I know.
Wow.
So if we just come down to Cricut projects, and we'll go to view all. I think it was in there. I'm hoping it was now. And then just scroll. There's so stickers. If I show you that's one with the sticker.
So
you can be that's drawn with the pens,
right?
And then cut with the machine. So you could be creating all your labels for your. Destroying stuff. All of
right, don't worry.
You could be creating labels to pop onto your makes for your craft stores. You could be creating stickers for the kids for.
That's what I was trying to show you.
Things.
So these are all stickers that have actually been drawn and cut out.
Drawn with the pen and then cut out.
Brilliant.
So,
I love that idea.
Business logo, you could upload your business logo into your design space. You could be putting your business logo on there if you've got a little business.
Making your own stickers with these. That is
they
brilliant.
just peel off and you can be sticking those onto the backs of your made items. So I've just scrolled down and you'll see this layered butterfly that we're going to do is just there.
Okay.
So here you've got a little bookmark. You just click that and it goes green.
Okay.
So you will see there, I've already bookmarked it because I had to play with it at the weekend with the sticker cardstock.
Over 4,000 people have liked this project.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
So if you see the project you want, if you click on it, it will then say to you, you can customise it so you can change the size of it. It tells you here what size the one is that the person that created it originally. So it's 11 by 11.
That's good size.
That's a good size. Maybe you don't want it that big. So at that point, you go to customise, and it'll take us to our map then. So I'm just going to...
It's telling you've already got it.
Yeah. So it'll then pop it onto your canvas.
Okay.
So you'll see as it is. And then you'll see down the side, it breaks it down into sections. So it's telling you you need 5 different colours of cardstock for this. So we've done the sticky paper. So at that point then, you could just click and drag. You'd select the whole... Oh, don't want to do that. Let me go back. If you select the whole area...
Right.
And just go down the bottom, you'll see you've got attach.
Yes.
That will then attach it all together.
Okay, right.
Yep. So then you can detach it. So if you're wanting it all the same colour, you can do it that way. You can also go to combine, and then that will combine it too. So it will then take you through the stages and cut it out. And your machine will tell you, if we went through to make it, if I just bring in my cut pieces now, it will tell you your mat of the colour that you need to feed in.
Got you.
So it cuts them all individually.
Okay.
So you've got all your different colours then. and all your different layers to layer them
So
on.
if we look at the different layers that you've got here, and we kind of
Yep.
think back to maybe how you might have crafted before you got the Cricut
Yeah.
Explore through, these would be different metal dies.
They would. You'd need...
And the cost attached to
Yeah.
buying big dies like
That's
this.
it. So you'd need at least 5 dies there.
Yes.
But again,
That's
you might
one
be
size.
one size. You can go up because this is your smart paper. It's about 13 inches.
Yes.
So you can be going up to 13 inches. So if you're thinking wall art, home decor,
Yeah.
your kids' bedrooms,
Yeah.
you can be doing it that big. But you also might be thinking you only want it 2 inches to
go
go
on-
on
yeah.
a, to go on a card.
That's a good point, yeah.
So if you think how many different dies you'd need to create, all and everything in between those two sizes,
Yeah.
it really is.
Pays for itself.
It
in
pays
no
for
time,
itself.
really, doesn't it, when you think
Yeah.
about it like that? Because I mean, you couldn't even get dies
No.
that would make this 11 inches, which was the original size. So,
And the
yeah.
great thing about the sticky cardstock is you don't need any adhesive either.
That's
So
it, yeah.
sometimes when you've got intricate dies, to layer them on top of each other, you've got to be cautious of what glue you use. You sometimes get it
point,
seeping
yeah.
out the side, and then sometimes it marks the cardstock,
Yeah.
doesn't it? You can't get it off. So this really eradicates that problem for you. So I'm just going to show you how easy it is to layer it up.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm not going to lie, they do take a little time weeding, so that's why everything's weed. I don't want you to think, oh, she hasn't shown us how to cut it. I've really only weeded it just because the whole hour would be spent weeding, probably.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Because all of these little bits, you need your weeding tool just to pick out.
Okay.
But I tend to do that when I'm sat watching the telly at night. I find it quite therapeutic.
Yeah.
So, all you need to do is just peel your backing off. And again, one thing to remember is this is sort of like paper cardstock.
Yes.
So don't be tempted to sort of rip it off because you can risk ripping the paper.
Okay.
So then all you need to do is just line it up.
So find some points that...
Yeah, I normally start with these two little, I don't know what are those called on a
It's a
butterfly?
part of the wings, aren't they?
Yeah, the bottom end of the wing maybe.
Yeah.
And then just press that down and that's
Like
stuck
that, yeah.
straight away.
Wow,
How
okay.
quick and easy is this?
No adhesive. I
Yeah.
love that idea.
And it's fully adhesive as well, so the whole area
Stretch, yeah.
is
That's
sticky.
a good point, because if you were to actually use a wet adhesive, you probably wouldn't get it covered
No,
completely.
and like I say, you've really got to be careful with when it's intricate like this. You've got lots of holes. I very rarely don't get any sort of glue leaking through.
Yes, yeah.
It's very difficult to get it to sort of say you've got no glue, and sometimes, like I say, when it goes through, it marks it. So then that's just gone on the top
Oh, I
of that
love
one.
this. It's so pretty.
And because you can see each stage, so don't worry, it's sort of self-explanatory how
Yes,
it goes
yeah.
together, because you can see which layer goes where. So like I say, with that little, you can see as the more intricate it gets, the more careful you probably need to be.
Yeah,
just
it's
pulling it
taking
off.
time, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So again, we're just going to pop
And
that
all
on.
the colours
Yeah,
that
this
Judy's
is-
working with have come from the pack that you've got.
Yeah, this is
So,
all the
yeah.
colours that you've got in your pack, and don't they work together really lovely?
If you want to get an extra set of that adhesive card, then we have popped the details up on your screen. Or maybe you just want to shop for it by itself because you think it's going to be useful with Miss Scan and Cut or your Cameo or whatever it is that you're working with. Well, you can, because you can use it on any of those
Yeah.
digital die cutting machines, especially formulated to use with that kind of swivel blade that you've got with this. So
Yeah.
brilliant idea. And if you have just joined us, we are launching here at Hobbymaker the Cricut Explore 3. Brilliant machine. As Julie's popping that in place, she's been explaining to us there's over 100 different kind of mediums that you can cut out, from your paper, your vinyl, your adhesive, cardstock that you're going to get as well within the bundle. So you really can use it for all sorts of crafts.
You can. You'll be,
that.
like I say, this will just enhance your crafting 100%. You'll be doing things that you didn't think were possible to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
I mean, like we said with dies, how long would it take you? You'd have to cut them through your
Yeah.
die, then you've got to stick them. That would have took such a long time to do, and
that's-
it's took me a couple of minutes.
And that's if you can actually find a metal die to create what you're wanting to do. I mean, when we were looking through the projects, there was over 50,000, and that
Yeah.
was just one particular
Yeah.
element that we were looking at.
That's
I mean,
right.
here we've got some examples of different things that have been created.
Yeah.
Beautiful cards that have been created, as you can
Yeah.
see here as well.
You can create cards in a matter of minutes, really.
Lovely. Now, this is a nice one because we've got some cut-out area, but
Yeah.
also some drawn area.
Yeah, which that's a really nice thing. And again, with the sticker paper, being able to use stickers, it's really nice to incorporate being able to draw and cut at the same time.
That's a good point. This one's a nice one as well. As you can see there, congratulations on your new home. Could be that you're doing that for, I don't know, birth announcement and you're needing to cut lots of them. This is a cute one. Look at this, where you've got the unicorn and certain little elements. You've got little apertures to add the detail. And the tiniest of little kind of cuts that are there on the grooves of the horn, as you can see, they're beautiful.
And these are good examples as well of how you're going to bring your craft stash into using with your Cricut machine.
Yes.
Because all of these, you know, your glitter papers, your holographic card, maybe you buy the Hunkydory mirror card.
Yes.
You can be using all of these to create, look how, look at the colours that are going through that.
Yeah.
So like I say, this will just enhance your crafting really.
Absolutely. It could be that you leave in certain areas if you're wanting to add stamps or create your own designs. Whoops a daisy. And don't forget, these can be resized. So these, we're looking at cards, what, A6? We're looking at some square cards, but you could play around and adapt these. And I think you've got like a bountiful supply of embellishments that you could have created. We've spoken about lots of different mediums. I've actually got a fabulous thing to share with you that shows you some of the different mediums you might choose to use with this one. You're saying there's over 100 different
There's over 100 different types of materials that you can use.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, if you just look, just a few of them, you know, you've got...
Wood veneer.
Yeah.
Wow.
You've got...
leather.
Yeah. Your deluxe papers, you've got felt, fabric, faux suede, all of your vinyls from
craft card, things that you all know and you'll be familiar. Things like vellum and copy paper.
That's
sometimes lighter weight can be
I was going to say sometimes our mind automatically goes to how thick, but you often forget how you might want to create something with the very thinnest of materials, like a vellum. You know, maybe you want to create something delicate or wraps.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's so many different things that you'll use it for.
I love that.
And then, like I say, in terms of projects, obviously you can use it for your everyday crafting, but then obviously think of the home, you know, if we've got time, I've cut some bigger pieces because I just thought we could show how you could perhaps be using it to decorate a bedroom.
I'm more than happy.
I have cut some bits out ready.
Okay.
And I've got a piece of board.
Julie's getting ready. We have got you've got the ability to actually go to, is it the Cricut website to download the software straight away?
Yeah, you can go to design.cricut.com.
Okay.
That will allow you to set up your design space and then you can be getting going with your project straight away.
And that design space is something that's stored online, which you can access from all sorts of different areas. So it could be your computer at home, it could be that you're using the tablet on the bus or in your lunch hour. So it's a case of that you're going to be portable with your creativity. And then when you're back at base, when you've got your Cricut 3 there, your Explore 3 should I say, you can literally sit down and just get those things ready to actually cut out. So utilising all that spare time that you've got, using it maybe as a small business. I mean, we saw earlier on how Julie created fabulous kind of beakers and cups with personalisation on. You could set up yourself a nice little kind of store selling those. And of course, you've got some fabulous things to get started with. Things that you could be actually utilising to do things like this wall art.
Yeah. So this is just, I'm just going to quickly, I've cut these out. I've just done just for a little girl's bedroom.
Aww.
So I've just got a piece of board just so we can imagine that's...
Is that a wall?
That's going to be the wall.
We've got a wall.
Yeah, we've got a wall. So I've just weeded out those butterflies and then you'll see I've just cut a name out and there's some bits here to weed out as well.
Lovely.
So we can do that. So this has got a floral design in it.
Okay.
And this is where your weeding tool is going to come into its own, really.
This is a clever design because you kind of got the letter W with the name running through.
So
have you created this yourself?
No, this is one that was on, if you go onto your canvas and into your image section like we did earlier when we were looking for Alex's sausage.
Yes. If you have just joined us, you'll have to go
back and see that.
Find out the story behind that.
If you just type in whatever letter you're thinking you want for the name of whoever you're doing this for, if you put in a capital W, say, and just search, it will come up anything that's W.
Okay.
So this is a design that's on Cricut's design space. So it then gives you, it's already got this section that's cut out in the middle, but it gives you the ability to edit.
So you can
then put your name in.
So you chose the letter W because of the name being
Yeah,
Willow, but then you've
yeah.
added the name Willow.
So you'll
to
find
it.
that this design is in every letter of the alphabet. So
Oh,
whatever
wow.
name you're wanting to do,
Gosh, that's a small business straight away.
It
Isn't it? Put that
is.
into a 12 by 12 frame, which you can pick up. A certain Swedish store does some really, really
Yeah.
affordable box frames.
yeah. This is probably taking a little longer than I thought it would
That's right.
because
Is
there's
there
lots of
anything I
petals.
can do to help?
No, not really, because it takes some time to weed, but that
Yeah.
just gives you an idea. But what I was going to say is I have cut a boy's one, so I might swap and change.
Well, shall I carry on
Yeah,
doing
you
that?
can.
And then you can use that maybe another time.
I've got another piece of board.
Okay.
So I know my little boy's one is a little bit easier.
That's all right.
So-
If you want to get hold of the purple vinyl that we've been chatting about and seeing in action, then you have got that available as well.
And the great thing with the vinyls that we've got on the show, the purple, the green, because they're on that roll, you can be doing your larger sizes.
Yes, yeah.
So you can blow them right up, like I say, as far as 13 inches, I think, is the
Good
biggest.
size, isn't it,
Yeah.
for home decor?
So,
Look at
I've
this.
cut a little dinosaur theme out
Okay.
for a boy. So when I'm doing a bigger item like this, and if you're going to be sticking this onto a surface, you might not want to use your transfer tape. So what I tend to do, this is just my top tip, by the way.
I love a top tip.
So I just peel back my vinyl so far, just enough so I can sort of like anchor it down onto the surface. And then I bring in my scrapey tool, and then what I do is just pop it into position where you want it,
Right.
and then
Oh, so you're not sticking the whole thing down, you're just kind of
because you're not
anchoring it.
using your transfer tape. So then get your scrapey tool and just push as you go. So imagine this is your wall.
Okay.
You would just use this just so you don't get any air bubbles in it.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Oh, it's a bit like doing your phone screen.
Yeah, yeah, it is a little bit like that. So yeah, just give it a gentle rub, and like I say, because you probably would be, if you were doing this for home decor, you'd probably be putting this onto a painted surface.
Okay.
So this really then ensures, although your transfer tape probably wouldn't lift the paint, I wouldn't like to say it might lift the paint, so this just stops that.
That's
Because
a
you're
nice
not actually
idea,
putting
yeah.
anything onto your wall actually that's going to risk pulling anything off. So you'll see that then is just, I've lifted the back away and slowly just use my scrapey tool.
That is
Go
beautiful.
along
I
it.
love that. Incidentally, we're getting questions come through. Some of you asking about the designs that Julie's working with. I'm not sure whether it's the letter you were asking about or the one that she's working with at the moment. Can you use it on cardstock? Obviously, Julie's done it on vinyl, but you can cut it out. Any of those
I was gonna
different
say,
mediums that we looked at.
anything that is on the design space, such any images, you can then decide how you're creating with those. So whether it's cardstock, whether it's paper, whether it's vinyl, sizing of them, you can change it to whatever you want it to be. So yes, so the answer to that is yes. If you're wanting it for home decor, you can do it for that. If you're wanting it to put on a card, you can do it for that. So this time I am going to use the transfer tape just because with the lettering, one, you wouldn't want to probably risk doing it individually because you might not get it straight.
I'm impressed with the transfer tape, I have to say, because I've used some transfer tape in the past that's been super sticky and really difficult to release.
Yeah, they are sometimes. I know exactly what you mean, but the Cricut stuff, I have to admit, is the best I've ever used.
I'm impressed with that,
Because, believe me, I have tried cheaper alternatives, and sometimes you end up wasting your money because they're super sticky, or they leave. Sometimes they can leave a residue behind, which you don't want. So then that would be, you could make that a lot bigger on your wall, or so then I've just cut out some different shaped dinosaurs.
I'm going to be nosy now. Who's Theo?
Theo, it's just do you know what I did? I searched popular boys. Unfortunately, I don't have any little ones anymore. My daughter's 26, so I don't think So I just searched the most popular boys' names of 2023 and it was in the
Dan?
top 10.
Dan Theo is more popular than Dan. I hate to break it to
Oh,
you, but there you go.
Dan. I have done things for Dan before though.
Oh, so he's not poor.
No,
hard
I
done
think
by
Dan had, I think Dan might have had a mug when we did the mug press.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, I tried to be fair.
Very fair, I have to say. I've gained something today,
yeah.
so I'm not complaining.
So you'll see with these, I'm just sort of taking them off and just popping them down with my hands, really.
Okay.
Just because you can, when it's a larger item and it's not necessarily that intricate, you can get those down into position.
I love this. I mean, you could actually create sheets of these and sell the sheets
Yeah.
of dinosaurs.
Do you know, the other thing is I find the weeding very therapeutic, it's
Yeah.
very mindful. So I tend, if I'm doing, you know, several projects, I would probably cut everything out in one go.
Yes.
And then, like I say, get myself a cup of tea, sit on the sofa, pop something on the telly, and just sit and do my weeding then.
Get yourself into a box
Yeah,
set.
so if I, you know, something like that, because I just find it just takes your mind, just relaxes you. I find it very therapeutic.
Lose yourself for hours, can't
Yeah.
you, with these? I love it. Now, Julie, you're going to be back with us a little bit later on.
I am. I've just quickly finished that, so do you want me to turn that round?
Let's have a
So
look.
imagine that is going to be your bedroom wall.
That is fabulous.
Yeah.
But obviously that's if you're doing it for yourself. But
Yeah.
if you wanted to, you could actually make and sell sheets of
That's what I was going to
stickers.
say. You could be
Yeah.
creating these designs and selling that. Those could be part of your small business, because who wouldn't want? What little boy or girl wouldn't want
with that.
something dinosaurs?
Absolutely.
You know, they're very popular, aren't they?
love it.
They don't go out of fashion, do they? Dinosaurs.
Everybody loves it.
And you could be cutting them in colours of what your customer might want to.
Yes,
so
yeah.
again,
Good point.
just a brilliant way to either decorate your own home or, like you say, a little business, get yourself going.
I love it. So there, Julie, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The hour goes so quick.
Doesn't it? We've learnt so much. And don't forget, literally scratching the surface. There's so much you can do when you're working with Cricut and you Explore 3. In fact, we're going to say goodbye to you because we've got another show coming up in a little while. I'm going to be back with Hunkydory. But as we say goodbye, you'll be able to learn a little bit more about SVG files.
Hi, I'm Julie. Today I'm going to show you how to upload and cut your SVG files on your Cricut Design Space using the detail poinsettia from Amy Dodd's Christmas Wishes collection. I've opened my Cricut Design Space and I'm now going to go over to my left hand side and I've got the option to upload. I'm going to click on that and then it's going to ask me if I want to upload an image, which I do. So we just select that option. We go to Browse. So we're using the detail poinsettia. We just click to open and then it brings up our design and then we just go to upload in the bottom right corner. So you'll see then it's uploaded. We select the item that we're wanting to cut and then we add to canvas. You'll see that your design has now come onto your design space. The detail that it's going to cut is often behind the main image. So I'll just show you, if you just click onto the poinsettia and just move it slightly, you'll see that the detail is behind it, but it will cut that once you go through into the next section. So we're just going to pop that back where it was. Highlight the whole of the image. We click attach at the bottom right corner and then we go to make it, which is in the top right corner. It's then going to ask us how we're wanting to feed our material into our machine. We're going to use the self-adhesive mat and some cardstock. So we just select on mat, click confirm, we go to click continue, and then it will connect to your Cricut machine. Now that the design's cut, I'm just going to unload it from my machine. And then using my spatula, I'm just going to gently pull away the card to reveal our poinsettia. I'm just going to gently now lift the poinsettia off the adhesive mat. Just do this bit very gently because as it's an intricate design, you can tear it if you're not careful, but you'll see how easy that poinsettia has pulled away.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Look who's back with me, but we're going in a different direction for this.
Yes, something that I absolutely love is stamping, messy crafting. I like being able to create different things. So having a tool to be able to work with is like a stamp or a die is definitely my favourite type of crafting. Yeah, and these are absolutely stunning.
Beautiful.
They are really, really nice what we have for you here.
Absolutely. And we're going to be spending the next hour talking about stamping, but talking about the most incredible stamps, giving you all sorts of different kind of techniques and ideas of how you can work with them. So this is the thing I love about Hunkydory. They do so many different styles
different,
of
aren't we?
crafting.
And I think like we're very good at sort of looking at a product as well and making it either contemporary or classic, or sometimes it needs to be a bit more contemporary. There's always something for all of those different people out there. It's not just sort of like one selection. We are very good at sort of mixing all of our different even like our paper craft kits, they can all be sort of different styles. The same with stamps, the same with dies, and it really just show like how well we sort of like try to mix everything up so that there's something for everyone.
Very much so. Now we are talking stamps in this hour, and we are talking beautiful kind of using the negative space tile stamps.
Yes.
And these are beautiful. If you've not seen these before, you're going to absolutely love these the moment you see them. So where should we go first? Should we start with the festive favourites?
So
these are the ones that we've got here. So these are the kind of effects you are going to get. You're going to have your stamps, which I'll show you in just a few moments, but this is kind of the result that you will get.
This is what you would get if you just stamped onto some white cardstock with a VersaFine black ink. So this is what you would stamp. And so it would give you that sort of black image, and then the white is sort of like that negative, more of the positive space, so what you would see. So it's kind of like a reverse in a way. So normally when we stamp, you would get maybe like the Christmas tree and the lights, but what we've done is we've switched that around. So we've given you these gorgeous silhouette stamps, which give you the most beautiful detail, really, and show off these stunning images. So this is one of two collections we're bringing you today. This is our festive favourite. So we've got the poinsettia there in that gorgeous sort of long A4 size. We have the wonderful Christmas tree, and then of course the beautiful baubles as well. So there's so many different ways in which you can do this, which I really like. You can be really you can trial a lot of different things in regards to colour-wise. This is a really nice effect, doing that sort of bokeh style and then stamping straight over the top with it.
This is effect because it shows the cardstock
really
through.
Nice, isn't it? So we can pick out all of our matte-tastic colours, all of our matte papers, and stamp directly onto them. You can get really creative as well with the different colours we choose to do. Of course, we can stamp and then we can add more colour, so you can get really quite creative from start to finish. I love this one as well.
This is
really clever. So using the same colour ink as the cardstock, but deepening it, so it gives it that really nice tonal colour. I think this is a really, really clever way.
And it's clever because exactly the same stamp has created this card, which is totally different in its style.
100%. And I think that size is really nice as well, because we can chop it into like little squares. We can create sort of like little elements from that long strip that we've got there. But also what's great about it is you can create your like skinny thin DL cards and it looks fantastic. We can obviously stamp it twice and create sort of like a square card with it and add like a center panel to it. So you can get super creative with this style, and I think because it's flowers as well, it's really going to give you a lot more achievability with that, because you can twist and turn it and have it in different directions.
And it's brilliant because even with the packaging, you are going to get some ideas, some serving suggestions, if you like, with how you can work with these, because that negative space means that you're showing through the cardstock, which of course you could be using your watercolour techniques, your alcohol markers. You could be using them in a whole host of different ways. I think they're absolutely beautiful. We've got another set that's got a similar sort of idea, but before we get to that one, let's get that price taken care of. So with these, you have got 3 stamps coming to you. You saw previously the price there. They're usually £8 each.
Yeah, so you can buy them all individually. They'll be on the website up on there for you if you just want individual ones. But what we've done is we've bundled them for you, and we've taken the price of 1 stamp off. So essentially, you're going to get buy 2 and you're going to get 1 for free.
That is a brilliant deal, isn't it? So all 3 of them coming to you for just £16.
Which is phenomenal.
Amazing. You've got sizable stamps with these, so kind of A6. You've also got almost like a DL size in there as well.
There's so much detail within these stamps, so much going on within them that you wouldn't expect them to be at this price.
Absolutely. I love these. Now I'm going to move everything out of the way. The details are on your screen. Lots of you have been taking advantage of those. Lots of them realising just how much creativity you've got with those, but it's not the only set that we've got in that particular style.
We have another 3 stamps for you.
We do.
And these ones are our Snowy Scenes collections, and they are absolutely incredible. We have that stunning Christmas cottage, which is absolutely delightful. You get that wonderful town scene in that DL shape, which is just gorgeous. You can see already how much dimension you can create in there, and how many different types of techniques we can be doing with these stamps in particular, which I absolutely love. And then you've got that 3rd set, which is that beautiful robin. You guys love the robin so much in that 1 o'clock hour. If you want a tool for life that you can be stamping with that image, then this is just beautiful.
Absolutely. Now the stamps themselves, in a similar sort of vein, you're going to get all 3 of those. So the gorgeous robin, and again you are going to get serving suggestions on your packaging to give you an idea how you're going to be able to work with those. This one is beautiful because it's almost like a scene in itself.
It is. It gives me the holiday vibes, which is my favourite Christmas film.
And I didn't notice. Have a look at this. You've got a little bunny rabbit in there.
So cute, isn't it? And just
beautiful.
How much that sort of silhouette stamp with the stars in the background as well really brings that to life. And then this village scene is so pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous. So many different ways you can be able to craft with these as well. Bringing in some of the finished samples. It might be that you're using your acetate. You can see a little robin there featuring with that snowy scene. The exact same stamp utilised in a card though with this one. This is a nice idea, not using the black necessarily, using a different colour.
This is a great way in which you can do it. You can also use different shades of colour to create ombre running through your projects as well, which gives you a really nice look and is something that we'll touch on.
This is clever.
Really, really clever. So stamping it multiple times in different colours and then fussy cutting those out and layering them up to create decoupage, it gives it such a 3-dimensional feel.
Beautiful. Loads of different techniques in there. You can see the depth as a twist and turn, that one. This is lovely. I mean, again, if you want to bring in that negative, I love that. That's done with embossing powders.
Yeah,
beautiful.
silver embossing powders on your black stamping card makes it look spectacular. And these, your sentiments as well, those festive sentiments, which we still have available, are such a great match. This is really nice.
This is clever. It's almost
bringing
like
them 2 together.
Yeah, you could do that on a gatefold card, I'm guessing, if you wanted to.
Really, really nice.
Again, that scene that you've got. I mean, look at the little bunny rabbit.
Really, really clever, isn't it? It just makes it so much more dimensional being in that shaped card as well.
I love it. So many different variations utilising those stamps. Watercolour pencils being used on this particular one if you want.
And you're going to be able to use so many of your prism mediums, no matter what you've got, whether it's your ink pads, your brush markers, maybe it's your craft markers, your pencils, all of the products that you have, you're going to be able to use with these stamps.
Absolutely. You're going to get all 3 of those stamps within a set. So that gorgeous snowy scene, as you can see there. The little cottage with that fabulous little gate and the little bunny rabbit featuring on there. And the last one that you're going to get within this set is that fabulous robin as well. All 3 of those. Now, don't forget you'd usually be paying £8 for each one of those. which means you'll be paying the price that's on your screen, but now you're just paying for 2 of those and you're getting all 3 sent to you. What brilliant price at £16. Absolutely phenomenal value for money, and classic images.
Classic images. I think across all 6 of the stamps that we brought to you today, all of the images are stunning. You know, you're going to use them in so many different ways. You're going to have so much fun experimenting with your ink pad colours that you can stamp these cards on. But you can get all of these stamps for just over £30, which when you think of it, these are tools. So you're going to be able to use these Christmas after Christmas after Christmas. Maybe it's something that you use now, but then you're thinking of what to do in a couple of years' time, and you come across these stamps and you think, this is exactly what I want to use again this year. And whether you're stamping or doing heat embossing techniques with these, every single one is going to look completely different.
I think that's the beauty of it, just using your different techniques with a simple stamp.
Yeah.
No construction and building of those particular designs. You can just use them as they are. Or I love the idea of creating, maybe stamping onto your watercolour cardstock and using your pencils as well.
Yeah,
you can
do that, and it's going to create such a beautiful look. You're going to be able to do sort of like really fun backgrounds and then stamp on top of those as well. Loads of different ways in which you can be really clever, and also fussy cutting them, getting your dies out, so maybe creating apertures and having these images sat in your apertures is going to look really lovely. Or just simply stamping them onto, especially the poinsettia, stamping that onto a DL card and then fussy cutting the black away, so that creates a gorgeous sort of image for you as well. That's a really nice technique which you're going to be able to use.
I love it. We're getting very, very busy for these. Many of you are shopping for both sets, because I think when you're realising that for the both sets, you're probably paying a little more. Well, it's always, well, you're going to get 2 extra stamps, aren't you? So that's
crazy.
A beauty. Now, we're going to get into demo in just a few moments. We've had a lovely message come through. So, Susan, thank you for joining us this afternoon. It is still this afternoon, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Not got into night time yet.
No, not just yet.
A lovely message come through. I'm struggling to read that. Sorry.
No, it's not the big one. It's on the little one.
It's a little bit. So beautiful stamps, Susan's saying as well, and nicely different from other stamps as well, which I think as well. Fabric printing is a good idea as well. And
I think that's going to look really, really nice. I think that's such a fantastic idea as well, like doing it on so many different ways. Because like we say, it's tools, isn't it? So whether you want to stamp onto fabric, whether you want to stamp onto sort of like acetate or parchment, there's so many ways in which you can really use stamps. And that's, again, why I love them, is that you can be so clever with what you do. So shall we get into our first
we've
demo?
better. Nearly 20% of the stock has gone of that bundle.
So we're going to use 2 of our coloured ink pads. Now, our ink pads are on a pick and mix offer where you can get any, sorry, which way, this way? You can get any, is it 5, Laura? 5 for the price of 4, so that brings them down really, really nicely.
And you choose the colours?
You can choose the colours, yeah. So for this one, I've got earth red and I've got evergreen. So we're going to start off with our background, and I'm just going to stamp this onto my cardstock. And these are well used as well.
So tell me about Prism ink. What can you, water-based, is it?
Yeah, it's a water-based product, which means we can do lots of fun techniques with it, including things like this, where we're going to create backgrounds and sort of stamp onto them. So I'm just laying this down on my messy mat, and I'm just going to add that water in.
I like
this. And
this.
we are going to pick this up with some of our watercolour cards. So let's just add that on. And what you can do is you can lift this up, and then there's so much left over that you could recreate this card a couple of times actually. So just going back in, and any bits that are missing, we're going to pick up some of those designs, and then you can either leave this to dry, or you can get your heat gun and sort of blast it. What I like to do is blast it and then go back in once it's dry, because then you can layer on like another bit of ink.
Yes.
And it creates like you can create like more mottle effects. Now, what's great about this mat as well is that it is a silicone based mat, but you can use it with sort of like your heat tools, so it's not going to damage your work in any way.
I love
so let's just go.
We've got loads of different colours that you can choose from with those ink pads. If you pop 5 into your basket, you'll see the total comes to £11.99, did you say? £11.96, which means you're only actually paying for 4 of those. And you've got all sorts of colours from your beautiful earth red that we've seen. Things like dove grey in there. Some of them like your muddy boots, which I'm guessing is quite a dark tone. We've not got huge quantities of. So yeah, some of those. Charcoal's another one that's incredibly limited as well. well. And then you've got all sorts of kind of Christmassy tones there, which are going to be perfect to work with. In fact, there's too many for me to go
There's
through.
loads, isn't there? So what I like to do is go back in, dry it, go back in, dry it, because it adds layers and it adds a lot of texture within your art with your design as well, which is really nice. So I've got one that I did with the same colour, and I've done it a number of times. You can see how that's built up, because for the next level of this card, you really want that to sort of dry. So let me just pop that down there, and I'll grab my...
Tell me about the messy mat that you're working with, because this looks good.
Awesome. So this is perfect because you've got that white space, so you know where your ink is if you're sort of adding in different colours. You've got all of these different channels, so if you're water-based inks, you can sort of like add different colours together and mix them. So although we have full, I think we've got about 30-ish, 35 different colours of inks now, we can make so many more with this. It doesn't move either, so if you're like stamping, it holds really nicely.
Depth to it, I noticed as well.
It's got a really nice sort of lip here, so messy mixed media things like that, where you're adding a lot of water down, it's all going to sort of stay within this one spot. But we just absolutely love it here.
Now we've got a bit of a deal with this one. Apparently there was a deal recently which we're kind of honouring, we're matching as well.
We're stealing it, aren't we?
I don't think we're really meant to do it, but anyway.
But it's okay.
It's okay, we're going to do it anyway. So the chevrons are in, the price is dropping down. $17.99 you would normally be paying, but we're knocking a £5 off that price, meaning that today you are paying just $12.99.
So because my paper is a little bit crinkled, I'm just adding a bit of tape extra. You can buy extra magnets for your stamping press as well. So if that's something that you want to sort of look into, you can. Then let's take our poinsettia and we're going to stamp this over the top here. Now I
Excuse me.
With a different colour on here. Now we are going to cut it down, so don't worry about it, whereabouts you sort of place it. You just want to have the most sort of like interesting details throughout where you're going to stamp it. And then we're going to pick this up on our stamping press, and I'm going to go in with my evergreen. Now this is a really nice sort of like forest green colour from our stamps. You of course could go straight in with black if you wanted to here, but we are going in with green just to make this look completely different.
Excuse me.
Add in lots of colour here. Now what we can do is we can go in a number of times with this because we're doing it on our stamping press. So let me just stick that back down to make sure that doesn't lift up. And then we'll go over with our press. And the beauty of having your press for stamps like this is that when you have bits and pieces that don't sort of show up, or if you want to create a darker background, we just go back in and you layer up that colour until you're happy with the finished article. So I'm going to keep doing this a few times. I'm going to go back up there into that design, and you can start to see that green sort of taking over
it's
in those colours there. So we can keep doing that. Of course, if you wanted to go in with like your jet black here, it would give you such a gorgeous effect as well. But obviously, because it's a poinsettia, we wanted to keep to that nice green and gold selection on here. Going to go in one more time. This is the beauty of inking as well, isn't it? You can go in as many times as you want to create.
I like the stamp platform that you're using as well. It's good because it's going exactly where you want it to go.
Exactly where you want it to go, isn't it? It's fantastic because we don't have a hinge system on this.
Right.
It's magnets, so it doesn't move as other sort of stamping presses that are about do sort of tend to have a little, because you're lifting it up in that way, it has that tendency to move, whereas this one just clips on there and you press it down. So I think this is going to be my last sort of impression on there. I'm quite happy with the intensity of that green now. And then we're going to peel this off and we're going to trim this down. So we can just move that back over there. I'm going to bring in my trimmer.
Lovely.
And we're going to just trim this out of our cardstock now. So I'm giving myself a nice little edge because I do want to have that sort of really nice distressed look around the outside here. So I'm trying to match that up on each side, and then we'll just do that top because it's a little bit, is that right? I think it is. I think it's just the top here. It's a little bit off.
Just a smidgen.
On that top area. So you can just trim that out and make sure you're happy with it, let me just straighten that out now, because otherwise it's going to stare at me all the time. It's just about getting one sort of section right, and then you can go back around and make those areas as detailed as you want. Now, because this is a water-based ink pad and we've laid it up a lot of times on here, you will find that the ink can sometimes sort of sit on the top and not dry properly. But if you just give that a little blast with your heat gun, that's going to set that colour into the paper and give you this really nice look. Now, with poinsettias, there is one colour that I think goes so well, especially with Christmas themed products. So we're going to bring in a piece of our stamping card. This is our craft card, and I've just cut this into a DL size to be able and scored it to be able to make my card blank on here. So we're going to stick this to one side. I think we're going to keep it. Shall we go centrally? Let's go centrally. This is the beauty of sort of
Kind of twist and turn, don't you? You put it
you're
together.
Like, yeah. This as well will work really nice on this size, but you can also have it as like a landscape card. You could have it as a portrait card. Because of the shape, it's really, really beautiful. So let's go in with a few more of our pads just to raise that off our craft card. And then when I was thinking of sentiments for this, I was like, I want something that is going to work with my design. Didn't necessarily want a die, so let's pop this in the centre. And I wanted something that was match that craft design as well. So I've gone for just my type Christmas sentiment strip pad. And in here you get that gorgeous craft design, you get the black and you get the white, and they're all in that really fancy style where you just trim them out and they make really nice thin strip sentiments. So for this one, I've chosen Peace, Love and Joy. Yes, Christmas, just my type Christmas sentiment strips.
And I love this. You've got all sorts of fabulous snowman kisses and which is really
so many
cute.
great ones, isn't there? Snow is falling, sparkle and shine.
For a little pudding.
We've also got sort of different elements throughout. So these ones are more like sentiments. Then we've got ones that are got relatives on. So you've got sort of like wonderful mum in there. I'll show you in a moment. So
I love the style, the craft styles.
You've got those ones there, which are the same. So Baby's First Christmas, Snowman Kisses, the most wonderful time of the year. And then you've got like Have, Wonderland, December, Rudolph. So words in a sense.
Oh, so you can kind of put together your own sentences.
So you can kind of put your own sentences together. And then we've got some more here that say Merry Christmas to someone special, joy to the world. So there's a really nice mix and you get them in all of the different colours. And then we've got stuff like special couple, father-in-law, a jolly granddad, lovely mother, wonderful father, magical niece, sister, angel of an auntie, daddy elf, daughter and son-in-law, best boyfriend. So it's really nice because you've got so much there that you can sort of create your sentiments with.
$7.99 for all of those. That's brilliant.
So your strips are a really good foam pad to get to go with these, and we're going to just really simply layer these across our stamp. So I've gone with Peace, Love and Joy because I think that works really nice with sort of poinsettias at this time of year. So Peace, Love and Joy, and this one says From Our Home to Yours.
Lovely. One thing I'm learning is that the extensive range of foam tape and
we've got loads of it.
Squares and all sorts of
it. So I'm just going to piece it so it just sort of sits to this side of my card. Nice. We're going 3/4 of the way down. So we're going to keep it quite simple. I think again I'm just going to match that. This is the problem. There's so many options.
It takes longer to decide.
People will be
this
screaming
bit,
at the screen, put it that way, put it that way. But there you go. So keeping it quite simple, creating a really fun background to stamp onto, but then using your colours instead of using those sort of like black and whites can give you a really nice look on your
I love that. If you're into your mixed media and like you say, your messy crafting, that is beautiful. Lovely result. Really enjoyed that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Really good fun. And we've actually got the trio of stamps all coming together with that one. Talking about bundles, I will tempt you with another one in just a few moments. But this one, We've had to kind of do a little bit of a jiggle around with regards to one of the bundles that we're going to share with you as well. So we've obviously been talking about Christmas with the 2 bundles that we're sharing with you. You might not be ready for Christmas yet, but we will revisit those later. But this is a bundle that we saw not all that long ago that lots of you took advantage of. But some of you,
so popular.
Some of you may well have missed these, and it's kind of your last chance saloon with these.
Yes, yeah, we are very, very limited on these now, and they won't be sort of ordered again after this. So if you're loving this style of stamp and this is something you're really interested in, but you're not into Christmas just yet, then this is a perfect sort of in-between.
I love this. You're actually going to get 3 of these. So again, we're looking at £8 per stamp. So you've got your large stamp there with you've got butterflies on there. You've got a variety of additional ones, including that kaleidoscope of butterflies coming together on that one. And the final one, in a similar sort of vein to the other bundles, you've got your DL with these. Now, you would usually be paying £8 for each one of these, but again, we're going to honour the deal that we saw previously and drop that price down. So instead of going for £8 each, you're getting 3 for 2, £16, but we do not have much in the way of stock of these. We just thought these would be a nice addition to the show because it's keeping that same a kind of positive negative space idea going with these. So again, every single one of these you get a little serving suggestion. I don't know if we've got finished samples with these ones to show, but when you do actually get the packaging, it gives you an idea of how they're going to look to start with. And I'm sure if you go rooting around on social media for the love of stamps, you'll find some ideas.
Yeah, Hunkydory website as well. We'll have a gallery with all of our card makes that we used with this collection.
I love it. It's a popular item, but as I say, once the stock has gone, once it's sold out, we won't have any more of these. So if you do like the idea of getting those 3 for just £16, you better be jolly quick about making that decision.
Absolutely.
I love it. Some of the different stamps that we've been speaking of, including these, we do have individuals if you're wanting to shop for some of those. We've got some gorgeous florals as well, potentially, you might look at. So yeah, do have a little kind of rummage around as well. Incidentally, the snowy scenes that we were looking at, which was this one to start with, this one is incredibly busy, very popular.
It's just beautiful, isn't it? It's such gorgeous artwork and so many amazing creative ways in which you can use these ones as well. I mean, just stamping them in black and colouring them in gives you such a gorgeous finish. This is such a beautiful one here. Using your inks to create that gorgeous sort of ombre in there. It's incredible.
Beautiful. And you can be really directional with your colours with these as well if you want to. It turns anybody into an artist, doesn't it?
I think so. Really easily as well. This one's beautifully coloured.
Lovely. I love that kind of injection of red there on the little ribbon that's sitting on the wreath there. The little bunny rabbit there, just trying to figure out how he's going to get through that gate. This is clever as well because it shows you how you can kind of do your different styles of cards with these as well. And of course the beauty is you've got your different sizes with these, which means if you do want to make your larger cards as well, you can take the DL ones and use 2 of them together. Equally so, if you wanted to use them just by themselves and just use that contrast of your black card. I love that idea.
It's so nice, isn't it?
Beautiful.
With your embossing powder. It's so simple.
Yes.
But really classic.
Love
I mean, stamping this as well onto parchment and creating sort of like
you
lanterns
imagine?
or having lights behind it.
That's a nice idea.
Really
I
gorgeous
love it.
as
But
well.
just to reiterate, within that trio, you are only paying for 2 of those stamps, but you're actually getting sent all 3 of them, and you're only paying £16 for those. So beautiful, brilliant selection there, proven to be very popular. Over 20% of the stock has gone. So make sure you're getting nice and early with regards to these. Love it. You have to be quick.
Shall we do a demo with one of those ones?
Oh, go on then. Let's do that.
I'm going to do the robin. I absolutely love this, and we're keeping it quite simple in the way that we're going to do it on an A6 card, which is the size of sort of the stamp. But we're going to do something a little bit different once we've finished it. So on one side, I've already stamped my image, and we're going to recreate that on the inside.
Okay.
Because we're going to do something quite fun with this once we've finished. So let's just add our stamp in, and then making sure that this is the right way around. Just going to line it up to the edges of my cardstock there. So this is really fun because you're pretty much making the card as we go. So we're going to lay that down. And then I wanted to be able to stamp this on my card, but I also wanted to be able to colour it in as well. So I wanted a nice mix of colours. So I wanted my sky to be quite blue, but then have like quite a dark colour at the bottom for using as like a base layer. So what I decided to do was grab some of my colours. So we've got Midnight Black, Stormy Night, we've got Prussian Blue, and we've got Electric Blue as well. So I think most of these are from our ink pads, our new ink pads. I think maybe the Midnight Black, I think I've got maybe my older one here. So I think the new black is the Concrete, which is a really nice deep colour. I've got charcoal as well, is quite nice.
Okay.
So I'm just going to mix these onto here. So going from that black into your Stormy Night and just going onto those sections a little bit more as well. And then we're bringing that colour up even further. And we're going to go into our Prussian Blue, which is a really deep royal blue. And again, just blending that colour in. And then we're going to finish off with our Electric Blue right up at the top here. So again, just merging those colours in.
Beautiful.
And then we're going to stamp this onto here. So just again, moving all of that colour in. Once you've got that stamped down, just going in with your fingers and really adding pressure to all of those areas. If you've got a brayer is really good to use over
Don't
the
be
top.
too speedy. Give that ink time to make contact with the cardstock as well. Sometimes we rush things, don't we?
I think so, and then you end up having to go back in.
Yes,
Whereas if you're a little bit patient and make sure that you're giving it enough time, then it gives you better results in the end. So lifting
I can't wait
this
to see
off
it.
now. And I think it's done really quite good, actually.
Oh, look at that.
Got a little bit here at
cute.
the top where your colour's not so vibrant. So in that sort of case there, you can go straight back in, which I absolutely love. So we can go in and we'll focus the colour again, just kind of on the top. We don't necessarily need to do the darker areas. That's stamped quite nicely on there. So just adding in.
Incidentally, the ink pads that Natalie's using, you can get on the website. We've got a pick and mix. So when you're shopping for these, £11.96 will actually get you 5 of these ink pads. So add them into your basket and you will see that that price will drop down. So usually you would be shopping for 4 of those for that price, but each one being £2.99, add them into your basket and it will automatically do that calculation for you. And you've got loads of colours to choose from. And we have got the Prussian Blue in stock. We have got that gorgeous charcoal that we touched on there as well. So loads of different colours. Some of those are quite limited. So if you wanted to go down the sepia tone, the Muddy Boots, that one we haven't got huge quantities of.
That's such a lovely colour as well, that Muddy Boots. Okay, so the next step is to create our card. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to take my craft knife and we can actually just move this whole section out of the way so we know that it's nice and flat. And I'm going to start around the edge of this flower here. So just squaring that off around that white piece. And we're going to fuzzy cut the whole way around our robin.
Okay.
Around the beak section here. And then down this side of its wing, and we're going to come to this little gate that you have, this sort of fence area with the snow on it, and just run your pen along the edge of there like that. And then what you can do,
That's
if
a good
you
craft knife.
are
Impressed with that.
happy to do so, you could do it with your craft knife straight away, but what I'm going to do is just use my trimmer so I know that it's directly down that score line. We can just pop this out of the front now, and then when we go and fold this over, you're going to create that front fold card where you have that image.
Oh, look at that.
Twice, but it opens up to create that gorgeous view. Now we're going to colour this in with our craft markers to make this really, really vibrant. But you don't want to sit here and watch me colour for an hour because I would take that long. So I've got one that I started to colour earlier. And we just have our little robin and our other elements to colour in. So I've coloured one robin in on this side, but we're going to colour in the front of our robin. You could just leave it white like this, add snow if you wanted to, but bringing in that colour really brings it to life, I think.
Wonderful.
So let's take our robin here. So what I like to do is go in with my lightest colour first, and we're using our craft markers here. So I'm just going to go around this area.
Now tell me
with
about craft markers, because I've not come across these before.
So these are our Prism craft markers. These are an alcohol-based marker. So you can do lots of sort of like really deep colouring with this. You've got two ends to your craft marker. So you get the chisel tip, which I use to colour in a lot of that space. And then you have your sort of fine nib, which I'm using here just to bring in that colour ever so slightly. But what's great about this is that we can go over these areas and really bring in the sort of depth of colour here and just keep
So layering up
and layer up the
yeah.
colours and build them in. So I'm adding in now that really nice deep orange onto here.
That's a gorgeous colour.
I'm going to go back in with my peachy colour. Normally with some alcohol markers and a lot of alcohol markers from other companies, to blend your colours together you need to have that colourless blender, which we do have in our pastel set, but our colourless blender almost acts as like an eraser, so it pushes the ink of the colour around. So if you're wanting to sort of like blend two colours together, just bring in that lighter colour again and work over that join, and it will give you that sort of seamless blend.
Very much so.
From your colour.
Details are popped up on the screen, as you can see. $78.99 is going to get you that fabulous set of 78 pens, should I say. You're going to get a handbook with that as well. So usually you're paying £131.87. Also got the ability for you to split the pay on those as well, which would make
really
sense.
nice. Yeah.
And these are tools, aren't they? These are tools you'll go back and use over and over again. And you've got 3 of those split pays. First one being £26. And if you've not shopped with us yet today, you'll have your P&P going on top of that. I know many of you have already shopped for other things, not only in this hour, but previous hours as well.
And
yeah, I just love the look of these.
I love colouring in with these pens, but I just find them so effortless. They give you such deep colour, really vivid.
And they're dual tip as well.
Yeah, so you've got that nice sort of chisel tip end for all your thick ones, thicker areas, and then you've got your thinner end as well. So you want to go into those smaller detailed areas, or say the areas of his little feet here. We can get that
kind
in.
of intricate with some of the areas you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to go in and layer up this darker brown now, just bring in that colour in a little bit more. And I'm doing sort of like larger sort of brush strokes here to create that sort of fluffy texture that you would get within your sort of birds. And then we can go back over and join up those colours with that lighter tone as well. So just adding that in. And then we've got, I don't know whether they might still be in my car actually. I thought I'd brought them with me, but I think I've left them in the car, unless they're under.
What's it after?
I was just after my other craft markers, but I don't think I've got them. I think I've just got the ones that were in my bag. It's absolutely fine. So now you've transformed the look of your stamp because you've coloured the whole thing in there. And then you've got that really nice difference because we've also coloured in both of those sections. So you've got that robin in there and that robin on there. All we have to do is add our sentiment. So I'm going in with those dies, sorry, I've got them here.
Okay.
They are our Festive Words and Wishes dies. You get 40
40
dies
45
in
dies?
45 dies.
Wow.
All of them on there. So you've got so many different words. We've got Christmas, Happy, New Year, Bright, Greetings, Seasons, Merry, Believe, Wishes, Wonderland, Walking. They're great to use with stamps like this though, because you can recreate all your different sentiments.
The style of font as well, because it's very useful in loads of different styles. Yeah.
It's not specific, it's not fancy, it's very, very traditional. But a little bit funky, but it works so well with this. So we're going to add this on, and I've cut it from my stickables now. I don't know if you've met stickables yet.
No, tell me about
stickables. Stickables are our stickable sheets. So we have them in lots of different colours. We brought Christmas ones out as well. These ones are just our white sheets, but they're great for working with stamps because we've got white, black, and what's the other one? Ivory in our essential stickables, which for stamping is perfect because obviously you will either stamp in white or black, and then what you do is you just cut them out using your dies, lay them on, they're kind of like, it creates your dies into sort of like peelable stickers. So you can just pop that on there. We've gone for Season's Greetings. I think I've put that on a little bit of a wonk. But we can just lift it up ever so slightly. Because until you sort of put pressure on that, it's not fully stuck down. So we'll just straighten that sentiment out. There we go. Move my hand out of the way so I can see.
Oh, that's fabulous. I like that.
And then once you're happy with where that is, I think we're okay with that. I can just flip that over.
So just kind of burnish
it. And then if I was going to post this out to someone, I'd add another panel of cardstock just to hide all of the colouring in on that back piece. But then you can create really nice sort of false fronts with your cards by just sort of stamping them twice and then layering that colour onto it. And it's a great way of using these stamps as well and not having such a deep background as if you were using black. I mean, we're going to use black in the next demo and it looks incredible. But if you want to like lighten that up a bit, you can do that by sort of creating ombres with your inks.
Absolutely. We've got the boards here, so that will illustrate how they would look if you did decide to just go in with your solid black. Obviously, we're looking at a set of 3 here. You'd usually be paying £8 for each one of them. They are each available individually, so if you do want to shop for them, you can do. So, for instance, the cottage that we've got on the end there, if you're wanting to go for that as a stamp by itself, then you can do. You're going to be paying £8 for that stamp, which is jolly good value, as are, they're all £8 to be fair. So if you just wanted to shop for one, then brilliant. But if you are looking at any of the others alongside it, it might be worth looking at the bundle, because when you're actually going for 2, you'll be paying £16, and that's what you're paying for the bundle of 3. So do think about it, do the maths before you decide to commit yourself to an order. So there you go, beautiful as the village. Absolutely gorgeous. The packaging will give you some little ideas. So if I spin that round, you can see a little suggestion, serving suggestion, how you can work with that. So the details that are up on your screen now is that gorgeous village. So if you're wanting this one, it's ZDH, is that D61 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. So yeah, that's a beautiful one by itself. But then of course the robin that we've just saw in use, if you're wanting to go for the robin by itself, part of the trio. And again, if you are shopping for a couple of these, do go for the trio, because you're actually getting an extra stamp as a bit of a bonus. But of course it's giving you the opportunity to shop just for individuals, and again you will get a little suggestion of how you can work with the robin, another idea. But so many lovely ideas with regards to those. Since we're doing those ones individually, should we look at the other ones as well, because we've got a second set that's available for you again as a trio. But again, you can shop for them individually. Similar sort of idea, they are working out at £8 each. So if we go for the baubles to start with, if you're wanting to shop for the baubles, £8 for that particular one. Again, a little serving suggestion on the back there to give you some ideas of how you can work with them. The baubles by themselves, a QRH D34 if you're wanting to shop for that one, which is a really, really pretty one. Next one that we've got in the middle is that DL version, which again is that poinsettia, which we saw in action. Really pretty stamp, that one again. £8 by itself. Details popped up on your screen if you're wanting to go for that particular one. And again, you've got some ideas. And that's a lovely one to use your watercolour pens or your alcohol markers with. Beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really
effective. I liked the demo that we saw with that one. The last one is the beautiful Christmas tree. And I love this because the way that the Christmas tree comes together, you can really see the pine needles, which, considering it's a kind of a negative area stamp, I think is very effective. Lovely little kind of strands, as you can see there as well, adding that beautiful scene. And that stamp by itself, again, phenomenal value for money at £8, really good size, and a lovely suggestion of how you can work with that, getting your colours involved, maybe adding little sparkly baubles on there as well. You could have loads of fun, and that is a popular one by itself as well. So £8, the details of which are up on your screen. Which one have you chosen to work with?
We're going to use the baubles. Now, we're going to do it a bit different this time because we're going to stamp it in black and we're actually going to colour it in with our watercolour. Our brush pens as well. So showing you all of our different prism ranges with this one. So I've made my card blank from some watercolour card, and I have cut this to, it's 5 by 5 in size. However, I've cut the front off at 4 to make it a little bit thinner, to make this card look a bit more different. So I'm going to layer up my ink onto here. And again, with stamps like this, you might just want to go over and add in your ink, but it's really important to add as much ink as possible because it is like a silhouette stamp. You want to be able to get as much coverage down that first time. Of course, we can go back in because we've got our magic press, but you just want to make sure you are fully loaded with your ink.
First time that you worked with this kind of stamp, I mean, is there anything that we need to know about priming the stamp before you use it or anything like that? Or just
I
get
would
straight in
definitely
there?
suggest, if you're buying them straight away, to clean your stamps off with some either stamp cleaner or just hot soapy water, because when they're made in the factory, they come with like a nice sticky residue. And sometimes when you're going to stamp something straight away, it can often miss spaces. When it's a silhouette stamp like this, it misses a lot more of that
Right,
space.
okay.
So I would always suggest cleaning off your stamps first before you go in with them. But let's lift this off and see.
But like you say, if you've gone for the fabulous platform that we're seeing in use here, then
we
if you
can
need
just
to
go
in,
back
you
in.
can,
So that's
yeah.
giving us a really light sort of texture on there. So now we need to just go back in. The craziest bit of this now is just lining it up, because you can obviously make sure. I think I'm okay, but I thought it might have just moved because of the way that I've positioned.
It almost gives you like a lino print look as well with these, doesn't it? When you
Yeah,
kind of-
there's so many different ways that might be the style that you're wanting to go for, that sort of really nice rustic look, maybe especially if you're printing this onto fabric.
I think that's
Or
a
little
lovely
bags
idea.
or gift
Was it
bags.
Susan that suggested
Look
that earlier? I
how-
think it's a brilliant idea.
It's coming together already. That's like one. I would definitely say you're going to want to stamp it at least sort of 3 times to get that
Yes.
really jet black coverage. Also make sure that you're using like your newest ink.
That's a good point, yeah.
So make sure you're using a really juicy ink pad to do that as well. Let's just lift
It's just
this
taking
up
that
now.
little time. What sort of cardstock should we be using with these
So
as well?
you can use it with any type of cardstock or ink
Okay.
cardstock. If you're using our craft markers, we use that in that second demo. This is watercolour card because I'm going to go in with my watercolour pens.
Ah, okay.
So it's really down to more of the mediums you're going to colour it in rather
I'm
than
thinking about the type of ink that you're using, because if you're working with a water-based medium, like your water brush pencil, pens, then you don't want an ink that's going to move when you start adding water to it.
So
yeah.
I'm going to leave it there with our sort
Okay.
of colouring, because I do want to have that sort of nice sort of speckly
Do you know what?
effect in a way.
It gives me an essence of vintage, actually, when you're looking at this. Not only the style of the baubles, but also if you don't have a completely solid back to it, I think it kind of gives it that aged look, which I love.
So I'm just going to trim this so that my card is sort of fully flat, and then let's just go over this here. And because we've added loads of ink in, and it's a water-based ink pad that we've used, I'm just going to go over with my heat gun. I mean, when we go and colour this in, it's not going to change anything anyway. It's not going to, because of the ink we're using, it's not going to give us any trouble, but I just want to make sure that that is nice and dry, mainly because I get it all over my hands. I'm such a pain at doing that. So we're going to go in with some of our brush markers. And what I love about these is that you can get really nice colouring effects by sort of bringing your colours out. So I'm focusing my colours where I want that sort of deep area of light to hit. And then I'm going to go in with my water brush pens and just lift this colour out.
That's nice.
To give you that stunning look, and you can just
giving it
drag
that soft look, isn't it?
that out here as well. And then let's go in with our blues. So I'm going to just add this colour along here and along the bottom as well. Let's go in with our lighter blue now. So I'm going to just add that blue across these areas here.
Well, you could have a
And what's
lovely
great
time
about these
colouring
as well
these.
is that you have your really nice brush marker on one end.
yeah.
But you also have a fine liner on the other end, which is the exact same colour, the exact same pigment, water-based as well. So if you wanted to add the water over a smaller area, it's perfect. But for detailed designs like this, it's great because you can really get into those
I don't
areas
think
and add.
I've seen a water-based pen that's got such a brilliant mixture of those two ends.
It's
First
great,
time I've
isn't
seen the
it?
fine liner end. So
We
yeah.
have, these come in 6 different sets. We have your Blue Lagoon, which this colour is from. We have your Berry Burst, Sunsets, and your Woodland Walk. So you've got your nice greens in there. You're also going to get your antique colours and your pastel shades. So you get 6 bundles. Each bundle comes in a pack like this. So you get all 12 markers in each pack.
Nice.
And they're absolutely fantastic. This is our Forest Walk one, so you can see it's got all your greens and browns. I have all of them, but they're a little bit, not all of my colours are actually in here.
Oh, okay.
But you can kind of get the gist of them. So this is your Berry Burst. Then you have your Antique Dreams. Some of my colours are missing because I've got them out. Blue Lagoon here, so you've got your deep greys, really nice blues, and then sort of turquoise colours. Heavenly Sunset has all of your oranges, browns, and those really nice golden yellows. Then you have your rainbow pastels.
Oh, I like
with
that
all of
set,
the really nice colours in. And then you also have your Forest Walk, which has all of your greens in. Have I got 2? No, I've got them all there. So that's 6, 6 all together.
Although pen's missing, but
Pens
you
are
can
missing.
you can see the
but
colours
all
on
of
the
the different
bottom,
colours
yeah.
that you're going to get are there. So recently we didn't have our rainbow pastels or our antique dreams. We didn't actually have them in a bundle of 6, but now we do have them in a bundle of 6 for you, so you can get all of them together and the handbook that goes with them.
Okay, right, okay.
And Anne-Marie is watching today, so she has said that we can do a deal, which we definitely shouldn't be able to do.
Okay.
But we're going to do it anyway because Anne-Marie said so.
Well, if Anne-Marie is good enough for Anne-Marie, no
Half
way.
price.
These are brilliant.
Half price. These aren't the ones you're going to get. These are mine, so there are colours missing out of the sets, but massive, 12
That
colours
is a
in each set, and
huge
you get
saving.
6 sets there.
That is brilliant because split pay means you're only paying £24 today.
It's crazy, isn't it? There's so much included, and a handbook. And the handbook is jam-packed full with the products you should use that are best to work with this. It is absolutely jam-packed with loads of things.
brilliant
So
value. I like
I'm just going
those.
to add the rest of my colour into here. So I'm just going to go in with my
Lovely.
pink.
And it's nice if you've got the full set because you're covered for everything, aren't you? From foliage to flowers and those gorgeous
And that's
bright
what's
tones.
perfect about these colours is how many different shades we've got. So I'm just going to add that in. I think I'm going to go in with my teal across here and just drag that colour down. So just get your water brush. And I'm just using my Hobby Maker microfiber cloth for cleaning everything off. If people are wondering what that is there. I love it. I love it because I can get it really dirty.
And keep it
then
close
I just
by,
wash it in the washing machine, or I can put it in just like a tub with some soapy water, and it really helps to get rid of all of the bits and pieces. So then let's colour in these areas. We're just going to do one bauble because I have one that's sort of like ready to go. So just get in those fine areas. Of course, you can switch over it this time if you want to your fine liner. I'm just going to go around into there, and then you can build up your colour as well. So you can go back in to these centre pieces and layer on your colour again to give that really nice vivid look.
Beautiful.
And then for my greens, I have used number 026, which is this really nice green colour, and because it's black you can really layer on that colour and go over all of those sort of sections to get that in quite quickly. So I've gone over with those bits in there, and then we're just going to go back in with a darker green just in that centre to add a hint of that colour on there. So once you've sort of got all of your other elements coloured in, yours is going to look something like this. So we've added more colours to all of our different baubles, keeping it with those 2 sort of colourways. So we're just going with that pink and that teal. And then let's finish this off. So I still need to finish my other little ribbon because I don't really want that to stay white. So let's just go in.
Stick out like a sore thumb
It will,
otherwise, won't it?
People will think you haven't coloured in. So just going around around there with that colour. And these are really great, I think, for people who like messy crafting, because you can use them in the same way as you use your ink. So in that first demo where I did that background piece, you can do exactly the same with these pens. You can also
just take
mix
them direct to the stamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
And colour your stamp with them and then add them in. So let's do... No, you haven't. Well, I'm going to use this stamping press right now, so that's a good thing.
We're going to be talking about the stamping press in a little while, because
Yeah.
Anne-Marie has authorised another deal for you as well.
She's being
She's having
sneaky,
a whale
isn't
of a
she?
time, isn't she? Bringing us some absolute bargains.
So I'm going to keep this in here, and yes, I am going to have my stamp this way around at the moment. So I'm going to pop in my sentiment, and I'm going to use these ones, which are Christmas overlay stamps. So we're just going to pop Merry Christmas in here, but I wanted to do something that was quite fun, which is why I'm using my stamping press to do this, because you do need to go over it a number of times. I could use ink here and I could find an ink that works. However, you can also, with these, like we were just saying, colour your stamp directly. So I'm using the same colour.
Lovely. Gorgeous.
And then we can just use that colour on there.
We've got the details up already. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. So we had it on the show already. The details are there, £34.99.
Wow.
Now, today and this day only,
That's-
we're allowed to bring it down to the price of £29.99. So that's kind of saving a fiver, really, aren't you?
That is awesome, because this
That
is
is good.
such a phenomenal tool, and a
You've
tool that you
used
will
it
need.
throughout.
You will really need with these stamps. So I've stamped my Merry, and I've used that matching pink to go in there, and then we're just going to clean this off with my cloth, and let's go in with the Christmas stamp. So let's pop that.
Okay, all right,
We'll
that's a nice
overlay it
idea,
like
yeah.
halfway across.
Yeah.
Let me just get my
See, that's
top
nice,
and bottom
because the colour
straight.
that you've got in your baubles is exactly the same match now.
Yeah, and we'll do exactly the same with our Christmas. We'll just go in with that tealy colour and just line that over.
It's like having 72 ink pads.
It is,
as well.
it is. So maybe you don't have that many ink pads, or maybe you've not treated yourself to that many ink pads, then you can still use, especially if you've got your stamping press, it makes it so much easier for
Doesn't
sort
it
of
just,
going back
yeah.
in and building up that colour.
I love this stamp press, yeah.
It's really cool. So then, there you go, a very gorgeously
Beautiful.
coloured card with that really fun stamp.
That is lovely. Oh, I love that effect. Oh, Natalie, thank you for that. Really enjoyed it. And I know you guys enjoyed it as well, because you've been literally hanging, waiting for Natalie to finish that design, but you are now checking your baskets out again. So you're back a little bit later on?
I'm back in an hour.
Lovely.
We are bringing you back our Winter Wonderland, and we are bringing back that By the Show, because we have stocked up on our parchment and our little book, so make sure you stay tuned for that.
Oh, okay. And Andy will be bringing that show to you a little bit later on, but I'm going to be here back after that break with Gwen. First time that I've ever worked with Gwen. Very much looking forward to it with Creative Expressions. So for the time being, Natalie, thank you.
You're welcome.
Had a whale of a time. I'll see you in a moment.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Did you know that digital downloads are now available on the Hobbymaker website? Just pop over to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to downloadable content, choose the collection you would like to buy and click purchase. This will be an instant payment, and once purchased you will receive an email. Click on the link and it will take you here. Click download, and once downloaded the file will appear in your downloads folder. Right click on the folder and click on extract all. Once extracted, open the folder, click auto run and you're ready to craft. For more information, help and support, go to the further details section of the purchase page. Digital crafting with Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hello there and welcome.
Hello,
Right up to the wire, eh?
Yes, I'm like, well, I like to live on the edge.
I love it. Now we are back, obviously, with Creative Expressions, and it's my first time working alongside Gwen, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Me too.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too.
And now you have chosen a fabulous hour to join us because we've got the most incredible artwork in the form of stamps.
Absolutely.
That we're sharing with everybody.
So these are from our designer boutique range, which is kind of a sub part of Creative Expressions, if you like. And these are rubber stamps, which I like. I'm very, very into my rubber stamps. And they're Christmassy, wintry, not too specific, I would say, perhaps. Big stamps, big DL
Huge
stamps, really
stamps,
popular
yeah.
size, and a fabulous selection of scenery.
Absolutely. They're beautiful stamps that you can be able to use in a variety of different ways. Incredible amount of detail with these, and we've also got a set of sentiments that will work alongside them. Now, the beauty is they're all coming together, which I know is going to be a brilliant big bundle that you are going to love. Now, we've brought the details up on the screen straight away, but the price on your screen may change. You know it will. Now, I love these. Now, let's look at these individually, because one of the first ones that we've got, which is this kind of signpost, I love this style of stamp. I just think it's just a brilliant idea. Now, the stamps themselves, grey rubber.
Grey rubber.
All mounted, scrolled, ready to go.
Deeply etched, hand cut around the edges, so you haven't got the excess rubber for your ink to catch onto. You've got a cling backing on it, which once you get it out of the packet, just peel that away, and that reveals this staticky, clingy, sort of foamy background that will cling to your stamping platform or your block.
And so they're all ready to go the moment they arrive, and you decide how you're going to be working with them. And I love this because there's so many different styles of how you can put these together in a project.
And if I can just bring in the sentiment set, this is a clear stamp set, the sentiment one. On here, we've got various stamps which are going to sit on the signpost.
that
So
clever?
you've got Ho-Ho Highway, Santa's Grotto, that sort of thing.
And
so
they-
you can make up your own signpost.
I love that, absolutely. So if you fancy getting hold of the signpost, it's in the bundle. So that is the beauty of it. You can get really creative with it as well, adding your own colours to it. Watercolour pens, maybe alcohol markers.
Absolutely, any of your favourite colouring mediums. As you all know by now, I like my watercolours better than alcohol markers. But, you know, whatever you like to use will suit these absolutely perfectly.
Absolutely. And
Experiment with embossing powders.
Nice idea, yes.
Sparkle, lots of sparkle.
Oh, yeah, it's got to have a sparkle.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have a bit of sparkle. The finished samples that we've got illustrating how you can use these, there's such a wide range of how some of them are more subtle, some are stronger.
Well, we've got an amazing design team, and I have to say thank you to all of those for their wonderful efforts. They've really brought these stamps to life with, as you say, Hayley, this variety of style and colour and different ways you can treat them. And you'll notice in some of the samples, you don't have to use that whole stamp. It can be cut down and made smaller. If you like smaller cards, you can certainly do that.
Absolutely. So there you go. That is the first that you've got within your set. Getting a comprehensive range of stamps. You've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sets.
Yeah, so 5.
But multiples.
Yeah,
within
5
them.
of the rubbers.
Yes.
And then the sentiment set is a
Beautiful.
clear set. Yeah.
Absolutely. Where shall we go next? Shall we? Well, we've had a quick look at the signposts. We've had a quick look at the sentiments. Let's look at the baubles that we've got next. Now, the baubles, again, a really nice stamp that you've got with
I
this
love
one.
this stamp.
Beautiful.
It's got, although it's linear and they're obviously static, somehow it's got movement. You've got that lovely pine bough at the top, and the baubles are hanging off
Oh, so
what
got
would
that
apparently
upside
be a
down, doesn't
branch,
it?
I guess.
Yes, yeah.
But because they are sort of quite clearly individual baubles, you can separate these out and use them independently as well. And you'll see that on some of the samples.
Beautiful.
And we've got some lovely background effects. So this one done by Christine, as you can see, she's taken out that large bauble.
Love that.
Isn't that nice?
Very effective as well. Oh, no.
And now this one is just using that snowflake
Okay, right.
that comes on the set and making a background with it.
Clever.
So there are lots of other options.
Oh, I like this one.
I love that. The colours are great,
Is
aren't
that a resist technique that's been used with that one?
I think, is it white embossing powder?
Yes.
So it's either been coloured first and then stamped and embossed on top, or it's been stamped and embossed and then coloured over. You can do it either way.
Same stamp, 2 techniques, very
So
different looks.
different.
Whoops, a daisy.
Oh, that's
Sorry,
all right.
Gwen,
They're
throwing
easy
that.
to hold, aren't
Don't
they?
take that personally.
No,
I'm throwing that at
you're
you.
all right. I'll just throw something back in a minute.
I love it. Beautiful array of different examples. And again, solid colour tones, lighter tones with these. Beautiful
love this
examples.
one.
That's
I love
effective, isn't
that.
it? I like that
I think
one.
that's Sheila, and she's
Yes,
a whiz
they're
with watercolour.
gorgeous.
She always does lovely backgrounds and that.
Very, very
Really
good.
brings it to 3D,
Beautiful.
doesn't it?
I love it. And again, they're really effective. This one, I don't know if you can see, you've got little tiny kind of beads that have been added to some of these baubles as well. So very, very effective. Absolutely gorgeous. So that one is your baubles that is included within that bundle as well. We like that one a lot. Next one that we've got for you. Can I show you this next one? Because I don't know if it's the next one that's on the series that we're looking at. But this is lovely because it's got a really ethereal feel with it. Because you've got little fairies.
Yes, so
this
we've
is
got our
so
Christmas
cute.
fairies. And they're like baubles, but they're crescents.
Yes.
So a little bit different, and the fairies are obviously swinging and having a good time on those crescents.
Absolutely.
And again, I mean, you can go to town with your sparkles here, with your glitter bits, your holographic glitter bits, your twinkles, whatever it is you might have in our lovely cosmic shimmers.
Absolutely. You can go quite subtle with these, quite strong with these. I mean, this one is a lovely one that you've got
I
that
love
gorgeous
that.
tone.
And again, that's what I mean about not having to do a
Yeah.
DL card. This is a square card, and the stamp is covering sort of 2/3 of that square, but it still works. It's still gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful. This just shows how much fine detail you've got within that stamp as
Yes,
well.
you can just simply stamp with an ink and leave it to
Gorgeous.
dry and have a crisp image, or you can bring in your embossing powders. The choice is yours.
And there you go. Look at the difference with that solid black background on there
things
as well.
on black backgrounds. They
Isn't
can be
that
really
lovely?
striking, can't they?
I love that one. So that one is your fairy kind of baubles, crescent moons. Like that idea with that one. The next one you are going to love because this is a scene and this is beautiful.
I think this will be the most popular. I'm predicting it.
Absolutely. That's it. We've got the crystal ball. I don't think you need a crystal ball, to be fair, because with artwork like this, you can realise just how amazing it is. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful. I love that. You've got your black and white and then that little yellow light to show someone's at home. That's
It's
very
lovely,
effective, isn't it?
and that's the one I'm going to be demoing first.
I love it. The stamp itself, a lovely size, so you can see with that one, obviously the grey rubber, good DL size with that one as well. Nice idea, obviously you've got the etched, the detail with that one as well, so you've got all that finer detail in there. Grey rubber, so of course the beauty is, oh, we've got that upside down, there we go. Grey rubber, so you've got the detail. Good size, but you don't have to use it in its entirety. That's nice.
Is it. You can pick bits out. It'd be lovely done across a zigzag fold as well.
Yes,
so you
that's
can see
yeah.
different bits of it as you open the card.
Oh, no, this is a clever one because that is really isolating one area.
Yes, and sometimes we're frightened, aren't we, of splitting a stamp. We think we have to use the whole
that
thing.
part, isn't it? Yeah.
But we really don't.
Love it. Great in its entirety, as you can see. Wonderful cards you're going to be able to make with this one. But I'm just going to bring in this piece here because this is an amazing piece of home decor. That's beautiful.
It's lovely. I think, is that Emma?
Oh, I don't know. Danny.
Danny, sorry, Danny. Yeah, and she's used a piece of MDF that's been shaped and the edges beveled, and then she's stamped onto that and made that into a beautiful Christmas decoration for the home.
I love that one. Now, I think the last set that we've got to share with you on the grey rubber, this is lovely. And I love this. Again, clever use of the space with this one.
Yes, absolutely. So you've got a whole cluster of baubles. It's a bit like when you get them down out of the attic and you're looking in the box and they're all there where you threw them last year. Which one will you choose?
And this is a clever one because the way that it sits, you can actually use it in lots of different directions because they're almost jumbled, aren't they, like you said?
I don't think it has a right or wrong direction.
I like that. Clever idea.
Yes.
There you go. You can see that one using it as on a smaller card. And again, with the sentiments that you've got lots of different sentiments featuring in that last set of stamps that we're going to be touching on because, of course, that means you can mix up the sentiments, put them in different ways.
Now, you've got a really good choice of sentiments there, so you can really make these suit whoever or whatever.
And I love it because, is it Emma? Emmy? Emma?
Emma.
Is that it? Say Emma,
yes.
I love this mixed media feel.
Yes, I do. I think what she's done is she's done an alcohol ink background and then used the ink lift.
Okay, right.
Resist ink, you know, it lifts the alcohol ink off. And that's how she's got the white effect. So you've inked first and then you sort of lift it off and leave a negative.
I love it.
But then you can print with what you've lifted off.
That's clever.
And that's what she's done there.
It's a twofer. Two for one.
Indeed.
Now, this is effective. Look at that.
There's a lot of work in that one.
That
That's
is
so
beautiful.
The colouring, the highlighting
That's
is absolutely
gorgeous.
stunning.
And I love this one because it's just so vibrant and colourful.
Yes.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. So you can really go to town. You can lose yourself for an afternoon with these.
Easily.
Quite happily.
Absolutely. And then Emma has created a beautiful one utilising embossing powders and that gorgeous subtle, kind of soft tone that you've got with that
just
one.
A subtle blended background.
Absolutely.
And then the stamp.
But then going back to a portrait with the same stamp. I love it. Yeah. Don't forget you're going to get your sentiments that we've been seeing in all of those examples as well, all within that bundle. But we better give you a price, haven't we? Obviously, we've teased you with the price that you should be paying on this, but you know how it works here. You are not going to be paying that price. And the price on your screen now means you are paying £7.49 for each of those stamp sets, which is a brilliant price, brilliant saving, and lots of you getting involved with this one. So details on your screen if you're wanting to get these in your basket. More importantly, getting those baskets checked out. We need to see them in action though. So Gwen's going to be using a variety of different things during her demonstration. So you'll see details changing on your screen. We'll probably do a bit of a review as well at the end.
So
but where are we going?
I'm going to start with the scene with the cottage in the woods. I'm using a stamping platform, but you don't have to. You can certainly stamp these by hand if you've got a block big enough. Just a point to say about that, if you use one of your clear plates, perhaps off your cutting machine, if you've got one that's still flat, you can use that as a stamping block.
Good technique, yeah.
So I just wanted to show you, in case you're not familiar, when the rubber comes out of the packet, it won't be blue, mine's had ink on it, obviously. But you just can see all the detail there in the rubber. It's quite deeply cut, beautifully made. And then all you do is take off the cling backing and keep it, because you can put that back on and that'll help to keep this in good condition. So just take your background sheet away, and then I'm going to pop this where I want it on my piece of card, and then we can pick that up on the lid. Okay, so I'm going to be using a Versafine Clair, which is an oil-based ink pad, but you can use any sort of pigment ink or a dye-based ink, depending what you want to do. I want to emboss this with a powder, so I need it to be sticky. And I find the Versafine Clair are really lovely as an embossing ink, and also quite forgiving because we've got this solid area here of silhouette. And it's quite difficult sometimes to get a really solid print from that. So I've got a really juicy ink pad. I'm doing lots of gentle tapping, and hopefully now you can see all that detail starting to come out.
Incredible already.
Yeah. But what you will find is that the first impression you make will dry quite quickly. So you then have two options. You either just leave it to dry, or if, like me, you want to emboss it, you can re-ink and re-stamp if you're using your stamping platform.
Okay.
And you can either re-ink with the same ink, because this ink will take the powder, or you can let it dry and then re-ink with a sticky embossing ink over the top. But this is quite forgiving, because with that large dark area,
That's not
if
bad.
I do
Not
miss
bad
a
at
bit,
all.
if I do miss a bit, because it's dark, you won't necessarily notice when you get the powder on. So another tip, when you're inking a stamp like this where there's a lot of solid space, as you put your ink pad down, just give it a little twist.
Okay.
I'm not pressing really hard, but it releases a lot more ink if you just twist.
That's a good tip. I like that one.
And then go back and tap just to remove any marks there might be, because you don't want swooshy marks in your stamp.
That's a good point, yeah.
Okay. So I'll just do lots and lots of tapping again. But you can see with one impression that's acceptable. So if you're not using a platform, it would still be a good image. But I just want to get it juicy so I can get my powder on there. So lots of pressure. Don't be in too much of a hurry when you get to this stage. Give that ink time to transfer to the card from the stamp. Okay.
So sometimes we're in a bit of a rush, aren't we?
Well, we like
with
to
that.
see what we're doing, don't we? We get all excited and we get ahead of ourselves. Yes.
Oh, look at that.
So we've now got a really solid, really clear image. Really happy with that.
Now, at this stage, do you need to work quite speedily to catch it while it's still wet?
You do with this particular ink.
Okay.
Because it is an ink that will dry on its own without using powder.
Put that back into the pot for you, Gwen. Would that
You certainly
help?
can. Just let me finish this corner, and then that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Save you the trouble.
Okay.
Like to help if I can.
So I now need to heat this with my heat gun, and I'm going to heat it from underneath. Now, there's a huge debate about, do you heat from the top or do you heat from underneath? So I'm going to try and give you the definitive. If you've got a lot of fine detail, you can happily heat from the top.
Okay.
If you've got solid and you heat from the top, you'll get orange peel effect.
Oh, okay, right. So it's almost like that little pitted look.
If you heat from behind, it comes much smoother.
Okay.
It's because it's heating from inside, if you like, rather than just creating a crust on the top.
Yes. Oh, that
Does
makes
that make
sense.
sense?
It does. Makes perfect sense, I have to say.
Sorry about the noise, but let your heat gun get hot as well before you take it to the card. Otherwise, you're spending all that time heating up the card, and then you can actually burn it. So I hope we can get an eye on this.
Oh, I can't wait to see
I've got some speciality embossing powders for you today, which we'll talk about in a minute.
We will indeed.
So I'm just gently moving the heat gun until it gets
go.
going. Can we pick that up?
Oh, yes, you can see it going in that top right corner.
So we're getting a really lovely smooth finish on this. Now I'm keeping the heat gun a couple of inches away from the back of the card.
Okay.
And always try and have it on a slight angle, because if you have it directly vertical,
flat at it, yeah.
the heat comes back at your heat gun.
Oh, okay.
And that's
right.
not great for your heat gun.
I love that. The detail that's coming
It's
through.
really
this
quite
is
something, isn't it?
beautiful.
It's really special. And this particular powder has an aurora sort of finish to it. So it's kind of two-tone.
It is. Comes in a lovely set, which I will tell you about in a few moments. So, yeah. But it's so effective. You actually see it
And you can
melting.
watch it melting.
Yeah.
And you see how that side now is really,
Yeah.
really shiny. And that's because the powder's all now cured, or processed, or heated, or melted, or whatever you like to call it.
Never tire of this process.
I know, it's
do we?
magic.
It's
It's
just,
that bit of magic. I think it's what got most of us into stamping, isn't it? I think we saw the embossing and thought, oh, that's amazing. And it is still amazing.
And it's honestly, it's one of the techniques, but I think it's just one of the most effective techniques, especially if you're a novice crafter, because it's so achievable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And still, it's something a bit special, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, very much.
Sorry, I know it's going to take a while, but it is a big stamp, but it's worth doing.
It's very effective.
We're nearly there.
And it's got a lovely kind of hue to the colour
Yes,
as
it's
well.
lovely, isn't it? That purple black kind of lava effect.
Very, very effective. And yeah, like you said, you just take your time to make sure you cover all the areas. Because if there's anything that's not melted, it will really stick out. So
well, if it's not melted as well, you can still brush the powder off.
That's true.
So, you know, it can come loose. I'm just going to go finish off at the front, at the top now, make sure I've put every bit. And the other thing about embossing powder is you can take it too far.
Okay.
You can burn it and then it sort of melts into the card, which
right.
is not ideal. With something like this, it wouldn't
Can I just
really worry.
Now you've
too
just
much.
passed that to me. Now, while Gwen was heat embossing that, I was seeing lots of purples, lots of beautiful colours. But then as she passed it to me, there were greens.
Yes.
So it's almost like a kind of an aurora look to it. As I'm twisting that, hopefully you will be able to see that you've got kind of the different colours coming through with it, and it's incredibly effective. Very effective indeed. So you've got your purples there, but then they become greens and
Perfect for that night sky.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? It's really lovely.
I love that, and the detail that you've got in there.
I realised I didn't pass you my pot.
That's okay. I didn't like to interrupt. I couldn't help, but I've got it ready. I'm ready to go. That's very effective.
It's lovely,
I like
isn't
that
it?
as well. That is
So
beautiful.
something else I've brought for you today are some of Sue Wilson's slimline dies, because of course we've got DL slimline stamps. I thought let's have some frames that we can utilise at the same time.
Okay.
So one of the sets I've brought is this one, which is our decorative holly rectangle. Now, these ones have a cutting edge in the middle of each of the dies.
Okay.
So this down the middle is the cutting edge. So when you cut a piece of card, what you actually end up with is this. Okay. So you've two pieces that come from that one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
One pass through the machine. And I've just stuck them together so that you can see that's how they come out of the machine.
So you've got your frame, but then you've got your inner piece ready to go with the next project.
So you've got this lovely embossed holly and berry detail up the frame here, and also around the edge of this panel, which is really hard to see in white, but hopefully we'll catch that later on. So I wanted, this was the bit I wanted. However, I could, if I'd wanted to, have stamped that stamp onto this bit. And I've got one here that I did that with, but it was slightly narrower than I wanted.
Okay.
So what I did instead, I've also brought some slimline essential rectangles, which are these, which are the straight edges.
So these haven't got the embossed detail.
That's right.
Okay.
So if I cut one of those, which was the second size in. Okay, and these will give you frames if you cut two together.
Yes.
And they can be as wide as the division between the sizes. But if you cut it like this, and I actually measure my card so that I know my borders are all equal before I cut it, and then it's done.
Okay, yeah, clever.
So cut that, take that away, and I've now got a frame. And the reason for doing all this is I wanted to stack the frames.
I see, right. Oh,
Because
okay,
that
yes,
size
that's
is
nice.
slightly smaller.
Yes. Yeah.
So stack them, stick them together, and you get this lovely,
That's
lovely
okay, I'll get
double frame. And I use this effect a lot on my cards. I love this double frame. It's almost like a
Fancy
picture
look,
mound.
Yeah,
Just like me.
There you go. I love it.
So then when we pop this onto our image, it's going to really make that pop. And it fits perfectly.
That is so achievable, but so effective.
Isn't it nice? Just black and white, we could leave it
Yeah.
like that. I am going to add a little bit of detail to this, so let's do that.
Lovely.
So I want to grab another piece of scrap paper, because I'm going to bring in our Quickie glue pen and our wonderful Diamond Frost.
Oh, I love Diamond Frost.
Yeah, now this one is Sparkle Star. We do 3 of these.
Beautiful. Now, just before we get into giving you the details for that, details on your screen of those slimline dies that we've just seen are being used to create that frame. Very affordable at £17.50. They'll become one of your most used sets, I think, especially when you're using those frames as you saw with that. And of course, you've got that fabulous set. I think I've actually got them. Oh no, I've only got the holly ones over here. So yeah, you're going to get your innies and your outies with those. So put them together as your frames if you're wanting to, but of course the beauty is with those as well, if you're wanting to, you can use them just like by themselves and create mats and layers as well. So very, very versatile, and I do love kind of rectangles or oblongs, whatever you choose to call them, because of course you can use them landscape, you can use them portrait as well, and it's one of the most usable sets that you could wish to have in your stash, and at a very affordable price, but we do not have too many of those available, so you need to be quick if you're wanting those. Thank you, Gwen.
That's welcome. So all I want to do now is have a look at the snow line and think, okay, where would it sparkle? Well, it's going to sparkle on the rooftops, isn't it? So let's get our little glue pen, just running along the ridge of the roof and down the edge, like so, and then along the ridge here, up to the top of this one.
Oh, you could have loads of fun with this, couldn't you, adding that little bit of sparkle?
Yeah, down there. And of course, we've got to have a sparkly snowman.
Definitely.
So let's fill him in. And you can go wherever you like with that.
Okay.
And then with the diamond frost, all you do is tap that on. As I was saying, we do 3 of these, and the difference between them is the highlight they give.
Okay.
So this one it's more of a sort of pinky aurora finish.
Yeah,
We have one that's more gold in its highlight and one that's more green in its highlight. So that's the difference between them. But I don't know if we can...
It's very
subtle, and with all the shine on the embossing powder, it's quite tricky.
But you can see, if you look at those areas, that, especially where the little snowman is, you'll be able to see the detail on there. So the snowman's got a little bit of sparkle, but like you say, there's a lot of sparkle there with the aurora that you're getting. The kind of arch that you've got over the little cabin there, you can see it there, just framing those little areas.
If you have a look at this one that I've finished, you can see where I've gone round the moon and along the waterline as well.
Beautiful. Pop that one in front there. So
and then I've just picked out the windows with a yellow pen. And that's all I've done to it.
Absolutely gorgeous. You could go to town though, couldn't you?
You could.
Yeah.
One of the samples, one of the DT did, she'd taken some coloured pencils and just coloured the cabin in brown.
Nice idea.
So you can do whatever you like with these. There is space there to colour. You could colour some green into the trees, some brown into the deer. There are other places to go with it.
Lovely.
And if you want quick cards, which are Christmas, let's face it, that's what we
Well,
need.
you're making a lot of them. You want them to be quick, but you also want them to look effective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think these do. So then when I've done all that glittering, I'm going to then mount my frame, and I just mounted it flat, but if you like to use foam tape, you could lift it and use it that way, like that. And then all I've done literally is taken one of the sentiments, stamped and embossed it in the same fashion.
Nice,
mounted it on black. I've mounted the panel on black and then onto a white card. So it's just basically black and white with a sentiment, and that's our finished
That is beautiful.
sample.
And 'twas the night before Christmas. Now you
Well,
get to see
you've got
Santa going through the sky.
It's got to be,
Yes.
hasn't it?
I love it. Gwen, thank you.
You're
Just
welcome.
give you a time check. We're about halfway through
Oh my
the
goodness,
show.
right.
So time is flying, as is Santa through that winter sky. Now, they are available individually, so we're going to very quickly go through the different ones. So the one that we just saw with that Christmas skyline where you saw Santa going through, they are available individually. So shall I show you that stamp, or we've got it on the set? So there we go. So this particular one, if you're wanting to go for the one that Gwen's just used, that Santa going through that nighttime sky, perfect as a Christmas Eve type of theme. This one by itself, you're looking at less than a tenner, absolutely beautiful, £8.50. Don't forget, if you're going for them as a bundle, that's where you are getting that discounted price. So again, if there's several of these that you like, do consider the bundle. So there you go, if you're wanting that one, details there. TC2860. That's the item number for that particular one as well. So you're liking that one as well. Now the sentiments is key, and that one is one that's a brilliant set, because with this one you've actually got lots of sentiments in a variety of different fonts as well. And you'll utilise this one because you've got different sizes in there as well. Now this one isn't one of your grey rubber ones. It's clear, so you can actually see exactly where you are stamping. And so many fabulous little phrases there. I love the little gingerbread village featuring in that one. Clear, so again, if you want to position them, you can see exactly where they are going, and such an affordable price. £8.50. You've got things like the Elf Express in there, Reindeer Ranch. I love that idea. Jingle Bells, North Pole, Believe in the Magic, which is key as well. All of those featuring in there. Brilliant price at £8.50. Very popular, but that is included within the big bundle if you're going for the big bundle. Lots of you are liking this one. Lots of you coming in for this one specifically. So yes, if you're wanting that one, please do so. The details up on your screen for that one. So they are beautiful as well. Now the baubles, one of my favourites is the baubles where you've kind of got that DL, and this one I think is brilliant if you're doing things like your quick cards. So this one is a lovely one because you've got kind of almost like a collage, but it's been trimmed down. So the dies that we just saw being used would look beautiful alongside this one. So again, a lovely one that you could utilise with regards to creating a nice backdrop. So the details up on the screen for that one, £8.50 for that one. But if you like your baubles to be something a little bit different, maybe you want your baubles to combine the little fairies, because of course this one is a really sweet one, featuring the different baubles there with the little fairies on there, very ethereal feel. Not necessarily just for Christmas, actually, I don't think, that particular one. I think you could use that all year round. So yeah, really, really pretty, that particular one. So if you're wanting your twinkling Tinkerbells, which is a really pretty one, like that one. Next one that we've got for you, still keeping that bauble theme, but very traditional with this one. Larger baubles on this one, so maybe you like to add your colour by watercolouring and things like that. So that is a brilliant one because you've got your good sized baubles with that particular one, £8.50. And I think the only one that I need to mention now is the last one, which is the signpost. And this one is where the sentiments come together perfectly. So if you've shopped for the sentiments, which I know many of you have done, do consider this one, because where you've got the little apertures on those stamps, those are sentiments that we've just seen will fit in there absolutely perfectly. But again, that one is a grey rubber stamp and it's proven to be a popular one at £8.50 as well. So those are them all individually, but the biggest saving is if you're going for them all together. Don't forget the glitters and the embossing powders that we've got for you as well. So if you're wanting the glitter, so the glitter set is just a little bit further over from there as well. Shall I grab it? Let me grab it and bring that in. So Quickie glue pens, I mean, fail-safe Quickie glue pens aren't there?
It's so good for doing fine detail as
Absolutely.
well. Little dots, if you want little snowy dots or starry dots. Lines, like you saw me do on the roof.
Yeah.
Snow lines. And you can fill a space in with them, whichever you choose. And we've given you 2 because you can't have enough.
Well, this is it. You can't be without those, can you, to be honest? And also, you are going to get your diamond frost. This is a classic from Creative Expressions. I've got mine and I've had mine absolutely years because you only use... It's like a little kind of gorgeous dust, isn't it, when you're working with £9.99 for those. Absolutely brilliant for, value for money if you're going for those. That is, yeah. Because the Quickie glue pens alone, I mean, that's if you're shopping for them. I remember selling these in my shop, and I'm sure they were about £3.99, £4.99 each, something like that.
About £3.99,
yeah. So yeah, if you're wanting to go for this one, lots of you are, and this is brilliant because you've got that flip top with this one, so it's really easy for you to access that. And of course, you can add it to exactly where you need it to with that little tiny fine detail hole that you've got there as well.
Screw that off
exactly.
To get the glitter back in.
That's it,
so
yeah.
You don't lose any.
Really easy. It's beautiful. It's a variety of different kind of colourways with that one, but that one's got that gorgeous kind of finish that we saw Gwen working with just a few moments ago. So get that one into your basket as well. But very, very quickly, before we get into the next demo, the embossing powders that Gwen was working with, we have got these in a fabulous effect. Now, the bottom row, we've got these ones. These are colours that we didn't see. So these ones are your special effects. Gwen, we've not touched on these.
I know.
Ones.
I love embossing powders. I've been a stamper all my crafting life, and there are so many special effects embossing powders out there, and a lot of people never get to know about them, and it's such a shame. And Cosmic Shimmer have got a vast range. So what I've tried to do is bring you a selection of the different ranges that we do. So we've got Aurora, we've got, I can't remember, there's that many.
Oh, I'd love to. Have we got a demo with a technique using these?
I will have tomorrow.
Oh, okay, fair enough then.
So
right,
we've got,
please tune in tomorrow.
We've got one from Blaze, Tropic Aqua Blaze. Which one's this? This is a luster.
Lovely.
So this one's got mica, and that one's got colour changing mica.
I can see that as you twist, isn't it?
Then we've got the Arctic Black Aurora, which was the one I used in the
I think is on the top shelf. Are we getting all of these, or is it 2 sets of 3? So you're going to get these 3 with the details on your screen.
So that's the Blaze, the Tropic, and the Aurora. Beautiful. So that's your first set. Then your second set are your metallics, and you've got silver. gold and copper bronze. The copper bronze is like a rose gold. It's stunning.
These are the ones that we've got on the top. Let's give you a quick price on these ones at the bottom, and then we'll have a closer look at those top ones that Gwen's just touched on. So if you're wanting to get hold of these three, you've got your gorgeous kind of purpley tones, those beautiful blue with that little bit of mica in there as well, and that gorgeous green, just £12.99 for those. Brilliant value for money. Very quickly, the top three that you've got with that more gold and coppery feel to them, and of course we saw this middle one being used just a few moments ago. These are available in a trio again, the details of which are popping up on the screen. So £12.99. I wonder how much these three together might be. Can I hazard a guess? Shall we just throw it in there?
Go under 10?
I don't know. Oh, close. £12.99 with those as well. So matching the price that we saw previously.
Yeah, that's good. These ones, I just wanted to say, are not the detail. We've brought you detail lots of times before. Detail means a fine ground powder. These are your standard ground powder. So these will give you a thicker line when they melt, which is great for these stamps because they've got bold lines. That's why I brought those.
Ah, makes sense. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, the details are on your screen there, YO2863, and they are very, very popular. Right, I'm in the mood for another demo.
Okay, so I'm going to be using the bauble bough, which is the one with the big baubles, and the pine bough, and I'm going to stamp this onto acetate. The important thing about, well, really any stamping and embossing, but particularly on acetate, is to use your anti-static bag. And we've brought you that today as well. So if you haven't got one or you need another, stock up
Always
on that.
a good idea, yes.
Once you've dusted it, do just blow away any loose powder.
Okay.
Otherwise, that will end up in your embossing powder.
Ah, okay.
So this is the card I'm going to attempt to...
Ooh.
Oops, I'll do it that way to show you. So you can see
That's effective.
the
I
shimmer
like
on the
that.
acetate. And I'm bringing in the pearl tints, which we'll try and tell you about as well.
So is this heat-resistant acetate that we've got on the show?
Yes, it has to be, otherwise it's going to buckle.
So, yeah, I always shop for this because that way you're not surprised. You know that you can use it for everything.
It tends to be a lighter weight than standard acetate, so if you're wanting a card front, it wouldn't stand up.
No, that's true.
But for embossing, it's the one to go
Lovely.
for. So I'm using perfect medium, and I like this because it's very sticky. Now, again, I do a slight twist when I put my ink pad down initially. It just gives you that better coverage, particularly if you've got solid and quite chunky lines. So sort of on the ball cap of the bauble, I'd make sure I pay attention to that.
And sometimes it's worth kind of tilting your head or moving the stamp just to make sure you've covered everything.
So you can see that it's nice and glossy.
Okay, lovely.
All right. And then again, lots of pressure. Now this will stick to your acetate.
Okay.
So it's important that you know you've got your acetate in a corner. So if you do need to reposition it, you can do.
Ah, good tip.
But you shouldn't need to restamp, to be fair, on acetate. It's quite, because it doesn't absorb the ink.
Yeah,
it
that's
sits
a good
on
point,
the top.
yeah.
So you see it did move the acetate.
And it's kind of the suction, isn't it, of the stamp moving? Yes, yeah.
Oops, right. So I'm going to use the silver on this one.
Okay, so this is from that last trio that we saw that you used the darker tone in the last card, didn't you?
I used the Arctic, is it Arctic Black Aurora?
Oh, look at
Now
that.
this is silver, and this, as I say, is the regular grade particle.
So this isn't even fine detail,
No.
but look at the detail that it's picking up.
And I've given it a real good dust with the embossing anti-static
Shall I do my
bag.
job again? Do you want me to get rid of that for you?
Oh, thank you.
There
I'll give
we
you
go.
give you the jar this
I'm like
time.
a little embossing powder monitor at school.
Now, for acetate, I would put you... We're very lucky that we have these woodware and they have a dual speed
I noticed that,
heat.
yeah.
So I'm going to do it on the low
yeah.
heat. If you don't have that, you need to move further away from your acetate.
Okay.
And do it again from behind. And this time, I normally say don't move your heat gun, but on this occasion, I'm going to allow you to move your heat gun.
Okay.
Because we don't want to wrinkle the acetate. So although it's heat resistant,
Okay.
it's still delicate and you
Yes.
can still cause it to warp a little bit.
Fair
So
enough.
just keep your heat gun gently moving, don't waft like,
Yes.
you know, when you're drying your hair, don't be doing that. But just a gentle movement until it starts to go.
And then
Now,
all of a sudden it kind
This
of
is really
frees.
quite a dramatic change because the metallic
I can
powders
see
are
it
always
going,
quite
yeah.
dull. So this is really good. And it's a great one for beginners to start with because you see such a dramatic change.
Yeah.
You can tell it's gone.
Absolutely. And it's lovely as well because it almost looks like you've got foiled acetate
Yeah,
with this technique.
really
It's beautiful.
special. Really lovely. So I'm not going to do all of it because, as you saw with the last one, it takes a long time. And I have got one already done, but you can start to see how lovely that is.
Gorgeous.
Stunning. So
Beautiful.
let's just pop that to one side. I will finish it later. I don't waste things.
Lovely, thank you.
So here we have the one that's finished.
Oh, look at that.
And it's really quite spectacular when it's done. Let's pop some white behind that and you can see.
That
Isn't
is
that lovely?
beautiful.
Now, again, you could just leave that or you could do it against a background of your choice. I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to do a quick background.
Okay.
And I'm also going to use the pearl tints to fill in the back of that.
Lovely.
So I've got a piece of black card.
Okay.
And I've got an old splayed blending stippling brush.
Okay.
Kind of a bit raggy because I don't want something I'm going to be worried about.
Right.
Not that the pearl tints are damaging, but and they do wash out with water. They're water-based.
Okay.
But I wouldn't use my best brush.
There you go.
So I'm going to be using this one, which is Racing Green. Now, the pearl tints are a pearly liquid. They're quite fluid.
Okay.
You can think of them as a paint if you like, but they do have a glue base, so they stick to acetate. You can sprinkle things into them. You can give them a shake just before you start to utilise them.
I can see that.
Then they've got a
gorgeous
childproof lock, so you have to push
colour.
down
Okay, right.
and then twist. So I'm just going to put a little look at the colour. It's just beautiful.
Oh, you might need to, there you go, perfect. Look at that.
Now they don't stay raised. You can't make pearl drops with these
Okay.
like you can with our 3D pearl elements. So I'm just going to pounce my brush into that until I've just got it on the tips of the bristles, and then I'm just going to stipple this
Okay.
onto the background.
Oh, this takes me back to all of those paint techniques we used to do on the walls with rag rolling and all.
Well, yeah. They always come back with a new lease of life.
Don't they just? Now, just to give you an insight, we have got lots of different colour combinations for the pearl tints. We will go through them all a little bit later on. The one that we're working with at the moment, we think has come from the Earth Tones collection. So
Yes,
we're going to
it
pop the
has.
details up in case you want to jump ahead and get hold of them. But we have got some other lovely colour combinations as well. So just setting the scene for these, $14.99 is going to get you all 4 of those, and they are beautiful. Love that effect.
Just going to drop my brush in water, give it a little swish, and I would take that out and dry it, but I'll just leave it in there for now.
Okay, lovely.
And then I would also recommend that you get into the habit of just wiping that nozzle
Okay.
and then pop the lid straight back on. That way it's not going to get crusted up.
It's not a bad habit to get into for anything, really, is it? Just make sure it's clean.
And then just clean off. I'm using a stamping block here, but
Okay,
it'll
yeah.
just wipe off. It doesn't take any harm. So that's how I've done that. Let that dry, but that's a lovely stippled effect, and it's got that
lovely.
fabulous shimmer.
Yeah, you can see
Now,
that.
on black, the colour will be more subtle. So that green, you could see how olivey it was.
Yes.
But on here, it's more of a soft, subtle sage green.
Yes, yeah.
So you've got options there as well.
Lovely. Comes in a nice combination, those. I'm just looking at a quick picture we've got over there.
They're really
Pinks
stunning.
And a lovely kind of peachy tone in there as well. Gorgeous.
So now I'm going to show you how we can use them to fill in. So on my acetate, I've got my embossed image on the front. I'm going to work on the back.
Okay.
The beauty of this is, well, you'll see in a minute. Let me just shake this up.
Now, the stamp that Gwen's working with, we have got available individually as well as in the bundle, so whichever way you want to shop for it, you can.
So I'll start with this little one down here, and I'm going to squeeze out a puddle. Okay, and then I'm going to use the nozzle, and I'm sort of squeezing at the same time as I'm spreading. So if you haven't got a very steady hand and you can't work up to the edge of the bauble as I am doing, just leave it slightly short and go back in with a brush.
Lovely.
You can spread it with a brush.
That's a gorgeous colour. What's that one?
This one is, I can't remember them all, Blue Diamond.
Blue Diamond. Good choice, Gwen.
Yeah, I like this, frosty and cool.
Lovely. Again, set of 4, changing the details on your screen and matching that price. So these are your ocean colours, if you like the look of this one. So again, lighter tones, gorgeous blues in that. I like that one.
It would be lovely. And don't forget, these are not going to be just for your Christmas projects. They're going to be for
Absolutely.
anything. Seasidey things, beachy things, you know. Be lovely. So put a good amount on.
Okay.
And if you do get any air bubbles, I just go in with the nozzle and sort of squiggle it till it disappears.
Yeah.
All right. And that's it. Now, you're probably thinking, Gwen, that looks like a dog's dinner.
Not at all. I wouldn't be so rude.
Can be, I won't be offended. But the beauty of doing this is that when I turn this over, now this is still wet, so obviously I wouldn't recommend doing this, but...
Oh, look at that.
You
Gosh,
still
that looks
have
so neat.
all the stamped detail on the
That
front.
is beautiful. So how long would that usually take to dry?
I would say probably about an hour. It's difficult to tell because you don't know how thick it is.
Yes.
But I tend to just leave myself plenty of time, leave it alone and go away and do something else.
So it could be that you leave it overnight and come back in the morning.
Yeah, especially when you do these big ones.
Yes. So do you have to wait for one to dry before you move on to the next?
If they're next to each other, yes.
Okay.
But you could do this one and this one.
Because they're not connected.
And then come back and do these.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Then. Lovely.
I tape it down just because I want it to stay flat, or you can put something heavy on it because it is a slightly buckled, the acetate, and I don't want my pearl tint to run. So just keep it flat. If you've got slight overruns or you've smeared it or something, just leave it to dry.
Okay.
And it will just peel off.
Oh gosh, that's clever.
You can just scrape it away.
Well, that's forgiving,
so
isn't
if you've accidentally, which I do all the time, scrape my fingernail
Easily
through
done,
it,
yeah.
just let it dry, and then I go in with a little cocktail stick and scrape it off.
Perfect.
And it's fine.
I love it. Gwen, just to give you a time check, we've got about 8 minutes or so.
Right, that's lovely. So here I've got one that I've finished. Let me grab some more white
I love
paper.
that.
So you can see on the back it doesn't look great. I've got all these big blobs of colour. But
look at that.
when you look at the front,
that is gorgeous.
isn't that just so striking?
Yeah.
And it's crisp, it's clean. You wouldn't know.
That's beautiful.
If you're not somebody that likes messy stuff, you could equally do this with alcohol markers on the back of the acetate or alcohol inks or something like that as well. So that's our main panel. I'm using that gorgeous holly embossed frame again.
Oh yes, so you are.
And I'm going to then put this onto the background. Now I want to show you two things. That over the white is lovely.
Yeah, like
you could
it.
stop at that.
Yeah.
But I've done my stippled background and I want to mount it onto that.
Oh, that's nice.
Now,
I don't know which I like.
I know, I was a bit like that. So I thought, well, I'll show you
Yeah.
both and then it's your choice, isn't it?
Oh, don't put the pressure on me, Gwen. Oh, I don't know. But you know what? You could make two at the same time, couldn't you? And have
Absolutely.
two variations.
Yeah.
I like it.
And I've got a little offcut of my stippled black card here. And I'm going to mount that with my sentiment, which is from the clear stamp set.
Wow, the detail in that.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Everybody's loving those sentiments, Gwen.
Good. Because you can't have too many sentiments.
That's
and
very
those are a
true.
bit different with having those lovely quirky ones in. I quite like.
Absolutely. What was the update on those? Sorry, Laura. Oh, half the stock has gone on those clear stamps.
I'm not
those sentiments.
surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the one. Different colours of pearl
Beautiful.
tints on there. So the world's your oyster.
Absolutely gorgeous. Love it, Gwen. Thank
Thank you very much.
Right, shall I let you get ready for your next
Yes.
demo while I do a very quick recap? So, of course, you've got all of those different bundles with regards to those. So you've got your different pearl tints. In fact, yeah, we've got 3 different sets and we've been touching on those as we go. So let's have a look at the different earth colours that we've got. So the earth colours are those fabulous ones that we've got down at the front. So your bottom row at the front, you've got that gorgeous colour, that green that we saw Gwen working with before. So if you're wanting to get hold of that set, you can. Then you can see there you've got your gorgeous bottles there. So you've got all of those. You can see the centre a little step higher. We've got those lovely blues that we saw a few moments. These are your ocean blue. So you've got that gorgeous, almost like sky blue that we saw. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see, with regards to those. Love those. $14.99 for each of these sets of 4, as you can see. And then the ones that we haven't seen yet are your mystic colours. Now, these might be nice if you're working with those lovely little fairies on the crescent moons. So they're absolutely perfect for that situation. And again, you've got a lovely colour combination with those. I love it. Again, we're matching that price with regards to those. So you're just looking at $14.99 with those as well. So lots of goodies to be added into your basket. And of course, we've been touching on the fact that we've got this lovely set of stamps. You're also loving the embossing powders as well. They're effective, aren't they? I loved what you did with those.
And
earlier.
I love bringing you ones that give you something that you perhaps not come across before.
Yes.
Because I think most people, when they start stamping and embossing, you go with your black, your gold, your silver, maybe copper, and maybe white,
Gorgeous, yeah.
and maybe clear. So there are 6 basics that you can go with, but then there's a whole other world out there of sparkly
Absolutely.
ones, iridescent ones,
So
things
true.
packed with mica,
Yeah.
these colour changing effects. And they're going to make your stamping stand out from the crowd, and that's what we all want to do.
I think sometimes we have to step away from that safe
Yes.
little black dress, isn't it? Try
Yes.
something a bit different, you can get a totally different look, so I love these. Special effects, you are loving these, and of course you've got your special effects down at the front there if you're wanting to go for those, and £12.99 where we've got for the ones that we saw Gwen working with earlier on as well. So whichever you go for. To be honest, I think most people would go for both of those.
I would, because it gives you a really lovely assortment to go for. And don't forget as well, and this I'll be showing you this tomorrow at 5.
Okay.
I'm just going to talk about another one I'm going to show you tomorrow at 5, because we haven't time to do another full demo. So you can use more than one embossing powder on the same stamp image.
Okay, right, and we'll see that tomorrow at 5. I should be tuning in myself for that one, I think. So, yeah, if you did miss the start of the show, we have got this fabulous set of stamps here. Now, these are brilliant because they're all coming together in a big bundle. For anybody that's thinking about getting these and can't decide on the individuals or the bundle, I mean, what would you say, Gwen, to anybody thinking about it?
If you're undecided, or perhaps you're not a very experienced stamper, so you don't want to commit, I'd maybe choose a couple. I think the cabin scene is going to give you the option to do really quick cards, but also the option to chop them down and use segments of them. So that'd be a favourite. The signpost, who doesn't love the signpost?
Absolutely. And you've got to go for those sentiments,
And the
haven't you?
sentiments
Yeah.
and the big baubles. Well, I'm sorry, but by the time you've got there, you might as well have the bundle.
Actually, I'm with you on that one. Because when you start picking out the ones you like, it means that you're actually paying just £7.49 each. So you're saving £1 pretty much on each one of those, aren't you? So it's almost like you're paying for, what, 5 sets, but you're actually getting 6 cents on their way to you. So good advice. I'm with you, Gwen.
Sorry, wasn't very helpful, was it?
No, but you're thinking the same way as I'm thinking, so that makes sense as well. So if you have got kind of individuals, now we've got about 5 minutes or so left. So did you want to talk
So I'm
through
going
what
to
you were
talk
going
about,
to?
well, I'll show you this tomorrow, but I just want to explain something else about the pearl tints. You can paint with them.
Okay.
All right, so if we have a look at this background here, that's painted.
Can I show everybody at home? Because we need that on the front camera to show off that pearlescent.
Look at the
Look at that,
shimmer
my
on
goodness. It's like making your own pearlescent card.
It's even more pearly than that, I think. These are really
that's true,
spectacular.
actually,
It's got such a high shine. It's almost on its way to metallic. It's
Beautiful.
stunning.
I love that.
So I'll show you how to do that.
So once we've got that as a base,
And
I can
then,
see we can stamp on it.
You can stamp and emboss on top
Oh, my
of it.
goodness, look
and that's
at
another
that.
thing that's unique about these products.
That is beautiful. That's incredible to be able to stamp on top of a finish that you created
Yeah, because
yourself.
quite often it doesn't take very well, does it?
Well, this is exactly what I'm thinking. And is that just regular card as a base? Do you have to have anything special?
No, it's a smooth white card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. And of course you can see that you've got that fabulous rectangle set of dies being utilised there for your mats and layers that we touched on as well. So again, something incredibly useful. But the technique itself, we're going to see that tomorrow
at 5.
5 o'clock. So I know you guys will want to certainly
also
see how
back
that.
at 1 with some different stamps.
Oh, how are
That
you?
you don't want to miss.
We've got a busy day.
I know, it's
love
great,
it.
I love it.
And that's the beauty. I mean, Creative Expressions bring us such a vast range of quality products that I know you'll be tuning in for that show tomorrow. And of course, if you want to see how to transform that into that, then tune in tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. So definitely want to tune in for that. If you want to get the stamps ahead of the game, then obviously you've got the big bundle, but you can shop for them individually at £8.50 each if you're wanting to. Now, one of the best ways for you to actually shop here at Hobby Maker is to hop onto the website, because you'll see everything that our lovely Gwen has been working with. And she's worked with a lot of fabulous products from Creative Expressions. So if you want to find out about the pearl tints or the diamond frost or your quickie glue pens, they are all there. And the beauty is it's all contained within a brand shop. So if you know Gwen has used a quickie glue pen and you don't know where to find it, well, hop onto that brand section and you'll be able to shop for all of the different bits and pieces that you can see. The dies, the stamps, the embossing powders, they are all there. But I will warn you, those slimline dies, you convinced everybody to get hold of them. They've sold out.
They are essential. That's
absolutely
something you're going to use time and time again.
Absolutely. So if you fancy getting hold of those, then you can do, and of course you can add other different bits and pieces in. But of course the finished samples themselves literally show you the possibilities that you've got. So you've got, I'm going to grab a finished sample for each one of these just to give you ideas. Different size cards with these as well,
Yes,
Gwen, that's
I love
the beauty.
that. Multicoloured inking onto the stamp and then stamped, and that's really relatively simple.
Home decor pieces as well, as you can see there as
Beautiful
well.
from our Danny, love that.
Love it. And you can't go far wrong with a bauble or two at Christmas, can you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful.
And if you're somebody that likes to colour coordinate your decorations, you could match these colours on the baubles to that. If
Absolutely.
You want to.
In fact, I've got that upside down. It's beautiful either way round. I didn't even notice as well. Another one featuring the baubles, if you like to have that open area, I mean, this one you could really go to town, couldn't you?
You could, and actually you could, if you want to practice your shading techniques or your highlighting techniques on a bauble, that's a perfect place to start. Just a
really
white
good
highlight on that curve of the bauble, you can make it look like glass. So that'd be a really cool one to practice.
Oh, you've got
on.
my mind going into overtime now. But do make sure you're going for the bundle, because not only have you got the creativity from all of those fabulous stamps, you've also got your sentiments that are going to finish those. It's like a cherry on the top of a cake.
Absolutely essential yet again.
Absolutely, couldn't say it better myself. So if you're wanting to go for the full bundle, then you will get everything that we've touched on, all of the grey rubber stamps, but you've also got those fabulous sentiments that are going to get you well on your way for your Christmas projects this year. Now, obviously, Gwen's touched on the fact that she's back tomorrow. We've got loads and loads. But before we get into our last few minutes of the hour, we've got Andy coming up, telling us a little bit about what's coming up later on. What we got then, Andy?
Well, we've got quite a bit coming your way. Thank you very much, Hayley. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Andy. I'm just giving you a heads up of what's coming up for you as we head into the evening here on Hobby Maker. In case it isn't clear, I'll explain exactly what it is. So coming up next at 5 p.m, we have got the return of the Winter Wonderland collection from Hunkydory. It actually sold out last Tuesday. If you've got hold of that collection, the good news is we've also had a restock of the parchment and also the little book as well. So we'll see that, Natalie, in just a few minutes' time. 6 p.m, Julie is back, bringing us crafting joy with the Cricut Joy. And we're going to be focusing on that little machine that can. I can see what she's been working on in the office in terms of demonstrations. She's made some big, big projects from a little machine at a very, very little price. And then at 7 p.m, we're going to be revisiting the Midnight Festive Favourites collection stamps with Hunkydory. But I will also tell you this, the Robins collection that sold out earlier on today, we've had a restock. We've got about a third of the stock that we had earlier on today. We've got a restock and that's coming away at 7 p.m. So that is this evening here on Hobby Maker. I'll see you back here with Natalie in a couple of minutes, but for now, I'll hand you back to Hayley.
I'm very tempted to stop for the rest of the evening when you hear what we've got coming up.
That sounds exciting.
It does, doesn't it? Now, of course, if you are shopping for us, sometimes you can jump ahead and pre-order those items. So do always have a little look on the website. And it's good to hear that we have got things coming back that did sell out earlier on. I have to say, I've had a fabulous time. First show with you, Gwen. It's been a fabulous time.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
I love it.
You have?
So you're back tomorrow. You've got 2 different shows with us tomorrow.
Yes, so I was here about a month ago with a range of Jane's doodles. Now, Jane's a fabulous illustrator and she does her own stamp designs and she's now on board with us at Creative Expressions.
Oh, lovely.
So she's had one release about a month ago and this is part 2. And that's at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
That's definitely worth tuning in for. And 5 o'clock, we're talking Christmas again?
5 o'clock, we're doing these DB stamps again. And I'll be showing you some different techniques with embossing powders, multicoloured on one stamp, and more with the pearl tints.
I love it, can't wait. I mean, we've seen some fabulous demonstrations from you, so I know they're going to be absolutely cracking techniques and ideas. And the design team have obviously had a whale of a time with these stamps.
Yes, you can always tell when they really loved it, because they just go to town and outdo themselves, and we're very grateful to have their help. So thank you, ladies.
I love it. And the beauty is we've got them all around us as well, so many different ideas. We might change things around, so we bring some of those forward tomorrow, so everybody gets to see those as well. But you can see they're very striking behind us, and I know you are going to love these when you see them in action. So if you have just joined us, where on earth have you been?
Yes, how rude.
Exactly, I couldn't put it better myself. Myself and Gwen have had a fabulous time, but the good news is Gwen is back again tomorrow. So do make sure that you tune in tomorrow for Gwen's shows, but do not go anywhere. We've got a lot more coming up here at Hobby Maker right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight. So yeah, don't go anywhere. That is the key thing. We've got a fabulous Hunkydory hour coming up with Natalie and a lovely Andy Love straight after the break. So I will see you tomorrow. Take care for now. Bye-bye.
Thank you much, Hayley and Gwen. We will see more of Gwen tomorrow. We'll see Hayley very, very soon. Yes, you are, of course, watching Hobby Maker. I'll stand out the way so you can see. My name is Andy, and we're joined once again by Natalie. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you. Busy day for you today?
Hugely busy day. It's been That 1 o'clock show was so popular.
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah.
glad we've been able to restock that though.
Yes,
7
that's
o'clock's gonna be very
7 o'clock
exciting.
tonight. Yeah, absolutely.
But we're
and
bringing this back.
this, do you know what? In between, obviously, we're highlighting what's coming up, and it's the first time I've actually seen it in person, other than on the
Yeah.
TV. This is absolutely beautiful collection.
It's
Now, was it
gorgeous.
last Tuesday?
It was last Tuesday. Anne-Marie had it on with, I think it was Zena actually.
Right.
But yeah, it was hugely popular. We had the huge buy the show. Obviously, we didn't have the whole collection in the later hours because our parchment sold out and our little book sold out. So we've been able to restock that for today. So if you want to get everything that we have in the show today, then you can do for an absolutely awesome price.
Yeah, most certainly. I think it's well worth starting off by taking a look at some of the finished examples we've got
Yes.
here, because these are absolutely superb. I think, looking at the colours running through here, I think this is quite a grown-up collection.
Yeah.
I think it is perfect for you to look for inspiration if you're looking to make cards for the guys within your life. I'm not suggesting for one moment that the guys in your life are more serious than the ladies. But my point is, it's got a certain sobriety about it. Naturally, I'm drawn towards the wolf, as you can see, and we do actually have an opportunity for you to buy the entirety of the show, where you'll get everything you're going to see Natalie play with. But we do also have a collection which have got toppers and backgrounds. We'll have a flick through that as we go. But I think in terms of the imagery here, it's absolutely superb. A real snapshot of winter wildlife and the Winter Wonderland itself. Not too much focusing on the human aspects. By that I mean Father Christmas and elves and what have you. If you're a big, big fan of the natural world, I think this is a collection you're going to absolutely love to play with, and evidently you have been, because it really did sell out on Tuesday. Should we start off by having a look through?
Yeah, let's have a look through. And I think the most important part of any kit is an absolutely incredible topper collection, and that's what we've got for you here. You're going to get 4 different toppers, again, going through all of the different sort of characters that we have in here, that wolf, that snowy owl. You've got the gorgeous bunny rabbit as well in here. It's delightfully foiled in stunning gold foiling, which you would think wouldn't work with the colours that we've got in here.
Right.
But it really does, because they are so beautifully sort of deep tones of colour. It also brings on some Artastic, which means if you want to add more colour onto here, you can do with your inks and your pens. So this one you have the badger and the fox. You've got 2 border strips in here as well, and 3 sentiments. The opportunity really to make 4 full cards with this one topper set here. So you're going to get 2 of those. Then we have the pheasant and the wren. In this one, really, really gorgeous shape toppers. Actually, some of my favourite designs that we do at Hunkydory is this gorgeous sort of mandala design, and then you've got your ribbon strips in that one. Again, so 2 each of those, and then we're going on to our final topper, which has the gorgeous deer and the squirrel on there too. So again, really nice different shapes running throughout all of those topper sets, and then you're going to get your full coordinating cardstock, which includes foil and printed images. So you've got this gorgeous design here. Oops. We're going to have some all over the place here. Let's just double check. I think the rest of them are all upside down, so we'll just swip it over. Okay. Gorgeous patterns and textures running throughout it. Really nice, delicate damask details as well. Very masculine.
Yes, I think so.
I think so. Great for sort of male-themed cards this winter. But I also think it's a beautiful collection for all ages and all genders. I think any sort of wildlife collection always is really sort of transformative depending on the audience who you're going to send your card to, but really nice designs in here, and I love the sort of detail that we have with the snowfall and how much sort of background you're getting within that image there. Some great shapes, so we can be fussy cutting into these. We can be creating really nice borders for our cards, fold backs for our cards. So that is your sort of topper set, all in all, together, what you're going to receive.
Shall I jump in to take a look at the little book?
Yes.
Because again, a lot of you might want to go for an extra one of these. Remember, if you've already ordered something today, every day here on Hobby Maker, it's $3.95 cat post in your packaging all day, so that's the most you will pay. But you are getting this included whether you go for this collection or the buy the show option. We'll give you details for that as we go, because that proved very, very popular previously. The little book was a concept when Hunkydory first started to do this. I mean, it really was quite revolutionary, really.
It was very different. It's something that people hadn't really done before. The fact that you can get so many many images in one small compact area, which you can either sort of fussy cut, create decoupage elements from. You can use it with your dies. You can sort of cut around areas to create apertures in some images. It is really quite revolutionary. So this one again is printed onto our matte cardstock, which means you could ink onto this or colour over the images if you wanted to. It's 150 images.
It used to be 144, but that's 150.
Is it?
Isn't
No,
it?
it's 120. 120 is 120. That's my fault.
Okay, fine.
120 images in here, but I think this is beautiful. You could simply mat and layer this, pop it on a 5x5, and you have got the most stunning collection. I mean, you would get a pack of cards from, say, a very high-end high street shop at Christmas time with this type of artwork on, and you would pay a crazy amount of sort of money for this, but you're getting everything with this one.
Okay, lovely. All right, so you can see this is all part of your. Now, the details on the screen is for the little books. If you do want to go for that, again, it's for about £9.99. But if you do want to go for the ultimate collection, which is your toppers, the backgrounds, the little book, and the inserts, we do have that available for you as well. We'll bring the details in for that.
Yeah, because this is another incredible thing that we've been doing at Hunkydory now. When we're giving you your inserts, we're splitting that insert down a little bit. So we're giving you double-sided papers with this as well. So there's a great way to be able to use all of what you're getting with your topper collection, with your little book, to make even more cards out of this. So it's a phenomenal sort of designs as well that will just
lovely one, isn't it?
work so well with this collection. And of course, you're going to be able to use it with the dies that we've got coming up on the show and the stamps as well.
Yeah, most certainly. Alex, can I ask a favour? Could you put the ultimate collection on the left-hand side of the screen, just so we can see that, just primarily so I can read it, because I've got no chance of reading it on the left or on the right-hand side, to be honest with you. So we'll bring the details in for the ultimate collection, because that is where you're getting everything we've shown you so far. We also have some dies to show you and some stamps as well, which will complement nicely. This is your traditional, what you think of when it comes to inserts.
Your traditional when you're thinking of inserts. This is 140 GSM. What we've done here is we've taken our most loved imagery from this collection, and we're giving you sort of a really nice muted version. So you'll see those sort of animals just in the corners of the artwork. But it's great because when you make cards, you want them to look just as good in the inside as the outside. So being able to coordinate all of those bits and pieces together is really important.
It is, isn't it? Now, you're getting so much in here. Again, we showed you earlier on, but that price has come down to £29.99 to go for that ultimate collection, as you can see just there. So your code is MR, Mr. HD, Mr. Hunkydory 75. That's how I remember that. MRHD 75 if you do want to go for that complete collection. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the buy the show.
I can't believe that.
Sold out. Yeah,
I thought it's just been so popular, hasn't it?
So, but we do have some of the individuals available for you. We'll go through those as we go. We don't have the parchment.
No, the parchment's gone.
The
sold out already.
Gone. So listen, so what we'll do, how about we jump into a demo?
Let's do it then, because the beauty of topper collections like this is that with simply one sheet of cardstock and a topper, you can make such a glorious card, and that's what we're going to do with this one here. So I'm going to take my cardstock here, and what we're going to do is we are going to create a stepper card with this. So I'm just going to cut this down ever so slightly. So let's just trim this to 28. So I'm going to take that from here. So I'm going to take that down to 28. And then I'm going to bring in my scoreboard. And we're going to turn this over so we're using the centimetre size. So let's pop that on there. And then we're going to score this to sort of like 3.5 centimetres, just so we've got that full border edge in. So we're going to do that at 3, at 6, we're going to do it at 10, 14 all the way across, and 21. I love it when you get a cardstock that has borders on both sides. Now you might be thinking, but your pheasant's there, you're going to cover that up. We are going to cover it up, but you're not going to be able to see it. So it's not going to be like you're missing that design there. Nice. So again, going back in, 3, 6, 10, 14 and 21. And then we're going to bring back in our trimmer, our trusty trimmer.
I've got trusty trimmer.
We're going to line up those that border strip into our little groove there, and then we're going to pop in our pin at the bottom and then all the way up to the 16, and then we're going to bring this up here and we're going to cut that again. So let's cut that all the way across like so, and then you have your stepper card. So I am just going to fold that in half so I make sure that that meat is nice and in line, and then we're going to score mountain and valley fold these score lines in like so, and then we can do that on the other side. And
so
then
I love about
trim.
Hunkydory, even by following that simple process, you've already made
a
card
card.
that people would be very, very proud to
And
call
it's
something that they've made.
so simple. Once you know those measurements, it's so easy to create this card. So of course we're going to use the pheasant on this one. So let's take our super large element out there, and that just pops out. You can use your craft knife or your scissors if you want to help yourself remove that. And we're going to take out your wishing you comfort and joy as well. And let's go for a little bit of this border strip too. So I'm just going to trim out that from the edge here, and I'm going to trim it. Let's take it all the way out, because sometimes you can cut it and it's too short and you're not going to get what you want. So let's pop this onto our card now. I'm going to take out the frames, because a lot of these toppers do come with sort of die cut frames throughout them, so you can use those with your cards to create different shapes. We can create lots of dimension by sticking them on with different sort of materials, so that is going to fit really nicely on our card here. And I'm going to go in with my foam pad strips. We're going to go in with our
Now, very, very busy on the photos on the
on this
website.
one.
Margaret's got hold of hers, Michelle's got hold of hers, Susan, another Margaret, Jennifer, you've all ordered yours already. Remember, we have one-day posting and packaging here at Hobby Maker. I keep mentioning it because we've got plenty more to tempt you with as well. And by the way, if you're watching in America, a very warm welcome to you. It's probably morning for most of you. We now can ship to the US as well. There's more and more of the companies that we're dealing with here in Hobby Maker. We now can ship to the US, and Hunkydory is one of them. If you are watching in America, please email us,
we'd love to hear from you.
hobbymaker.co.uk.
So let's pop this centrally over there. It is going to hide that sort of detail in here, but that's not an issue. And then I'm going to go in with my smaller frame. We're going to lay this flat, so I'm going to bring in my trusted construction glue. So let's just run that around the edge of there. And this is such a handy glue to have, because it takes a little bit of time to dry. So when you're popping things in places and you're wanting them to sit really nicely, then it will allow you the time to just shape that back into place, and make sure that's stuck down really nicely on there. And then let's go in with our main topper image, and we'll pop that on 2 lots of foam pads, or I could have used my 4mm actually. I've got some of those today.
Now, we will be adding the construction glue to the show. If you want to get one step ahead of us, your item code is, oh blimey, what is it? YEHD04, YEHD04, if you do want to add that into your basket.
So adding on a little sentiment, we've gone for wishing you a comfort and joy this Christmas. So a really nice shape again with that one. So let's pop that in that bottom corner. And then I think, to add a little bit of an extra touch, I'm going to add in my foiled border. Now, it's where I add this in just to give it that extra special look, because of course it's long enough that we will be able to sort of have it in all of those different
all the folds.
So let's just see what we can do with that. I'm going to just take this off here, take off our backing from there, and then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the center here, so just going over the edge, because that edge isn't straight on my piece there, and then we can just trim that off. It's always easier to trim the back way, so just flipping that over, cutting that there, and then I'm going to do the same, just lining it up with that center piece there, pop that bit on, and then cut that. Let's go on this one here, and then again just trim that as we go. We might have a little bit more for the middle sections as well. So once we've got all of our larger pieces, let's see if we can just squeeze this last bit into here. I think we'll definitely be able to do that. We can. How awesome is that? We've got enough to do the whole of this section.
Look at that, it's like
And
it
the
was planned,
last
Natalie.
piece, I know.
Very good.
So that is then going to fit just on here, and I just need to trim off that edge there. And then there you are. Super, super simple.
That is a lovely
Adding
card.
a little bit of extra detail with that foiling from your border, but super, super easy for you to create with this product.
One group of people who I know love Hunkydory products are people who make and sell cards. Are we able to do that with this?
Absolutely. You have a full angel policy at Hunkydory, so you can make and sell as much as you can make.
Now, I want you to imagine, we believe it's about 30% of people who watch and buy to make cards, make and sell, whether it's for themselves or whether or not it's for a charity. I want you to imagine a card of that quality on your stand. I want you to imagine cards of quality you can see right here on the stand in front of me, and think how different they are from your traditional Christmas cards.
100%. Also, not just for Christmas, just for like winter birthdays as well.
Exactly.
It's going to work so well for that. There's nothing, although you've got sort of like that snowfall and those really frosty images, there's nothing here that really truly screams Christmas at you.
Absolutely.
And that's what's gorgeous about this collection, is that it can be used for so many different things.
I think it's something that draws me to it, because I have a birthday week before Christmas, I have a wedding anniversary a week after Christmas. So there's a lot going on during the festive time. It is an expensive month, Alex, exactly right. So there are plenty of things going on during the winter months. And of course, let's not forget, there are some people who don't celebrate Christmas for one reason or another. But it is a very, very picturesque time of the year. And I think it's a real celebration of that. And there is something romantic whilst we're inside indoors to look out and see wildlife doing its thing during the winter months. Really, really busy now for this collection. Now you can see £29.99 gets you all of those toppers. I'm just going to quickly flick through them once again, just to give you a flavour in terms of what's available, because you can see. Now you can go for the toppers on their own if you want to, if you just want to go for extra toppers. But I think for £29.99, Natty, to get hold of the toppers.
If you were just going to get the toppers by themselves, they're $19.99 anyway.
Right,
so
okay.
for an extra £10,
you're
going to get everything else. You're going to get your little book, and you're going to get the inserts and double-sided papers, which essentially should be an extra £10 on that one. So you should be paying just under $39.99 for this, but you're not. We're knocking off that £9.99 and giving you a great saving. But you're going to get everything included, including that little book, which is now sold out quite a few times when we brought it to air.
So there's the details if you just want to go for toppers, but Natalie's absolutely right. I wouldn't go for that. I would go for the ultimate collection, because you do get so much more
Everything else is included. You've got the beautiful designs of your sheets here. You're going to get those double-sided papers and that full 120 sheet little book.
There's one that Natalie's just used. Wonderful.
Phenomenal designs in here, isn't there?
You did mention
really
earlier on when it comes
woody elements as well.
And for that, I think there is something here for the guys. We talk about making cards for guys is quite difficult. I mean, that wolf is just spectacular.
It's really gorgeous, isn't it? I think the colourways and that really nice mottled background that you have there, that sky scene, is spectacular.
Something special, isn't it?
It's really going to make those cards stand out.
Beautiful. And again, perfect here for fussy cutting, for example, if you want to bring that forward. And then, of course, you've got the owl there as well. I will have a quick flick through the little book as well, just because, A, it is available on its own.
It is available on its own.
It's amazing how many people, when they buy a collection from Hunkydory, they will add an extra little book in there. Because, well, here at Hobby Maker, you can do, because it's not costing anything extra in terms of postage and packaging.
And maybe it's something, you know, you already got this collection, but you didn't have the chance to buy the little book because it had already sold out, and then you can grab it today for just £9.99. But it's spectacular. I love the fact you've got frames and borders in here, because it makes it so much more useful for the types of cards you can be making with this. I love the fact that we've got sentiments in this little book as well.
Yes, I'll show you those.
You get 6 of each of the images that you see here. So there's 20 images. You get 6 of each, which is 120 in total, and they are just stunning. If you make for charities, this is going to be perfect for you, because they can just be added straight onto a card blank and away you go.
Let's talk about this in terms of brass tacks. If you take those 120 sheets and you put one in the centre of a, what would that be, a 5x5
5 by 5,
and you charge 50p for that card. Actually, let's just say £1. It's a pound. I think £1's not unreasonable. So £1, so that would be £120 that you could generate just from this pad. If you did 50p at £60, you could generate just from this pad.
Which is an incredible profit, really, isn't it? It's absolutely exceptional. The artwork is just something that is really striking. And I think no matter, you know, whether you are making them for birthdays or whether you are making them for Christmas cards, I think people are going to be drawn to your stalls because of the artwork that you've got here. It's so delicate. The watercolour effect to it is just beautiful. And I think the fact that we can obviously add our own colours to this if we want to, with this whole collection being matastic, makes it really special.
I think that you're also getting 6 of these means that would be perfect for you to decoupage as well, wouldn't it, to really bring him to the fore. So that is, also see, and there you can see that is that a meerkat? I think it's a meerkat.
I think it's a stout.
Stout, that's a type of beer.
A stoat?
A stoat, yeah.
There we go, close enough.
Stout is
I would prefer the first of the options.
Imagine that snuck into the back, just like a bit. We should actually have a look at, you mentioned earlier on, some
your
sentiments at the back as well.
So you get one sheet of this one design, but you can see it's jam-packed full with all your different sentiments. So many different occasions in there as well.
They do look like, I'm not going to lie, they do look like labels that would sit on the outside of a bottle of stout.
Well, yes, you could,
so maybe
you could add that in as well.
That's
a little bit of twine, maybe some ribbon from the collection. You're all sorted.
Yeah, you are. All right, but of course you can go for that on its own, but it is included as part of the Ultimate Collection. And a quick one bit I haven't shown you just very quickly is, of course, the inserts, where you've got a mixture of your kind of faded version, as it were, your traditional form inserts. You can see they're repeating a lot of the designs that you have seen already.
I think you get 3 of each design as well, so I think it's 36 in total. You're going to get 24 inserts, 3 of each design, and you're going to get 12 double-sided papers.
I'll jump to the double-sided papers.
I think that's 4 designs, and you get
3 of each?
Designs, you get 3 of each,
To make the 12, yeah, okay. So again, you've got those again, beautiful woodland designs. I think these do have a life beyond
100%.
just Christmas, don't they? Again,
yeah, and you can be using them with your stamps, of course, because we've got stamps with this range.
We have.
The stamps as well, take those sentiments out, switch them out for other stamp sentiments. You can be using them throughout the time as well. I think there's a nice mix of festive patterns, but there's a nice mix of real traditional, classic, masculine designs as well. So, like you say, whether it's Christmas or not Christmas, they work for both.
Very quickly, because you're keen to do another demonstration, can I just highlight a couple of dies?
Go for it. Keep going. Go for it.
Because there's one in particular
I do love that one.
I think this is fantastic. This is the wolf head die.
It is.
As you can see.
Gorgeous.
Now, I think there is an example.
There is just by the side of you there,
just
actually.
Here.
Yep.
This card you can see, that is the die that has been used to cut this out. So again, we'll bring the details in for that. That's quite amazing, isn't it? So that's the wolf. Again, at £11.99 if you want to go for it on its own. However, you can buy it as part of a pairing.
You can.
Where it comes with the winter owl. So you're going to get the both of those, and we'll put those together. Put the details on winter owl on its own in case you just want to go for that. There we go, you can see. So again, it's £11.99. But if you go for both together,
we're saving you some pennies.
There you go, saving you some pennies there, down to £19.98. That's SAHD 79 if you want to go for those. We'll go flip it around just so you can see. Those are big dies.
They're really big dies, yeah. We tried to see if we could fit them through the mini before, but the sizes are just a little bit too big. So they'll fit beautifully through your mini machines, so sort of like your A5 machines. But they do fill a really large space of your cards. They're so incredibly detailed, whether you're wanting to sort of paper piece these, whether you want to sort of cut them out and sort of put them together or layer them up together, drop shadow them with sort of mirror. There's loads of cool ways in which you can use them, but I think they're absolutely awesome.
Lovely. All right, now, I should say when it comes to the Ultimate Collection, now 30% of the stock has gone if you do want to go for that collection. So again, you need to be quick if you do want to get hold of that because it could sell out the same way as the previous one did. Should we jump into another demo?
Yeah,
let's do
it. So for this one, we're going to use our Little Book pages, some of our double-sided papers. And although it has sold out, some people might be watching that already have this. So I might sneak in a little bit of the parchment as well. So we'll see. We'll see how we get to when we're sort of building this up. So what I've got is my gorgeous design here. And I actually want to sort of fussy cut this frame out of here. So what we're going to do is just bring in our trimmer. And I'm just going to go alongside all of those straight edges. So I'm going to do that again all the way across this section and then spin that around, and we're going to do across here and then we can do a little bit of fussy cutting. So I'm going to get my craft knife and I am going to fussy cut around these pieces, starting off with these gorgeous little holly bunches in the corners because I want those to still stand out. I don't want to cut those out of here. So just moving that around on here. We're just going to build up those areas and then that will pop out of there, and then we can just move this up across this bunny. So create kind of like a little fake snow edge by just moving that cardstock around there really nicely, and then around the top of our bunny on here, we're just going to move this around. So I'll just keep going around here, and you can be as detailed or as not detailed when you're sort of fussy cutting this out. It's completely down to you, but also do it to your strengths. So if you aren't good at sort of like really detailed fussy cutting, then just go around the sort of more obvious shapes. So I've cut out, I'm not cutting around all of those whiskers there because that would be
Then if you could do that,
crazy.
then you would be a surgeon.
Yes, it is quite incredible that the amount of detail that is on there. So let's just pop that out, and that gives you your nice frame with your design on.
Gorgeous
and then we've
bunny.
got some other elements that we've fussy cut out from some other pages that we're going to just layer up onto here. So using a mixture of our foam pads, I'm going to get some of my smaller squares as well.
Lovely. We'll bring some details in for some foam pads, because again, it's a kind of item that you might think, do you know what, would be handy to have smaller ones when you're fussy cutting, and you can add them into your basket and there'll be no extra postage and packaging charge. It is KWHD13 for £9.99 for your small pad selection.
So,
again,
and that's great. So you get these sort of bigger squares,
Yes.
and then you get super tiny squares, which are about this size, but you would get 4 in that square.
oh gosh, so what's that, about 3 millimetre?
Yeah, 3 mil
maybe
square.
2 millimetres?
They're really, really good. So I'm going to pop that onto now a piece of mirror. Now I want to obviously create sort of like a nice detailing in there, and I'm so sad that this is sold out already. But you might already have it in your stash, and I'm sneaking it in.
Okay,
I know I'm
fine,
going to be
we'll
in
allow
trouble,
you.
but I'm
Right.
going to sneak it in because it's just beautiful. Let me
Yeah, I can
see
see why
what
it's
size
sold
that
out.
is. So I'm going to cut this just down to 5 by 5. You might be able to find it from, you might be able to find it somewhere else in the world. Who knows?
Yes, quite possibly.
But I'm going to. We need to try and get this back, don't we?
Yeah.
Maybe. I'll go annoy some people at the office.
Would you
That's
annoy
what it
some people in the
needs.
office when you fit? Because your back one's at 7.
Yeah.
So you
I am.
So you can ring people that
I
they
will-
answer to you, Natalie.
I will see if I can go and annoy some people.
All right, fine, okay. All right, so extremely busy for this particular collection. Alex, could some names on the screen, please, just so we can give some shouts out. There's the details for the trimmer that Natalie's just used. And
The
actually,
trim
we've got
is
some
so good
lovely
for that.
messages that have come in as well. We'll read those out in just a couple of seconds.
So popping this onto here now, that's going to give me this nice little edge, and then I'm going to stick this with my foam pads onto that nice edge. Now you could just use coloured parchment here if you haven't got the chance to get this. We've got so many different coloured parchments within our brand shop as well. If you go to Hunkydory, on the website, pop in parchment. We've got festive parchment. We've
All
got
ranges.
our monochrome parchment.
Okay.
So there's so much that you can mix and match in here. Even snowfall acetate would look really nicely behind this
snowfall
little
acetate.
panel. So there's lots of other things that you could pop that in. So I'm going to stick this onto here now, give that like a nice lift, and it completely changes the background
It does, doesn't it?
area in that. So we're going to make our card. We're going to do 7 by 7. So I've got some of this beautiful cardstock because I think that really nice light design works so well with this. We're going to pop this.
Our poor producer Alex is desperate to try and find some alternative.
I know.
Alex, see if you can get some snowfall acetate.
Snowfall acetate will definitely be on there.
So he'll try and find it for us, and then we'll bring those details in. there
So
is any to be
popping this onto here now, giving myself a nice little edge of gold mirror, and then this is going to stick onto our card. So I'm going to just pop that on.
Whilst you're doing that, we have found the snowfall acetate. I don't know, could we bring it onto the screen or should you... Oh, it's on its way. Here we go. So snowfall acetate, if you don't want to go for that. This is good value. 24
is good value.
sheets for $14.99.
Oh, he's
Oh,
sneaking.
Alex has gone mad now. No, okay. I was $19.90. I was going to £14.99. Very good. So it's ONHD36. ONHD36. And Jimmy has hot-footed it from the studio to go grab it for you. That's the kind of service you get here at Hobby Maker. Not just you guys at home, but also our guests in the studio.
So I'm going to use our super chunky 4mm foam pads now to really lift off this little book page from our card blank. So really, really chunky foam pads on there. Sticking that nice and centrally to give you that sort of really nice sort of framed look. And then I've gone for Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow from our sentiments that you get with your little book. So you could essentially just buy that little book today and make your cards just from that product.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true.
So I'm going to stick it in this top corner because I don't want to hide those hollies because those hollies are really, really nice. And then there you go, another gorgeous example of how you can mix and match the products that you're going to get in that ultimate collection.
Very nicely done, Natalie. Beautiful. If you did want to add a finishing touch like your snowfall acetate, here it is, hot from Jimmy's cupboard, which isn't a euphemism. And again, you can see 24 sheets. Now, this is a legendary product from Hunkydory. It's one of those items, excuse me.
One of those items that I think you cannot do Christmas without. And if you do Christmas without snowfall acetate, you're doing something a little bit wrong in my eyes.
I think you're missing out.
You are.
Missing out. Big bundle there, again, 24 sheets for £14.99. Well worth adding in. You'll have seen over the years some great examples of cards made utilising this from the team at Hunkydory. Add that into your basket today. No extra postage and packaging to pay. The all-important item code is ONHD36. ONHD36. Lovely. All right, let's give a quick reminder of a couple of other items. We haven't talked about
we haven't even talked about the adorable scorable.
So this is the adorable scorable. You know, whenever Hunkydory bring us a collection, they will select adorable scorable, so it's cardstock that matches the colourways of that collection.
It is, and this is a beautiful selection. Even just like the first couple of shades, you can see how well it's going to fit. So this is on Matte-tastic cardstock, which means it matches the collection in the fact that you can colour onto here. You could stamp directly onto here. And we have given you here 8 different colourways. You get 3 of each sheet, which is a 24-sheet pack.
Yes.
You've got the gorgeous forest green. We've got our charcoal and that gorgeous sort of royal blue. Then we've got our terracotta. This one I think is our Kiwi Crush. It's a really sort of sagey green colour.
I was going to say
sage. We've got a grey in here, a nice pebble grey, a nice, really nice espresso sort of brown colour, and then our ivory. So a beautiful mix of very autumnal colours, actually.
I think just for, again, I know it isn't, please don't cancel me on this, but these are kind of sort of traditional masculine colours. I think that this is a great selection to have because so many of the colours that we're used to seeing with Hunkydory are bright and joyful and colourful, and that's a wonderful thing.
But sometimes you want moody crafting, don't you?
Moody crafting.
Moody crafting.
There we go. Blimey, I've presented a few of those shows over the years, let me tell
you.
But I just think it's a great selection for you to be able to have, but quite rightly.
Nice masculine selection as well. So if you're someone who's making male-themed cards and you're struggling with your sort of colour choices, then just grab this because you have all of those really nice, deep, masculine tones within it.
Absolutely. All right, so add that in again. No extra postage and packaging to pay if you've already ordered anything from the show, but £9.99 for 24 sheets in total. That's BMHD81, BMHD21. Oh, blimey, a lot of you coming in for this right now.
Hello.
Dies come in, but when we see the name crafter, it's either someone who doesn't want their name to be read out, that's fine, you have that choice, but often it means a brand new customer.
Yeah.
And if you've never shopped with us before, it's very, very easy to do so. Most of people who shop with us for the first time, they order on the phone because it's a free phone number, okay? So it's 0800 001 4433. It is a UK-based call centre. They are based just the way up there, and it's 24 hours a day. So if you're watching the show in the middle of the night and it's on repeat, then you can still place an order and you'll speak to someone.
You will.
Alternatively, you can order on the website. Of course, that's hobbymaker.co.uk. It's hobbymaker.co.uk. But we have that all-day posting and packaging, which, again, I was talking to Carnation Crafts today.
Oh, yeah.
And, there's someone who's joined us recently. And they still can't quite believe how we do that.
No, we can't either. It's quite crazy. When you think about how weighty some products are, like if you're buying everything on the show, that's a lot of cardstock.
I mean, well, if you think of something, because you've got the Cricut coming up, for example, that's quite hefty. Well, certainly the Explore. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, blimey. that's how we pay for it. We have to go to green every 30 seconds, every so often, just to pay for it. What happened there? Anyone know? Anyway, so yes, you can see because paper's heavy.
Paper's heavy.
Dyes heavy as well.
Yeah.
But the point is, you don't have to worry how we do it. We do it.
Crazy.
And it means it. What it means is that you can enjoy the shows throughout the day, you can order throughout the day.
You also don't have to watch the whole day and then at the end of the day decide what you want to buy, which sometimes can be quite, you can miss out.
Yes, 100%.
You can miss out on products because they've sold out, they've done really well, and then you've not had the chance to buy them.
Yeah, and that's
Doing
a big
it this way, it means that you can buy whatever you want throughout the day, and you're not having to worry about having to pay like a ridiculous amount of postage 3 or 4 times because you've done it all in one. So it's fantastic for that.
It is, isn't it? Lovely. All right, so listen, that's the adorable score. A lot of you adding that into your basket. Just another quick reminder, if we may, just because Jimmy brought it in, we'll give you a quick reminder on the adorable, the acetate, the snowfall acetate. Really big bundle as well, 24 sheets. I'm just showing you one on a black card, just so you can see, for £14.99. I'd go as far to say, do you know what? It's such a great product. You instantly recognise it when it's on a card.
I think so. And you instantly know that it's a Hunkydory product as well.
Absolutely.
It's such an incredible addition to cards. I think it's fantastic. I genuinely don't know how people, if you have never had it before, buy it this year because you will continuously buy it for the rest of your years. It's that good for Christmas crafting. Stamps as well, not just Hunkydory products, but using with your Creative Expressions stamps that you had on before, Carnation Crafts projects that they'll be having, with apertures, dimensional cards. It's the best thing you can add to your Christmas crafting.
It means you can turn and let's say you've got a country cottage or something like that. You can turn it into a festive one simply by adding this on the front. So again, it's a great way to transform your cards.
100%.
A lot of you adding that into your baskets right now. One other item we do also have, we have actually got a selection of ribbons available for you. Now, it's Alex, our producer, who has tied this around here.
He had to sort them all out because there was 3 packs of this ribbon all together. So he sorted it out. He's tied them super nicely onto here. So what you're going to get here is 12 different colours of ribbon, and we've selected all of the colours that we think really showcase within this collection.
Just go, it's a bit
there you go, you can see them, can't you? So you get 2 meters of the 12 different colours. We've got this really nice sort of steel grey. Then you've got your gold, you've got your black, we've got your light blue. Then we've got sort of like a hunter forest green. This is a really nice taupey colour, this sort of brown, because we thought we needed a lot of browns for all of the browns that we've got within our animals. Then when you've got your orange for sort of like your foxes and your squirrels, we've got the chocolate colour. Then we've got this really nice, it's kind of like a champagne-y brown. You've got your midnight blue, you've got your white, and then you've also got this really nice sort of stormy grey. It's kind of got a little touch of brown, a little touch of blue in there, but all of those colours I think work so well with this.
If you treated yourself to the We Are Makers ribbon cutter yesterday, which I think has now sold out, then that is certainly well worth going for. Good value as well at $9.99, 2 metres each, and there's 12, so that's 24.
24 in total, 24,
just under the length of a municipal-sized swimming pool. They're about 25 metres. Olympic ones are 50. Anyway, £9.99 if you'd like to add those in. But remember, no extra postage and packaging to pay. But half the stock has gone, Natalie.
Wow.
So you do need to be quick.
That is incredible.
Like to go for that particular one. Right, Natalie's going to bring another demonstration, but we'll bring the details back in for the Ultimate Collection. Remember, it's that contains your toppers, contains your backgrounds, also contains your inserts, also it contains your, again, kind of double-sided papers, and also the little book. So it's a great starting point to get all of that for only £29.99. And that means you are able to make the kind of cards that you see Natalie make, but also the quality of cards you can see on the left-hand side as well. Let's make one fresh, shall we?
Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of stealing from the counter, actually.
What?
Because I was going to use parchment again, but we don't have it. So let me just...
You can help yourself,
steal
Natalie.
this, and I might steal some of a sheet of your...
Acetate.
Acetate as well, yeah. So you can tick me off the list of things that I've stolen.
There we go, fine, yes.
Lots
you go
of
through security.
loads of things.
We've stopped, we actually have a metal detector now. We've stopped hanging people upside down.
Yeah, you're not allowed to leave. You've got to go through the metal detector first.
Exactly.
So this is a 6x8 card blank. I've made that by just cutting my 8x8 down in half. And then we're going to take the front off our card. So I am just going to take off, I think I want to take off 1.5 off each side. So because it's 8x8, you can't actually line this up on your card blank and sort of get this through. So what we're essentially doing here is using our little tool as like just really lightly across the top of our card, just to score into that cardstock. So it's only sort of cutting that first layer.
Yes.
And then you can go in with your scissors to sort of tidy that around. So let's take these bits off. Is Jimmy around, anybody?
Do you know what,
I
Natalie,
need
at
the
the
plates
moment,
to
in
be
the
able to
studio,
use this
do you know who's in the
machine.
studio right now? You and me.
You and me.
Me and you. There's no one else. Oh, no, Becky's there. Sorry, hide away. Oh, what you
I
after?
need the plates for the MIDI if you've got them.
Oh, the plates for the Gemini MIDI. There we go.
Thank you.
So Alex, who's producing the show,
He's going to go run and
is
get
now
it for
going to go
us.
and find those.
He'll
So
know where to find it.
it's literally you, me,
And Becky.
Becky in the studio, Dan who's directing,
That's it.
and the viewers. That's all there is.
That's all there is.
Look at that. Dan's on his own in the gallery. Becky's here unsupervised. You and me this side.
Trouble.
What could
That's what that
possibly go
stands
wrong?
for, trouble. So let's take my panel now. What size have I just made this? Let's measure this. So that's 3. So I've cut my acetate to 8x6, and that's going to sit on the front here. I'm going to just get a little bit, thank you, Alex, I've got some mirri, that's what I was looking for. My mirri I need to cut down to 3. And then I'm going to cut a little panel of this, and we're going to trim that down to 3. I'm going to trim that down to 1, 2 notches below the 3, so that they fit really nicely on there and just give me that nice sort of edge. So let's just check that my height is right on that. 8, that's right. So I'm just going to cut that down ever so slightly again. So let's pop that together, and then let's stick this on here. So I'm just going to add my tape onto there. We're going to wedge in our acetate, so just lifting that up again.
Details on the right hand side if you do want to go for that trimmer that Natalie has been utilising. You can see £19.99 is the price for that trimmer. It does come with that extendable arm, and you can trim up to 12 by 12 and also A3 sheet sizes.
Yes, which is incredible that you can fit, because a lot of trimmers and guillotines you can't do your larger papers with, but you can with that one, and it's so useful, especially if you're using A3 to do like big boxes, or maybe you've got some of that oversized A4 that we had on the show.
Oh, yes.
At 1 o'clock as well. That would really help with that. So let's just pop this onto here like so. I'm just going to remove the backing off here now. That's going to fit on the top of here. So
Just some shout outs. Well done to Ruth, to Rachel, to Megan, to Susan, to Janet, to Pauline, to Paula, to Valerie, to Dorothy, to Di, who have all placed their orders for, among many of you who place your orders for your Ultimate Collections this afternoon.
I'm going to then add my adorable scoreable into my background. That's going to bring in that really nice shade of colour. So I'm going to pop that into here like so. So again, that's just a piece that is 8 by 6, and then we can fold this down.
This is where your acetate comes into its own.
This really nicely. So it's giving you that really nice deep colour, but you've got it so beautifully on the edge there. You can add your insert in as well. So I'm going to pop that in the actual back of my card actually. So just pop in that on there. So you could still got a space to write your message.
Now Dan, who is relatively new to the world of crafting, he's just correctly identified that as an outsert.
Yes, it isn't an insert, it's an outsert.
Yeah, so
Something
he has been paying attention despite everything
He has been paying attention.
that we've
He
had
is-
fed
he does-
back. No, he has.
He does quite well actually. Where are...
Now something
right.
just fell down.
It was
What are you
my
after, your
craft
poker?
knife. No, I was going to find some dies to put on here. I do have another product though, and I'll bring that in. So we're going to cut this out of blue. I've already got one cut out of silver. I'm finding everything over here. It's getting extremely messy on this side
Get a bit
counter.
congested, isn't it?
Yeah, loads going on. So let's pop this through on our plates here. Just pop that to one side. I love this machine for
You know
how
what? I don't
handy
think-
it is, you know.
I've obviously, but I haven't seen it that much in action.
It's so good.
You like it?
Yeah, it's so small. So, you know, when you have like not a lot of space in your craft room,
Yeah.
it's really great because it's so thin. It's so handy to use, and it's a great size as well for.
And I have to say, that
for all of
plate
your dies.
configuration is just about as easy as it gets.
Yeah, yeah. When you're not having to make sure you've got all your bits and pieces, and look how
It's just like an
phenomenal this
embossing
cuts.
folder, isn't it?
It cuts so well. So you can peel off your backing, and then I'm just going to make sure I've got those elements out of here. And then I'm going to go in with my construction glue, actually, and I'm just going to pop a little amount on. Don't want loads to come out.
We'll bring the construction glue on
Just
the right-hand
little
side of the
bits.
screen.
Of construction glue to add into those areas and around on here. So add in little touches, and then we're going to pop this on here as a little drop shadow. So we're just going to pop it more to the, so I've popped my top layer more to the right over that
Okay.
mirror, which gives you that nice sort of
drop shadow.
drop shadow in it. And then this is going to pop on here. And I actually do want to layer this up. So let's see if I can get in some of my squares on there without you being able to see them.
Okay. Oh, that's you're going well there.
Pretty good. You can just see it underneath there at the bottom. So I
That's where you
will
want some
just-
smaller ones. This is where your foam
your
pad
circle would work, or your small squares. I don't have the super small ones.
I've got some.
Oh, you've got some.
Do you want
I don't think
Do you
I
want
can take this
Natalie?
off though.
That's yours.
That's mine. I can keep that one.
You can keep that one.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Yep.
Because this is actually perfect because they fit in so well. You can obviously double them up, but even these like tinier spaces.
There's the details if you would like
all
your
fitting on
own
there.
small pad, foam pad collection.
Perfect.
Again, you can see detail screen at £9.99. But perfect for this, all the
Perfect for
fine
this.
detail
Yeah,
you want to show
when
the
you
white
just
bits.
got tiny little elements to pop on. So that's going to fit on there like that. And then for my sentiment, we are actually going to use sheets from, I had it earlier on in the show, our Just My Type sentiment
right.
strip pad.
Okay.
So these, it was, yeah, I think it was loaded into the show. So these are great because you get so many different makes. So I'm going to put in, let's see what we've got here. I think I'm going to go for a Fantastic Uncle, which is just here in the middle. And these are great because, again, you can use them with your trimmer, but you can just use the guide on that cutting strip
And that's,
to
do you know
cut
what?
out these sentiments.
What card would you make for your uncle? What card would you make for your son or daughter to give to your brother? You know, if they're the uncle. What card would you go for? You want to have something that... there are generic ones that might feature a hobby, and it might not be something they're necessarily into.
No.
I've said this in the past. Growing up, I received so many cards that featured yachting.
Yachting, yeah.
You know, I'm just...
Yachting or like a pub scene with like wine.
Do you know what I
or
mean?
those
And that's fine. That's
classic
fine if that's what
images.
if someone's into. But I don't know, something that kind of said something about them, something complimentary about them, a bit more personal. I think that's a lovely thing.
Let's go for, what have we got here on this one? To Fantastic Uncle, I've got Merry Christmas. Should we just go for that? It's simple, isn't it?
Which I think, what else is...
There's loads of things. Christmas Wishes.
Christmas Wishes,
would work.
George.
Winter Wonderland, Across the Miles. Under the that one's probably not going to work. From the North Pole, Fantastic Uncle.
Yeah?
Um,
I think we went first of all.
Merry Christmas from the North Pole. We do also, I've got mine with me because I'm going to get it because we have bits of words that say to and from, so you can make more of a sentiment with it. So I'm going to grab my other sheet because I don't think...
We'll give you details of the Just My Type Christmas Sentiment Strip Pad.
It's great as well because you don't just get white and black versions, you get the reverse, so you get it black with white writing, and then you also get the craft one as well. So where is mine? Here it is.
There's about 600, over 600, oh, you got it there, over 600.
2,560
What?
sentiment strips in this. You get 48 sheets, and you get, oh, you've got the everyday one.
That's
I've got the
photo.
Christmas one here.
Okay.
So let me, is it on there too? Is it this one? There's definitely one that has.
What, twos and froms?
Yeah.
Well, whilst
Might be
you're
that
searching
one.
for that, there's the details if you do want to go for that Christmas sentiment strip pad, which plenty of you have done so. The one that Natalie
Let's
hasn't
just
had.
pop it on.
That, can I just grab that, Natalie?
Go for it,
Our
sorry.
picture's wrong. But this, the details are correct, and that is the correct item that you will be receiving.
Yep.
Again, £7.99.
There's so much things, there's so many things in there to choose from, to actually make your sentiments from, that I'm struggling to put my sentiment on this card, because the combinations are crazy, and the fact that you get them in so many different like bits and pieces is just awesome. So let's go with, I'll put that really nice and straight in the center. Merry Christmas from the North Pole.
So it's a nice phrase here. To a gift of a girlfriend.
Really good, isn't it?
Nice
There's some
turn of
great
phrase,
ones on
eh?
there. I'm going to put Fantastic Uncle just underneath there. So Merry Christmas from the North Pole, Fantastic Uncle. And then you've got that really nice mix of the dye. You've got the papers in there. You've added some snowfall acetate. And then just popping that snowfall acetate on top of your cardstock can just transform that straight away.
Yeah.
But those sentiment strips are probably one of my favourite things to have to hand, because there's so much included. And Alex did have the everyday one as well. So if you like the style of this one and you want it for every day, then grab that one as well.
Everyday one you'll find again on our website. All right, so, but listen, we've got details back in for your Ultimate Collection. So listen, we'll spend a little bit of time once again having a look at exactly what it is that you are getting. Listen, in terms of the inspiration, I think the quality of cards that you've made, Natalie, and also the design team have made are absolutely fantastic. Really,
I think
inspirational.
for anyone who is like just starting out in craft, or anyone who's maybe just found Hobby Maker and they're really interested in what Hobby Maker is all about, Hunkydory is a great company to start with because of the ease of the products, especially our topper collections. Everything's foiled, it's all die cut for you, so you just pop it out and lay it on. If you're just starting out into craft, all you have to do is fold your cardstock in half and add those toppers on top of it. You don't have to do the fancy folds. That can come with time, sort of with experience, but it's a great place to start your crafting journey. And I do think that if you are a brand new beginner, or you're someone who's crafted for a really long time, both of those people find a way to craft with Hunkydory, because it's effortless. Everything's so beautifully coordinated.
Yeah, it's very
you don't
true.
struggle with what papers to work with, what toppers or what designs match up with each other, because that work's already been done for you
But
by
at the
the
same
fantastic
time,
team.
whether you want to make something simple, or if you are someone, as you said, a bit more advanced, so you want to move into like concept cards. And I know you guys do concept cards from time to time. This will keep up with you. I think that's one of the reasons why people are very loyal to Hunkydory. No matter where you are on your crafting journey, in terms of the quality and quantity that you get with Hunkydory, it will keep up with your ambition. So it's not a case of Hunkydory meeting their own standards or even meeting Hobby Maker standards. It's about reaching your standards, what you want to achieve as
and
a
your
crafter.
levels of crafting as well. And I think that's why it's great that we are so thoughtful in that way for every person.
Right, so listen, I've showed you about half of what you were getting. Again, getting really busy. Well, it's been busy right the way throughout the show, but I think once you've seen the demonstrations from Natalie, it's when we have another surge on the phone lines. These are the double-sided papers, which are lovely. I often say, when you've got nice papers like this, I think even go so far, if you're giving someone a gift, a small gift, obviously, I think you could use these.
Oh, as like little gift bags.
Little gift bags, or wrapping paper, or actual wrapping paper.
100%, yeah. That would look really nice. You could use some of your stamps as well to stamp sentiments on there to make it look more wrapping paper-esque. But so many beautiful designs in here. You get 3 of each of everything that you see within here. And you're also going to get your inserts that go alongside that
You
too.
are. I shall quickly show you those. In fact, before I do that, should we talk the little
Go
book?
through the little book, yeah.
You are getting the little book, but again, a lot of you add an extra one of these
ones
in.
always go in.
Do you think that's also because, in fact, I happen to have been told that this is often the case, that sometimes people like to just own these, so there's one to...
Yeah,
we used to joke it was one to use, one to stroke.
No, it's very true, and they're kind of like a collector's item. I think, what number is on there?
Oh, it is...
Is it 1 on the code?
Oh, it's 146.
So 146 means this is the
146.
I think. Is that right?
That one there?
Oh, no, 152.
Oh, sorry, it's up there.
152, so 150.
So it's a 152nd...
Little book.
Little book.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anyone watching who's got them all.
Who has them all? Oh, I would love to meet that person. I'd love to meet that person. I would love to know how they're storing them as well. Because that's
heavy,
a
right?
lot,
That's a lot,
a
isn't it?
lot of little books.
152 little books so far. Fascinating.
And that's also really, if you're someone who's wanting to sort of collect them as well.
Yeah, so I'll show you where...
That's a really good way of knowing which ones you might not have.
Can we zoom in on this just so you can see? Because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
If you zoom at the top just there, you'll see. So obviously that is the code. So it stands for
Little Book
Book Square.
And then you've got the number after it. So that is our 152nd book.
There we go. Fascinating, isn't it? So there you go. If you want to keep an eye on your collection, see which ones you're missing.
No, the ins and outs.
Absolutely. But again, this is the one I think. This is the one I think you can afford to be generous with. This might be the little book that you might let the kids play.
But I also think because you get 6 of each image. So if you make 3 cards that are just basic onto a 5x5 with a sentiment, some gemstones, maybe a bit of ribbon, you're done.
Yeah.
3 cards like that, and then use the 3 other cards to do pyramage, invitage, to do decoupage in with, to do sort of like fancy, sort of like cutting into them with your trimmer as well. There's so many amounts of cards that you'd make 20 cards like that, and then you'd have 3 of each image, which is 80. So you'd make 100 cards instead of 120 doing it that way.
Nice, see?
But there's not much in that, is there? And you're going to make 3 cards, and then you're going to make 3 cards that are very simple. They don't have to be with the matting and layering that you can do, and the bringing in of papers and things like that. And then 3 that are decoupaged up. So you're giving those cards loads of different looks.
There's Rocket. Oh, look at that, the grizzly as well. Nice.
Really nice imagery. And I think as well, with the selection that we have used, if you are a viewer watching in America too, the artwork and the wildlife that we've actually brought into this collection, it isn't sort of like just to British wildlife as well. It is that sort of international theme, because I don't think I've ever seen a grizzly bear here. I've seen deers before. We get deers very often near us, actually.
They're trying to, in recent years, they've been trying to reintroduce wolves into Scotland.
Yes, I think I've heard that. I think I have heard that. But they're not things that we see all the time here, but they are things that you see over in America. So it's nice that we have that artwork that works for both countries.
Absolutely. Very quickly, one item we have not shown. I wish
Have we not shown them yet?
I haven't shown the stamps. That's on me. So we have got a section of... now,
do the bundle.
Let's do the bundle, why not? So tell you what we're going to do. This is the size of the stamp, as you can see, but I'm going to turn it around just so you can see the image. You can't see it too clearly there. If I turn it around, you'll see exactly the kind of image you're going to be able to create with each one of these set of stamps. Obviously, you've got sentiments on there that can be transferred onto other projects if you so wish. But you're getting 4 of them here.
They're
so it's 3 of them.
A6 stamps, so the size is really, really large on them. I think they're so incredibly detailed. If you're someone who is really into sort of like realistic, stylized colouring, you're going to love these stamps. So they should be £24.
Oh, that's not our final price.
No, it's not. We're knocking off a whole £8 on these. So in the bundle, you're going to get them for £16 for all 3 of them.
£16, all 3?
Sentiments and 3 gorgeous little flourishes that you could use as borders or backgrounds within your makes as well.
That's brilliant. So again, add that into your baskets. Remember, no extra postage and packaging to pay if you have treated yourself to anything today already. They are available individually if you don't want to commit to all 3 for £8. What did you say, Alex?
£8 each.
£8 each.
£8 individually, yeah.
I'll just ask you in the future. It's easier. So it's a BC HD 23 if we do have to go for all 4 together. Right, we'll come towards the end of this show. So Natalie, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
We're back at 7.
We're back at 7 and
with
we're
the return
bringing...
of the Robins.
So excited that we've been able to get more of that.
Lovely. All right,
I can't believe it's sold out.
No, I know. Well, okay, it's a beautiful collection. Beautiful collection. Right, so we'll see you then, yes?
Yes, you
Lovely.
will.
All right, don't go too far away because Julie's standing by. We're going to be spending a bit of time getting to know the Cricut Joy. We'll bring you that joy in a few minutes' time.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Evening all, welcome back. You are of course watching Hobbymaker. Thank you to Natalie for the previous hour. She will be back with you in an hour. But it's time for us once again to spend some time with someone who I haven't seen for all of, well...
An hour or two.
An hour or two. Julie and I probably see more of each other than anyone else. We sit next door to each other. In the Hobbymaker office. Julie is a part of our planning and scheduling team, but is also a more than established crafting guest.
Yes, yeah. I've got quite a few under my belt now.
You have now, haven't you? Yes,
Yeah.
you were with us yesterday with We Are Makers.
Yes,
but your first shows, were they with Cricut?
Some of my first ones, yes.
Some of your first ones,
I did,
right, okay.
the first shows I did the Caterpillar.
Oh, I remember that. The
Yeah,
Cutability,
we
yes,
had
yes,
that. And
yes.
then, yeah, Kathy came from Cricut.
Indeed.
And then asked if I'd do a few shows. So, yeah, and it's just gone from there.
So she was given the royal seal of approval, and you are now our resident demonstrator for Cricut. So if you have got any questions about the Cricut, particularly the Cricut Joy, which is what we're focusing on this particular show, then Julie's exactly the person to ask. Because how long have you been working with Cricut machines for?
Oh, I've had a Cricut machine for about 6 years of the variety that we use now. I had a really old one years ago that you used to put the cartridges into. I don't know if you remember those.
Remember those, yeah.
So, yeah, the one like a smart cutting machine I've had for about 6 years, and I've upgraded in that time.
Sure.
And added like the Joy today. There's room in your life for that if you've already got one of the larger machines, because this is smaller and portable. So yeah, I love everything about them.
I think this also be evident as well. The one thing that amazes me, I've seen Julie play with this, working with it at the desk as well. I've always, been obsessed with it because anything to do with technology draws me in. This really does pack a punch, and I think that it's a great additional item if you're somebody who already has a cutting machine. But this is your first tentative step into working with anything like this. This is a really, really good place to start because it takes up such a tiny amount of space. We've got die cutting machines in the building that are way bigger than this. So I think everyone does have space for this somewhere in their life. And we put together a really good value bundle for you in terms of what we've got available for you. We'll highlight what each part of it does, but let me quickly run through it. Your item number, if you do want to go for this, if you're someone who's already seen the Cricut Joy, know exactly what it does, you're just waiting for us to bring you a great deal. Your item is LX7113. But you'll also know here at Hobby Maker, often when we start with a price, that is not the final price. That is simply where we are starting your combined price if you were to buy everything individually. We have got an extra special offer coming up for you, and we'll bring you that in just a couple of seconds. In fact, you know what? Whilst I rearrange this hastily falling down back shot, why don't you bring it in right now as a form of distraction, Julie?
Yes.
So no one will notice. Look at that. You can see it's gone down to £189.99. And what we should also have there as well is a 3-way split pay. So that means that you can go for your Cricut Joy today, and all you'll need to pay is £63.33, I'm guessing. £63.33 if you do want to go for this Cricut Joy. All right, so we'll talk through the different accessories you're getting as we go, but what is it that you like about this particular machine, Julie?
This particular one, I like just for the sheer fact it is so small.
Yes.
Some people think, oh, it's a small machine. You always want to go for the bigger one. But don't be fooled by the size of it, because it's got all the power that the larger machines have got in terms of your cutting and your pressure. But you can do, with the smart materials, you can do the lengths.
Yes.
So your mouth size in it is only I think it's 4.5 inches. But if you've got smart vinyl, it will do a full roll of smart. So if you're doing banners, borders, signage, you can be doing a full length, and they are a good size length, that you can be feeding into it. So don't be thinking, you can only do tiny little things.
Sure.
And also, like I say, it's so lightweight. So maybe if you've got a craft stall, or you could be taking this with you and be personalising items. Take the order, personalise the item while the customers go around the rest of the and come back.
That's a very good point. Everything you need. So you need laptop and obviously your Cricut Joy. You have absolutely everything you need.
Yeah.
Great point about, obviously you will show you just how big you can go, because I know Julie's got a couple of great demonstrations lined up. But I think if you are predominantly a card maker, would you suggest this is a good one to start with? Because by and large, card makers deal with smaller projects. So, for example, we've got some just behind me over here. I'll grab some just so you can see. If you have the ability to transform your cardstock into card projects like this is where the Joy really, I think, earns its place in the craft room. Yeah,
definitely. I would say this, if you are predominantly a paper crafter, this would definitely be the one for you, because you can be die cutting your shapes, flowers, or your embellishments that you could be making out of your cards.
Because it draws as well.
It draws as well. So it will draw the design, cut out the bits that you can see, and then you can be bringing in your craft stash into this. So, your Hunkydory mirror card, your glitter cards, textures, to create more interest at the back of where it's left those pieces missing. So, it would just enhance the way you craft.
Lovely. All right. Well, listen, we're going to give you some demonstrations. However, there is one thing we did want to highlight before we do that. We did want to sort something that's brand new to us today here on Hobby Maker. And we've got some special vinyl available. And this is what Julie's going to be utilising in terms of her demonstrations. Now, each one of these colours is, I know this because I updated the description, 48 inches by 5.5 inches wide. And again, the finish on this is absolutely superb. We'll take this out of the packaging just so you can see in just a couple of seconds. So let's start off first of all with the red. Okay, we'll bring the details in for that. It's one of the benefits of shopping with us here at Hobby Maker, of course. If you have ordered something today, you don't need to pay anything extra in terms of postage and packaging. Now, we're going to put together a really special price for this. Now, the prices we've got, I should say, the price you've had today on the Explore, and also the Joy, and also these vinyls, is for today only.
We've done today only prices.
So by tomorrow, the prices will go up to their usual prices. So let's bring the price down on all of the Cricut Joy Smart Vinyl. What makes this vinyl smart?
The smart bit of it is you don't need a mat to put it into your machine.
I see. Okay.
So the smart is it's smart enough that you don't need a mat.
That's fine.
And also, the other thing is, with your mat, you would only be able to do a smaller amount. So you're probably going to take half an inch, maybe an inch off your cutting size. So this will literally feed in and it'll cut 5.5 inches.
Okay.
Whereas your mat is more like, say, 4.5.
Okay. So
because you've got your edge around your mat.
Sure.
So it gives you a wider cutting surface. Okay. And like I say, because you're feeding it into the machine, you can do the length.
Understood.
You haven't got to worry about sticking it on a mat and it only taking the mat size.
Okay, lovely. All right, let's run through the different colours you have available. Do you know, Alex, I wonder whether or not we just have a couple of these and then could you put the rest through as we mention them, because otherwise we could be here for quite some time. And I'm keen to see this in action. I'm sure the people at home are. Moving on to the next one. This is our light blue. And I don't know if you can quite see that, but you can just about see the shimmer that's on the outside of there. Again, same price, down at £7.99. So is that, there we go, you can see that different effect. So it doesn't need a mat, because I guess it's almost got the mat included.
Yes, the bottom of the vinyl, that is your mat. Okay. It won't cut through that back in. Okay. So you don't need it, like I say, you don't need your mat for that. And
I'll tell you what, I'm going to pick one of my favourites, which I think is going to be rather popular. Let's jump and have a look at, let's go for this one here, which is your gold. So I'm trying at best angle so you can get the best shot of that. I have to take my word for it on that one. Again, at £7.99. So what we'll do is we mention the colours. We'll go through. Our producer, Alex, will put all the colours on the website. Yep. So you can go through and browse those at your leisure and add those into your basket. But I think it is time we jumped into a first demonstration. So what we're going to do first of all, Jenny?
We'll cut a border out. So I did one earlier which I haven't weeded yet, so I can do the weeding. But what I'll do is set this one cut in, and then we can weed one whilst we're going.
All right, lovely.
So I've put you a couple there just so you can show some of the shimmer ones, because they really are.
Is this uncut, this one?
Yeah, this one is an uncut one. Yeah, I've just opened that up.
Of just how big. So that's the length and the width of each one of the smart vinyls. Yep. Quite sizable, as you can see. And if I tilt the light on that, you'll see that's got a perfect for Christmas, that, isn't it? Yeah. Beautiful.
It is.
Lustral look on that.
Yeah, that and the gold one that you just said was one of your favourite ones. Those two together for Christmas. If we're all thinking about doing your Christmas make.
Yeah, certainly.
Perfect for that.
Lovely. All right, so what colour are you going for?
So I've got the silver here.
Okay.
So I'm just going to show you how, by feeding this length in, it will do you a banner. So maybe you're thinking birthday, wedding. Mm-hmm. So with your software, you need to go to design.cricut.com.
Yes.
Set yourself up with all you need is your email address and a password, and set yourself up a design space. Okay. That is your software that you're going to use. Regardless of how many machines you've got, how many devices you've got, you just have the one account and you can run everything from there. So you can have it on your phone, your tablet, your laptop. So you can be designing on the go. Maybe you have a long commute every day. Yes. You could be doing all your designing onto your software whilst you're on your commute, so that when you get home, switch your machine on and away to go. Yeah.
I like that.
It cuts time off, because your designing bit is really the bit that takes the time, because the machine's so quick. Yeah. The cutting takes no time at all.
That's the way I think about it.
So just set yourself up an account. Then when we log into it, it brings us up with our home screen. So from there, you can search for a project if you've got something in mind, or you can go to your canvas and you can design your own. So if we just go to the top left corner, we've got canvas is our second option. And this is what it says it is. It's a virtual blank canvas,
Okay,
basically.
fine.
Everything you put on, think of it like a mat. Everything you put on there, you're going to create. So you have a series of options down the side. So we've got templates, shapes, images, texts. So if we go to images, I'm just going to click on that, and then if we did this for, if we do happy birthday.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that brings up all the images.
It will
that
then
we
search
tagged to-
anything that, any image that's got anything to do with happy birthday, it will give you those images.
Okay.
So you'll see we've got 10,000. So,
Like
yeah.
quite a design
Yeah,
choice,
you can sort of scroll through and pick. So I'm just going to go with this one. So when you see one you like, just select it. And then at the bottom corner, you've got Add to Canvas. And it will bring that up. So you can see that's brought that up on our mat. So all we need to do then, if we're going to be creating a banner, you just need to click and drag it to either make it larger or smaller, depending on your surface area.
Okay.
So I'm just going to bring this up a little bit bigger than what it is. And then all you need to do is duplicate your item. So you duplicate, you'll see you've got your happy birthday on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Above it, you've got a recycle bin, and next to it, you've got a little box with a cross on it,
Okay.
which says duplicate. So if we do that, it will then duplicate that item.
Right.
So depending on how long you're wanting it, will depend on how many times you duplicate it. So I'm just going to do a couple.
Okay.
And then in our top left corner, we've got Make It. So we go to that. Then it will ask us how we're going to be feeding our material into our machine. The without a mat is for your smart materials.
Okay.
Obviously, if you were using everyday vinyl, you'd
use the mat.
you'd pick your mat.
Yeah.
So we'll go with for without mat and confirm. And then you'll see it's brought that up on our mat.
Okay.
No, we don't want it. I'm just going to go back because we want it to be long ways.
Okay.
So I'm just going to make those a little bit. I'm going to put them like that and attach them together. So another way to do it, if it's not plain ball, if it doesn't want to feed it in a length, you can do it like that. So we can attach those, and we'll go again. So we'll go to Make It, and hopefully this time it'll be the right way.
So going without a mat.
Yeah, there you
with
go.
smart
So now
vinyl.
it's doing it the
Got
way
it.
we want it to.
Okay.
So we go to continue, and then it'll find the machine, and you'll see your light comes on the top of your machine when your Bluetooth is enabled. It's just a little, you've just got a little light on the top. The difference with the Joy to the Maker or the Explorer, if you've already got one of those, is this one doesn't have any buttons to actually manually feed it in.
Okay.
You choose to feed it into your machine from your device.
Right, okay.
So it's asking us for our material. So we're going to go with our Smart Vinyl Permanent. So you just pick that from your options, whatever you're using, whether it's the glitter, the holographic, and then you'll see the
All the
lights,
lights flashing.
flashing. So
really
it now
wanting.
wants us, so you've got 2 slots either side of your machine. That, you just want to feed your material under that, and you'll see it will take that in.
Oh, and it starts to work straight away.
Yeah. And whilst it's doing that, it will also measure the length of your material
Right.
to make sure you've got enough.
Right, okay.
If it doesn't think you've got enough material for what you're wanting to cut, it'll pop it back out and it'll say that. It's very clever. It won't attempt to cut something
Okay, fine.
if it thinks it can't.
So you're not going to waste anything?
No, you're not going to waste anything.
Okay.
So then in our bottom corner, we've just got Go. So if we select that, it will then start cutting away.
I think this is amazing.
So I'm just gonna turn that for a moment,
Okay.
just so it, because I've got one, like I said, that I did earlier.
Yes.
So,
Now, you showed me this earlier. I was really impressed by
yeah.
this.
So this, I've just done a couple, but you could do this on the continuous length.
Yeah.
So you've got your weeding tool
Yeah,
in
you've got
your
that included
bundle.
with your bundle, yeah.
So all you need to do is just start off on the corner, slowly pull it towards you, and use your weeding tool just where you need to. I always take my time with this bit because you can rip the vinyl, although it is quite tough.
Yeah.
If you sort of yank it, you
Yes,
can
take
risk
your time
tearing
with
it.
it.
Yeah, because once you've spent all that time sort of cutting it out, you don't want to be ruining your design. So you just sort of lift and pull it as you go. When it's a long design like this, I tend to trim off as I go. I just find it easier because it's sticky.
Yeah.
You can sometimes get it caught up. So I would snip it off there at that bit and then go again.
Right,
so
okay.
just because, like I say, if it sticks to the bits, it can lift it off.
Now, straight away, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about labelling items around the home.
Yeah.
The most obvious one, if you want to get your money back on something like this very, very quickly, go onto a well-known internet auction website and offer the services of labelling people's bins. I'm not talking about you going around and doing it, but people basically send in their number, their address. So a lot of people, when it comes to their wheelie bins, recycling bins, it will be vinyl they have on the outside. That's how people know it's their bin.
Yeah.
If you offer that as a side hustle on that well-known website and you charge £10 for a couple of these, you would make your money back very, very quickly. It's something very, very easy for you to do. But think about smaller. Obviously, we've gone quite big in terms of what you're able to cut out here, but think about smaller. Think about labelling around the craft room. Think about creating a label that would localise where all your card is, where all of your punches are, where all of your dies are, whether you store alphabetically, whether you store by supplier, or whether you store by material. Instead of buying individual labels, this is something you can utilise to create those labels. Remember, the joy is not always about cutting as well. Julie will show you how you can personalise using the drawing function. Really excited by that because I thought it was such a clever idea. So it's something that the major part of this is the fact that it's portable, so you can take it with you and utilise it wherever you go. If you are at craft fairs or you want to be able to offer that personalisation service and maybe charge a little bit of extra for it, you can do. But it also means, I mean, one thing that's big, thanks to a certain reality show, is personalised water bottles.
Oh, yes.
So again, that's something that you could offer to someone very, very inexpensively. You can go further. If you've got a particular logo or brand that you have the ability to use, you can again incorporate that both in terms of drawing form and also in terms of cutting forms as well. So whether or not you want to incorporate that in something like a large, like a scrapbook project, or even to card making, where those cards we showed you earlier on, it is a small machine that packs a powerful punch. Whilst you just finish up on that, she'll talk you through exactly what it is you're getting and what makes this exceptional value for money. So you're getting the machine itself. It is, I would imagine most of you will have a die cutter machine that is bigger than this little tiny and very, very impressive piece of cutting technology. It's like, do you know what it looks like? It looks like a smart speaker. About that kind of size, isn't it? Or as our director was saying, because he's down with the kids, like a VR headset.
Oh, yeah.
Oculus or something.
I'm going to say, yeah, like I know that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But he's right, it's about that kind of size. Again, I'm just pleased he's involved.
Yeah.
Moving on from there, as Julie's mentioned earlier on, you have got your mats. This is what you use when you're cutting out things that doesn't have the mat built in. So your smart vinyl doesn't need it, but other items do. That is when you'll use that mat. The weeding tool, you'll see Julie's using that right now. You do get that included. You do also get a set of pens as well, because yes, it does draw as well as cut, and we'll show you that as we go. You are also getting some of your silver smart vinyl included within there as well. We've included that within that particular bundle. And then you're also getting your extra set. Now, this is your transfer tape, and we'll talk more about that as we go as well. So it's everything you need to get you started. You can get this home. You can start to cut up from your smart vinyl straight away. Oh, one other thing I forgot is also you are getting cardstock included within there as well. So again, you can start to create, and in fact, those cards that have been cut into are those very cards you can see behind me that's been cut into and also been drawn upon as well. You can see the vast array of colours. You see those again in just a couple of seconds. So everything you need to get you started on your Cricut journey. All right, let us go back and see how we got on. So Julie has now finished.
I've weeded that out.
Yes.
So you can see you could be creating larger things with the small machine.
Shall I hoist that up just so you can see? There we go. So that's two of them on there, already on the background, ready for me to transfer.
But if we hold that length out, you could be doing it the full length. So I've just done a little piece.
So you could do
you could be doing it double.
Double.
So for your parties, weddings, like I say, and don't think you've only got to go with a standard happy birthday. You can be personalising it, so it's happy birthday, whoever it is, an age on it. You can be popping images on it. You know, maybe it's something they like. You could put stars on,
Yeah,
hearts
that's it,
on,
the stars
all
on there as
sorts
well.
of different things. You can be really creative with it.
I think it's amazing the fact that you've got a machine that is, again, we talked about this, who's it's aimed towards. I think it's ideal for paper crafters, first of all,
Yep.
purely because of the size. But the fact if you do need to go big, quite often you're invited to go home. Not the case with your Joy, and particularly that price of £189.99, and also available with 3 split pays as well of £63.33. If you have any questions, if you're someone who has a Joy, and you'd like to share some examples of your work, we'd love to share them. And it's an extra incentive as well, because we do still have Show Us Your Makes, which is a monthly draw taking place here on Hobby Maker. Anyone who sends us a picture of anything they've made will go into this draw. It's not a competition.
No.
It's a random draw. And as long as you've made something, we will draw a winner by chance, and the winner will be announced during the 7 p.m. show on Saturday, the 26th of August, and that winner will win a £100 credit to their Hobby Maker account. So if you send us any pictures of anything you made with the Joy, we'll put those into the draw. But if you have any questions generally, now is the time to ask them. All right, so moving on next. Oh, what we're
I was just going to say, that was just another border I did earlier in the office. So that's just showing you how you could be using it in your home decor.
Sure.
So maybe, you know, you've got son, daughter, granddaughter, grandson. You could be creating things to personalise their bedrooms.
But isn't that also, I'm guessing, approximately 20 stickers that you could utilise on your cards?
Yeah, so yeah, definitely. If you wanted to pop those onto your scrapbooking pages. But the good thing about this is you can, because you've got those images, you can be creating lots of different things. So you could be doing, like I say, a border, but then you could be blowing some of those up a lot larger and then doing like an individual item to do that round the walls, the light switches. You could put them into cut them out your cardstock, put them into box frames and make some wall decor. There's so many different things you'll do with this machine.
I think it's well worth going for, particularly again at that awesome price.
Yeah.
A couple of questions to ask as well. Do I need a computer to operate it?
You don't.
Okay.
You don't need a computer. All you need is a device that will connect to the software. So if you've only got your mobile phone, you can use it from your mobile phone.
Fine.
If you've only got an iPad, you can just use your iPad. I have it on all of my devices because I've got obviously a laptop, an iPad and my phone.
Sure.
And like I say, your phone is a great one because you can be doing it on the go.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
So it could be on the train, could be, you know, convalescing at the doctor's, dentist, that kind of thing.
That's
You can
it.
still have a flash of inspiration and you can make a note of it and it's ready for you to use. when you
Yeah,
get
like I
home.
say, I just like it because you can be, maybe, like I say, if you have a long commute, maybe you have an hour's lunch, you might get asked to make something. People generally know you make things. You do get asked, I get asked.
You get asked all the I sit next to you, you get asked all the time.
You can be designing things whilst you're at work in your lunchtime so that when you go home, you just switch your machine on and away you go.
Should we look at some more ideas of where you can utilise these kind of elements? Even weird and wonderful things like this, for example, a great transposition of like an embroidery hoop.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's all cut out from card.
Yeah, and I think that's the American, like our American crafts that we sell, cardstock.
Okay.
So your American crafts cardstock, although you'd need to trim it down for your mat size, this will still cut it like a dream.
That fits into it lovely.
Yeah.
Even something, this is a good idea. Here we go, you can see little elements like this. You've got, you know, little soap dispensers around the place. You want to personalise them into making them a fun element. It just adds that finishing touch, doesn't it? And not just in your home, this could be a great housewarming gift for something inexpensive that you've made it more personalised towards them. Even something like this, for example.
Yeah. I can guarantee, I do it myself, you won't go into a shop or a supermarket and look at anything the same because I constantly pick things up as they're on offer. You know, like a soap dispenser, because you know you've got the equipment to be able to personalise it to match anybody's colour scheme, anybody's decor, for, you know, maybe a novelty item. I very rarely buy gifts because I can personalise everything now so it suits everybody in the family.
Do you think that's what when you own a machine like this, you know what it does change?
It does.
Do you think I could make that? It's almost, remember when I don't know, if you're a certain vintage, Judy, we're kind of similar age.
Yes, we are.
We have lots of conversations in the office that no one else gets. How many times did you were out and about, let's say you went, so I don't know, I'll update it. You saw a Wimpy bar.
Oh.
And you say to your mum, oh, I'd love to go to the Wimpy. And you say, I can make hamburgers at home.
Yeah.
you know, you get better at home, that kind of mentality. I think you can have that mentality if you've got something like a Cricut at home.
Yeah, you can. You can, because I do it myself, like with my daughter, I'll say, oh, I like that. And she'll say, Mum, you can make that and probably make it like nicer because you could make it in the colour you want. Or,
absolutely.
And yeah, this just enhances your crafting. So yeah, don't think, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to use it. It will accommodate all of your craft stash that you've got, paper crafter, whatever you do, and it will enhance it.
Most certainly. All right, let's continue to prove that, shall we? Remember, you can order yours right now on the free phone number 0800 001 4433. You can also order on the website as well. Remember, the bundle that we have for you here at Hobby Maker is exclusive to us in the fact that you are getting your Cricut Joy, you are getting, obviously, your plates as well, you're getting the cardstock, the transfer tape, the pens, I think we're about to see those in action, and also the smart vinyl as well. But listen, let's do a little bit of price comparing, because listen, you would expect me to stand here and say it's good value for money, right? It would be quite an effective way to tell everyone the lottery if I tell you, oh, this is terrible value. Let's do some shopping, because Cricut is a brand name. It's available in a number of different places. Let's go to probably the biggest craft store in the high street in the UK.
Yeah.
All right. It's quite often the one that people think that we're called.
We are, yes.
But no, we are Hobby Maker. Anyway, so let's go to the other one. Now, they have the Cricut Joy in stock. That's good news.
Yep.
For £189, you can get the Cricut Joy and their thanks.
Yes.
Here at Hobby Maker, for £189.99, you're getting all of those extras for no extra charge. And we also have split pay as well. So remember, you're not having to pay £189.99 today. All you pay is £66.33. Is that right? £63.33. And don't forget another thing you have here at Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee as well. So you can get products home, you can give them a try. There's so much support in terms of how to utilise the best from your Cricut. And if you want to ask us any questions, you can do. In fact, did I hear there was a couple of questions that came in earlier on? There's one that's coming from Valerie. No need to sing it, just, okay, I can't see it. Here we go, right. Valerie from Surrey, good question. I was actually going to lead about this because I know a lot of people like to do this. Can the vinyl be used on fabric?
Vinyl can be used on fabric, but you would need the iron-on.
Right.
So I believe in one of the, I think it's at the bottom row, Andy, the very end, other end, we have got an iron-on one available in today's show. So that is your smart iron-on.
Do we have an example of that used anywhere?
That stocking you've got there, the Cricut at the top of it, that is cut in some glitter iron-on.
Oh, some glitter iron-on. Okay, lovely.
I have got a demonstration, so we will hopefully get time that I will show you how to use the iron-on vinyl.
Who just asked that question?
Valerie.
Valerie, stay tuned. We'll make sure we do that demonstration.
We will do one.
Or the end of the show. But in terms of the iron-on vinyl, this is, so it's iron-on vinyl you need. This is the one you want to go for. Again, so you can see details on the screen. If you do want to go for that, that is £9.99. All right, let's jump into another demo.
So I'm now using the cards that we've got in the bundle and the pens.
Okay.
Getting the pens in the bundle is phenomenal.
I think it's great. Opens it up, doesn't it?
And these you're going to use again and again and again. Okay. There's something that are going to last you. So maybe if you've got a business, you can be writing your business logo, creating business cards, sticky labels, all sorts of things. The card inserts that you're getting in your bundle are great for just making, similar to what you've shown, just quick and easy cards. Invitations. So I'm just going to show you how to use those, and you're also in your bundle getting your card mat.
Yes.
So this works hand in hand with the cards because it allows you to position it and know that it's going to cut right every time.
Okay, lovely.
So I'm just going to go back to the software, and in your search at the top, if you just put card, it should then come up with, it comes up in sections when you're on your home screen. So your first option is always images. Then you've got Cricut projects. So you'll see there's 1,588 different types of card that are already 1,588.
Different types of card
that will use this.
Already there for me to use.
So you haven't got to think something up in your head if you don't want to. If you don't know what you want to do, maybe you just want to do a quick card, not necessarily for a birthday. All you need to do, where you've got your Cricut projects, in the other side you've got View All. So if we click on that, that will then give us all of the pre-designed cards.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So really, like I say, you don't need to worry, because sometimes you get something home,
Yes.
if you've never done any of this sort of crafting, you can get it home and then you kind of have a mental block because you so look forward to it.
And you don't know where to
And then
start.
you think, you're sort of like overwhelmed, aren't
Yes,
you? And you
of course.
think,
Yeah.
I've got everything and now I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
The great thing about this software is it's got so many free projects on there
Right.
that you can be searching and you will not find anything to do.
And that's everyone's favourite price,
Yeah.
free, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
So I'm just going to scroll down and just find one that's going to be a quickish one where it uses that. So if we sort of go with the lemon design, that is going to do a little bit of drawing and a little bit of cutting. So all we need to do is pick the size of our card, which is the 4.25 by 5.5, and then we go to customize, and then it will bring it up on our canvas. So at this point, if you wanted to, you could change the size. You might want to add something into it, you can do that. But for demonstration and quickness, I'm just going to go straight through and make it. So all you need to do at this point is your card mat has got a protective layer on the top of it. If you peel that back, this is sticky. So this enables us to, it's sort of like, it's got a sleeve on it. So if you just put your hands in, feed your card into that, that will then hold that, because it's tacky, it'll hold it in place so that as it goes in your machine, it isn't going to move around.
I've not seen anything like that.
No. So we know now that our card is ready, it's secure on that mat.
Yeah.
We can then go to the next stage. So we go to continue, and it will ask us what material we're using, I think. Yep, it will. And you'll see we've got the option insert card, cardstock.
Okay.
So we want that. At this point then, your number 2, if you're using more than one tool, it will tell you what tools you need to do the job.
Okay.
So it's telling us we need our pen and we need a blade as well. So it draws first, cuts second. So you can see here, it's telling me to load the pen into the machine.
Okay.
So all you need to do, really simple, it clicks open.
Oh, a little gateway.
Yep. You just slide out your blade, just pop that to one side, take the lid off your pen sits in there and it just locks shut. So all we need to do, you can see our lights flashing on the top, which is telling us it's connected to the Bluetooth. So we just slide that in and then it will draw. Now,
Right.
do what it needs to do with the pen. It will start in a second, and then all it will do then, it will tell us when it's finished. We just need to remove the pen, pop the blade in. You don't need to take it out and take it back in again. It'll just do everything all in one pass.
So you can do that with all, what is it, 1,400?
1,588, and that's just of that is on the Cricut software. You can be designing your own.
Okay, so that really, really opens up the amount
Yeah.
of scope you've got with this. And this is why I think Julie agrees as well, this is perfect if you are predominantly a paper
Yeah.
crafter and predominantly a card maker.
Yes,
I think this is
definitely.
almost made for you. We started off by showing you the kind of size you can go to
Yeah.
if you want to. But if you think you're going to be largely working to this kind of scale,
Yeah.
and you really want this machine to earn its place within your craft room, I think this is a great, great way to unlock the potential
Yeah.
from it. Because I imagine Cricut are also adding to this all the time.
They do. So don't think that you know it is as it is. It's evolved so much in the time that I've been using it.
Sure.
They're always adding new features. So it could be, you know, a new way of designing something. Might be new fonts. New act because they've also, you'll see on your software you've got a Cricut Learn. If you click on that,
Yeah.
it will take you to anything that they can do a workshop on. So maybe
Wow,
maybe you get it home and you've never done anything like this before and you just want to watch a video of how to just do the basics.
Yeah.
It'll do that. Maybe you then go on and buy a heat press, which we have
Right,
available.
Yes.
It will talk you through how to use heat press, how to use the mug press.
Okay,
We've had
this
that
is
in the
great.
past. There's so many different things on it and they constantly update
That's
it.
good to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good to know. So it's evolving with you,
Yeah.
keeping up with you.
So it's done the drawing. I'm just taking the pen out and then I'm just going to return the blade into it and just lock that shut again. And then if we press go, it'll then now do the cut. So like I say, you don't have to take it out and put it back in and worry that it's going in the right place or anything
Julie,
like
I can make
that.
a statement here. I think this is just about, considering the end result we'll get with this card, I think it's just about the easiest card I've ever seen made.
Yeah, it is. They're very quick and easy. They're great for invitations for parties. So if maybe you've got a children's party, an anniversary, you can be getting a production line going of these.
Of course.
And like I say, obviously you're getting this pack in with your bundle today.
Yeah.
But you can be, like I say, bring in your fancy cardstock, you know, your glitter cardstock, your mirror card.
Well, you mentioned American Crafts, I know it's 12 by 12, but obviously cut it down to size.
You can cut it down to size, yeah. Maybe you've done something and you've got some little bits left. These cards, because they're relatively small, they're perfect for all your scrap bits that, you know. So that's now done.
This is brilliant.
Yep.
This is superb.
It asks you to unload, which it will. And then all we need to do is just...
Well, look, sorry, you'll see in a second, but I can see what it's done. That's amazing.
Yeah. We just peel this off our mat. And again, do everything with a little bit of caution because you don't want to rip that design.
Of course.
But you can just pop out then these pieces. You can use your pokey tool for this if you need to. If there's any... Maybe you've got... a brush for your, you know, one of the die brushes.
Yes, absolutely.
That's perfect for this if you've got those, which I'm sure most of our viewers have. You can be adding get your box of embellishments out, you know, your gems and your pearls, and
this is it.
You can be adding to this.
Of course,
This is just it's as easy as you want it to be.
Yeah.
They're perfectly, you know, they're perfect as they are, but you can enhance it. You could be adding, you know, some texture paste to it. You could be doing all sorts with them.
It could be elements that you've already cut out from the vinyl.
Yeah.
I dare say you have beautiful embellishments that are already stashed away in your craft box somewhere and you're waiting for the perfect project to add them to. This could be ideal. But we've drawn this.
Yeah,
we've selected it from the over 1,400 available. We've drawn this, we've cut it, and we've now created a multi-dimensional, professionally cut and professionally drawn card within, I know you were talking just while you were doing it, but it's literally minutes.
And the other thing I'd say about this, you don't need any, I've used nothing. No adhesive, no double-sided tape.
Oh yeah, great point.
Because every one of these designs that are on there have these corners cut out where your cardstock that you're putting behind just sits in it. So you don't, there's no sort of unattractive inside.
Right,
the inside has a lovely finish. So yeah, you could literally give that and you haven't had to use anything but cardstock.
Brilliant. That's really, really good if you're looking to make and sell. So you're making the best use of your time and the best use of your materials as well. Listen, it's getting busier and busier now for the joy. A lot of people are realising this is a great stepping stone to the world of Cricut. If you are predominantly a paper crafter, then this is a great bundle to go for. But remember, the bundle we have for you today is for today only. Now, do we have a good deal for you? Can we just quickly show Alex that retailer that a lot of people confuse us for, that also starts with Hobby. Now, they have the Cricut Joy in stock. Good news is, look at the amount of reviews for it. Huge good reviews for the Cricut Joy. And they have it for £189 and their extreme gratitude for £189 of your hard-earned pence. But here at Hobby Maker, for today only, you're getting that very same machine for £189.99. We are asking for an extra 99 pence. But you are getting for that, you are getting that card back you've just seen in action. I think every card maker watching right now thinks that's brilliant. You're getting that included as well. You're getting the weeding tool as well. You've seen, obviously, Julie use that in the demonstrations. You're getting the card pack, which, by the way, also includes envelopes for the cards that you're making as well. You're also getting those pens. My word, those pens are awesome. Again, adding that dimension to your Cricut experience. You are getting, as you can see, get you started, some of your smart vinyl in the silver, including that. You've seen Julie use that with a happy birthday. And then you're also getting your transfer tape included within there as well. So all of those extras for an extra 99 pence. That's what's making this deal one of the biggest selling deals we brought you today, but it is only available for today. It's part of a special promotion that we have in conjunction with Cricut, and we can't do it every single day. You do have 3 split pays as well, which means that all you need to pay today, if you want to go for that, is £63.60 66 pence, 63, 33, there we go. All right, so we get there eventually. Right, we have some more questions.
Yep.
Let's see if they're broadcastable. This has come from D. I'm so tempted. What is the largest card size on the mat, please? That is from D. So I guess she's referring to that card mat.
So your card mat, your largest card size is going to be 4.5 inches by 6.25 inches.
So that's a 6
by
before.
4, yeah.
Is generally the kind of size that you go for.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest size you can fit within there. In terms of cutting, of course, you can obviously, as long as it fits within the gullies, I suppose you call them, on the Cricut, you can cut as large as you want to. But in terms of that, it's a 6x4. Another question has come in, D. Hopefully that's tempted you to go for yours, particularly the great prize we've got today. Oh, it's another question that's coming from D. Can you upload images to use well?
You can. Yep. So you can be uploading your SVGs.
Right.
So maybe you've brought from Amy Dodd.
Yes, indeed.
Or the Crafty Witches. You can be uploading your SVGs into it. You can also upload your images into it. Maybe if you have got, or thinking of a small business, you can be uploading your business logo.
Oh, here we go.
I can show you how to do that quickly.
Okay.
So on your canvas, like I said earlier, you've got a series of options down the side, and you'll see you've got one near to the bottom that says upload. If we click on that, it will then ask us if we want to ignore the Barbie. I've been doing some stuff for my daughter.
Well, this is interesting. It is a bit of a peek into what happens in Julie's life outside of working here. She's a big fan of the film.
Yes, I had to make her a T-shirt to go to the film in, which is why I've got some Barbie stuff there.
Fine.
Yes. So you see you can upload your image. So we go to that, and then we would go to browse, and then it will take you to your pictures that are within your iCloud or wherever you store your pictures. So if I just come down, I know I've got some stored from the Sweet Poppy book that we had.
Oh, right.
So if I just go to that, just to show you, and then you'd select your picture, you go to open, and then you can see it's uploaded that.
There it is, ready to go.
So then all you need to do then is just click upload, and there it is.
It's
You'll
in
see
your
it's
library.
there. We click on it, and we add it to our canvas. And then you can change the size.
That's brilliant.
Like I say, it's just a click and a drag, whether you're wanting to make it smaller or larger. We can actually cut this one out if you want to.
Well, I'm well aware that we want to do a heat transfer.
Yeah, I can do that. So I can cut this out on the heat transfer whilst I'm doing a heat transfer.
What?
Because I've got one that I've already.
I've
got one that I've already cut.
Dee, great question, and hopefully that encourages you to go for this amazing offer we've got today. Again, right now in that well-known retailer. They have the Cricut Joy on its own for £189. Here at Hobby Maker today, for an extra 99 pence, you're getting all of those extra elements included. Your cardstock, your pens, you've seen those in action, the transfer tape, the smart vinyl in the silver, also that every card maker watching right now thinks that's brilliant. And I must admit, it's really harnessing the technology that's available, and also the weeding tool as well. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee from us here at Hobby Makers. You've got the opportunity to try it out at home. You've got full support online from Cricut, and you've got an ever-expanding library just when it comes to cards, over 1,500, as Julie showed you there. So it's going to be some way before you exhaust this. But of course, Cricut are constantly adding to it all the time. We've received questions about working with vinyl and putting it onto clothing.
So we have got some smart iron-on.
We do indeed.
Available. It's absolutely gorgeous. If I just show you the sheen on it.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's
As
lovely.
Katie Elliott, one of our colleagues.
Katie Elliott, yeah.
Mermaids is immediately what she thought
Which
of.
is what I've done, a design of a mermaid. So I've already cut that out and weeded it. But what I was just going to do is quickly talk you how to load it into your machine. Because the slight difference between normal vinyl and your iron-on vinyl is you need to mirror your image.
Okay.
So when it cuts it in reverse, so that then when you rotate it and put it onto the front, your writing is going to be right.
Okay, all right.
So I've sent it to make from my canvas, and then I'm onto the review stage, and you'll see down the side here, it's got a little button there that says mirror. If we click that, it will go green, and you'll see on this mat, it's flipped your image. So we go to continue, and then it will just connect to the machine, and then it will ask us what we're using. So we go to our browse materials, and then we are using Smart Iron On, and it's holographic. So we select that, and then all we need to do, my light's flashing on my machine, so I just need to slot it. Actually, another thing I will say at this point, the shiny side is the side that's going to be on your t-shirt. So when you're cutting it, you want to cut it on the matte side.
Okay, fine.
Because then your design's going to be the right way up. It will connect in a minute. Let me just do this again.
Okay.
It's because it wanted me to do it.
Whilst that's happening, our producer has been doing a bit of price comparing. Could you bring up the one that you've got currently, Alex? Because this retailer, never knowingly undersells anything.
Oh, right.
So, let's have a look. They have the Cricut Joy, £189.99. So the same price as us. No extras.
No.
No extras included. Listen, this is the thing. If you're thinking, gosh, I didn't know you could get hold of Cricut in a number of different places. Is of any major retailer, big like retailer, computer store, they will have Cricut products available. Currently available in John Lewis, £189.99. Same price to us here at Hobby Maker. I don't believe they have the opportunity for you to split payment. I'm not sure. But they do not have the extras that we're included with this, which is the weeding tool, the transfer tape, the pens, the card, the smart vinyl, the card mat, and also the weeding tool. All of that you're getting for no extra charge. Confirm they do not have split pay either. So not only are you getting more from us, you pay less today at £66.33. £63.33. Right, back to our demonstration.
This is a design that I have cut out earlier. So like I say, you'll see the matte side up and it's cut it in reverse.
Yes.
So that when we flip it over then to adhere to our surface, it's now the right side up and the wording's the right way round.
Okay.
So I've got our mini press here, which I think we've possibly got on the
mini
website.
press is awesome. It's really,
is.
really cool. I don't know if we do have it available. Alex, do we have it available, the mini press? Who's going to find it?
And then I've got this on the medium setting, so number 2, and then I'm just going to move it slowly across the whole surface.
Now, can I ask you a pertinent question?
Yep.
A lot of people watch at home will think, I've got an iron. Why do I need to go for the mini press?
The reason you need to go for a mini press or the heat press, whichever your preference is with a standard iron, if I just turn this over, you'll see I've got a solid metal plate.
Yes.
The larger one that we also stock has also got a solid plate. With an iron, you always have holes in.
Okay.
With those holes, you lose the intensity of the heat.
Okay.
Also, with an iron, even if you turn your steam off, it always holds some residual water.
Yes.
So you're always going to get a little bit of steam that comes off it.
All right.
And the steam can often have the reverse effect, so it can lift the vinyl off rather than set it.
Right, okay.
So I would always use a heat press.
Okay. Unfortunately, we haven't got the heat press, so unfortunately, but we do have the Easy Press available for you as part of a bundle, which again includes the Easy Press 2, the Easy Press Matte, and also the winter bundle in terms of vinyls as well. You'll find that again on our website.
And with this, again, take your time with this process because they're all the vinyls are different. So I tend to, and some of them peel easier if they're cool. Some of them are fine to peel straight away whilst they're warm. But what I always say is, if you go to lift it and it won't lift, don't lift it. Pop your heat back on it. I'm just going to bring in, sometimes you need to give it a bit of a rub as well.
Now, I want to talk to those of you who've still got this in your basket. You're still debating as to whether or not to go for this. Listen, there'll be some of you who still haven't used your discount code from your Hobby Maker pin badge that I am wearing. I'm actually wearing both Hobby Maker pin badges. With both of those, when you bought them, they would have come with a 20% discount. You could use that against this purchase today. If you are someone, and there was one dotted around, in fact, there's one behind me.
Yeah, there is.
Right here, but there's one over there. If you bought the Hobby Maker calendar, 2023 calendar, that also came with a used one, 20% discount that you could use against a purchase like this. If you're thinking, oh, I can't find either of those, well, you need to keep hold of them for next time, don't you? But even if you haven't got those, remember, £189.99. Not only is it a market-beating price, we are beating Hobby Maker and we are beating John Lewis in terms of pricing. Hobbycraft, so we're Hobbymaker. I'm so hardwired not
Yeah.
to say
Yeah.
the other one. So hardwired. Okay, so we are beating Hobbycraft. They have £189. John Lewis have £189.99. We have £189.99. But at those retailers, you just get the bare machine. A naked deal, you might call it. Here at Hobbymaker, we're giving you so much more. We are giving you that card template. We are giving you the smart vinyl, the weeder, the transfer tape, the pens, and also the card for no extra charge. And on 3 split pays, which means that all you pay is $63.33. Okay, so we're back over.
Yep.
Look at this.
So we've done that. So I don't know if that's, do you want to hold it up? That is the best way to do it. So that just shows you. Look how shiny that is.
That's
on there.
amazing. So
It's
in terms of
so-
aftercare, though,
Yep.
can we wash that?
Yep, that's it.
Really?
You don't need to do anything else with that now because the heater set it. So that's good to go. In my previous role,
Yes.
where I used to work, I used to do all of our polo shirts. So
Right.
I used to cut, obviously my boss gave me the business logo, so I used to cut and stick our logo on everybody's hoodie. Whatever they wanted, I'd put the logo onto. And they used to wash and wash and wash
Really?
and wash,
Wow.
yeah. So the quality of the vinyl, but this has just got that lovely, whatever way you angle it, it's a slightly different colour.
Iridescent.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Look at that, you can see. So it's
But,
amazing to get
yeah.
that kind of result.
And the price we've got it at today is like a 1 day only on that holographic one. So I would be grabbing that whilst we've got it in stock.
Do you know what, actually, that's a
It'll
good point.
last long.
Alex, could you bring the details in for the fabric foil? Or the iron-on, I should say, sorry.
Yep.
So that colour is what you've just used?
Yeah, that's what I've just used. And like I say, depending on what colour you're going to be putting it on, it's going to have a different look every time, isn't it?
So that is officially called Cobalt. So that's £9.99. If you do want to add that into your basket, you won't pay any extra in terms of postage and packaging. It would be £3.95. You've already paying that, or you've already bought something today, you've already committed to it, you'll not pay any extra. I would add that in if you want to do exactly what Julie has just done. Add that into your basket if you are going to go for the Cricut Joy today. Now, so coming towards the end of the show, my word, so many of you, and I think it's on the back of that demonstration,
Yeah.
Julie, I have to say, a lot of you add this into your basket. Plus the fact that we are beating John Lewis on price. The fact that we are beating Hobbycraft.
Yep.
Not once I leave that studio, I can't say that. It's like that. Have you heard that TV show? I'll bang on about it in the office. Severance.
Yes.
If you watch Severance, you'll understand that reference. Anyway, as soon as I leave the studio, forget everything. Anyway, watch it. It's interesting. On Apple TV, it's interesting. We are beating both of those retailers, but not only, well, price-wise, we're actually the same. But in terms of what you're getting more from us here at Hobbymaker, in the fact that you are getting your smart vinyl in the silver, you're getting, again, that card template, which I think is brilliant. You're getting the Joy itself, the weeder, the transfer tape, the pens, and also the cardstock. Quick question on the transfer tape. What would you use that for?
I can show you a very quick
Go on then,
demo
let's
with
do it.
that if we've got a couple of minutes still. Let me just find my transfer tape.
Okay.
I have got some somewhere. Here it is. Right, so I do pre-cut everything before I come on air.
Right.
I've just got a couple of cheap, inexpensive champagne flutes.
Okay.
But this just shows you how you can be personalising things. So I've just done these for a hen party.
Right.
So I'm just going to grab my scissors. I'm going to cut myself a strip of the transfer tape.
Okay.
So you only need a very small amount depending on what you're using. I try to cut it more or less. You've got the grid on it, which makes it easy for you to cut it. So all you need to do, I'm just going to find my flat spatula. So just peel it. It's just sticky. I'm just going to peel this off if I can get it to go.
I meant to say yesterday, your nails look fantastic.
Thank you.
You like them? Did you do them yourself? Or was that
No.
Was it Ange?
No, it wasn't Ange. I do go to somebody that does nails, so yes, it's not my work. Don't look like that.
Does Ange know this?
Yes, she does. We don't have secrets, so yeah,
Okay.
Ange does know that
Thinking, who's Ange? Ange sits next to
Yes.
Julie. She's part of the planning and scheduling team. And Ange is a big fan of doing nails.
Nails,
She's
yeah.
very, very talented with it.
Yes, she is. So I'm just going to give that a rub, and then essentially what your transfer tape does is enable you to pick the vinyl up off that.
Oh, I see.
Because if you were doing wording like this,
Yes.
one, it's going to be time consuming to do each individual letter. Two, trying to get it onto something straight is probably going to be near on impossible unless you put some sort of marks on the item. So you'll just see, I'm just peeling that off. Keep that back in because you can use this transfer tape several times.
Oh, okay,
It keeps it sticky.
Nice.
So all you need to do then, I'm just going to pop it down the side of these champagne flutes. So we just need to do that and then give it a rub just all over, just to burnish it down a little bit, just so it secures. And then all you need to do then is just gently, again, like I say, gently with everything, just take your time because you don't want to risk peeling it. You'll see that lifted then. So I've just gone back over it again. Just take your time. I'm doing it a little bit quicker, obviously, because I'm aware of
We're always
time.
on the time.
We
Time
are.
waits for no man or woman.
There you go. So that's just showing you how I've added it to that.
There you
And
go,
then I'll do the same for this one. So again, like I say, it's the same piece of transfer tape. Pop it on. Just use, I've lost my
We're lost.
scrapey tool somewhere. There is a tool, I don't know where it's gone, it's hidden somewhere. So I'm just using the end of my weeder, but the flat side, just to burnish that down.
All right, improvising.
I'm improvising, yeah. So peel that backing off, and then again, just pop it down onto the surface where you want it. And like I say, it just enables you to get delicate things like this down without having to, if you were trying to pick it up with the weeder tool, you're never going to do it. So to get this in your bundle, it's an essential item. It's something that you need. So, and the same with your weeding tool. You're getting your weeding tool in the bundle.
I think I have to say, it's a really well thought out bundle. And again, to reiterate why people are getting excited, it's so busy now. Thank you so much for those of you placing your orders now. In fact, over a quarter of our stock has gone. But remember, these prices are only for today. So if you're thinking, oh, that is a good price, I'll go away and I'll think about it. We've done the research for you. We have got a better price than John Lewis. We've got a better price than Hobbycraft. In fact, same price. But here at Hobbymaker, we're giving you that much more. We are giving you the Cricut Joy, but then you're also getting the card template, you're getting the smart vinyl, and then we get 48 inches of that, the weeding tool, the transfer tape that Julie just highlighted, the pens, and also the cardstock, and you're getting split pay as well. 3 split pays, £63 and 33 pence is all you need to pay today. And let's not forget, you have got the never-ending expanse of knowledge that comes from the Cricut software as well. And hopefully for some time to come, as often as possible, we'll also have Julie here to guide us through the wonders
hopefully.
of Cricut. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. You're in the office tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, I'll see you then.
I'll see you in the morning.
Do you know when you're back on?
I don't, actually. Sometimes it's a little last minute.
Sometimes can be, most certainly.
So, yeah, expect me when you see me.
All right, see you in a bit. Bye.
Hi, I'm Julie. Today I'm going to show you how to upload and cut your SVG files on your Cricut Design Space using the detail poinsettia from Amy Dodd's Christmas Wishes collection. I've opened my Cricut Design Space and I'm now going to go over to my left-hand side and I've got the option to upload. I'm going to click on that and then it's going to ask me if I want to upload an image, which I do. So we just select that option. We go to Browse. So we're using the detail poinsettia. We just click to open and then it brings up our design and then we just go to upload in the bottom right corner. So you'll see then it's uploaded. We select the item that we're wanting to cut and then we add to canvas. You'll see that your design has now come onto your design space. The detail that it's going to cut is often behind the main image. So I'll just show you, if you just click onto the poinsettia and just move it slightly, you'll see that the detail is behind it, but it will cut that once you go through into the next section. So we're just going to pop that back where it was. Highlight the whole of the image. We click attach at the bottom right corner and then we go to make it, which is in the top right corner. It's then going to ask us how we're wanting to feed our material into our machine. We're going to use the self-adhesive mat and some cardstock. So we just select on mat, click confirm, we go to click continue, and then it will connect to your Cricut machine. Now that the design's cut, I'm just going to unload it from my machine, and then using my spatula, I'm just going to gently pull away the card to reveal our poinsettia. I'm just going to gently now lift the poinsettia off the adhesive mat. Just do this bit very gently, because as it's an intricate design, you can tear it if you're not careful, but you'll see how easy that poinsettia has pulled away.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
Good evening once again, everyone. Welcome once again to Hobbymaker. Thank you very much to Julie for the previous hour. Natalie is back. Hello.
I'm back.
You all right?
I'm back with some deals.
Back with some deals, some amazing deals.
Back with some back in stocks as well.
And I know that you have been using your influence to make sure that we are, well, got as much stock as possible for something that proved very, very popular at 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Hugely popular.
We've managed to get approximately half the stock we had as earlier, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had a huge stock earlier and it's sold out just after the hour, which was incredible. So we've got just under half the stock of these decoupage robins back in the building right now. So don't miss out.
Yeah, don't miss out. So if you missed out earlier on, or you thought, you know, I should have bought another one, this afternoon is your time to do just that. So let's bring those details. There they are, although that's what they were. We'll bring those details back in just a couple of seconds. This is the delightful Robins Decoupage Card Kit. It's BRHD 96. So talk us through what we're getting here. I mean, you can see some finishing samples, but let's see exactly what it is.
So what you're going to get in here is the ability to make 12 cards, and you have everything that you need apart from tape and foam pads, which we have in this show and we'll bring for you anyway. Yeah. So you're going to get 6 different designs in your gorgeous card blanks. These are printed onto Adorable Scoreable. They're 350 GSM. They're die cut, so we just pop out these elements. These elements are our bases for some decoupage that we're going to add on here. So these are the artwork that we've chosen here is simply robins. We've chosen the most gorgeous artwork and added them onto some beautiful Christmas-themed colours with patterns, gorgeous, delicate designs. We've got 3 in gold foiling and we've got 3 in silver foiling. So you get these gorgeous looks like you do on these cards here. You're then going to receive 6 sheets of your decoupage. So you're going to get 2 different designs on each sheet. So you can see you've got all of the imagery in here. This is so beautiful. I mean, everyone loves robins. Everyone loves classic Christmas artwork, and everything is included within here. And they're so also incredibly simple to make. You get full instructions on exactly how to do that within your kit. You also then get your 12 inserts that go on the inside of your designs and 12 coordinating envelopes, because of course you're going to want to send your cards in the post. So everything included in here to make 12 cards, absolutely stunning cards, by the way.
Let me show you some finished
12
examples.
for £14.99,
So-
which is such a deal.
Whether you're someone who is brand new to crafting, whether or not you're someone who is looking for an extra top-up in terms of what you have within your crafting choices, have a look at exactly, if you just follow the basic instructions,
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say, Natalie, these are not basic cards.
These are not basic cards in the slightest, are they? The way that the team have designed them, the way that the artwork is on here is absolutely gorgeous. You have such beautiful foil detail throughout. Every element of your decoupage is foiled as well, so if you want to do something a little bit different with that, then we absolutely can do in regards to sort of matting and layering and the different shapes you can create. I just think it is so spectacular.
Have a look at this one. It actually highlights exactly what Natalie was highlighting earlier in terms of the extras. But you've even got space on the back as well.
Of course, because you need space to write your lovely message, so we've added that into there as well.
Nice, lovely. And I'll show you one more example in terms of what you're able to create. These are going to be absolute winners for anyone who receives these. Now, let's ask a question. In terms of making and selling, are we able to do that?
100%. Full angel policy at Hunkydory, so you can make all of these cards and you can sell them all as well.
That's really good news, isn't it? So you know what you need to do? You need to get onto the phone lines or onto the website and order as quickly as you can. The good news is, if you've already ordered with us today, you're not going to pay anything extra in terms of postage and packaging. $3.95 all-day postage and packaging every day here on Hobby Maker. As I said, if you've already ordered earlier on, you can go for an extra set of these and you're not going to pay any extra in terms of your postage and packaging. But I think we should start with a demonstration.
Shall I show you how easy they are to make
Please
up?
do.
So if you're making these in the most basic way, these are perfect. And again, like we were talking about in the previous hour, about how our kits are so great for beginners, this is absolutely perfect because you don't have to think about anything. We have got everything covered for you. So you're going to pop out all of your decoupage from the gorgeous layers here. So I am just squeezing those out. They are kept in by little pips. So if you want to run your craft knife around the edge of these, that will help them release a little bit easier. But they aren't difficult. They just literally slide out of there with a little bit of help.
I think this is a bit of a return to the kind of crafting that people first enjoyed when they first got into crafting.
Yes.
It's dealing with the decoupage sheets. In fact, it's already cut out for you. I think there's something delightfully retro about it.
I think it's the ease of the craft as well. We don't have to necessarily think about what we're doing. You just do it. It's so like second nature in a way that it's super, super easy.
I know what you mean. Sometimes you just want to be creative, but not
you don't want to have to think too hard with what you're doing. You want something that is gorgeous, but effortless as well. And that's what you're definitely going to get with this. So now we're going to use our foam pads. I'm going to specifically use my small foam pad bundle, if you want to put that on the screen, Alex.
Yes.
Because I think the small foam pad bundle is the best size to work with these. So
bring those on the right-hand side, please, Alex.
Just layering these all up onto here. And of course, you can go in and add smaller foam pads to where you feel is necessary. So let's just go up there with that one. And then with this one, let's just add.
Now, our names board is getting fuller and fuller.
I'm not
and
surprised.
Fuller. Well done to Dawn, Mavis, Julie, Kathleen, Deanna, Kay, Pauline, a lot of brand new customers as well. Perfect time to try. If you've never ordered from Hunkydory, never ordered from Hobby Maker, perfect time for you to put us to the test.
Absolutely. So we're going to pop these now, just lay them up as you would your decoupage onto that gorgeous base layer. You get 2 of each design in here. So what I was saying earlier on in the show is make up 6 like this and then test yourself with the different variations of cards you can make with this collection.
Right.
Because you can do some really easy elements like adding in single score lines or adding in a couple of score lines, or we've made them into steppers earlier on as well. So there's loads of different ways in which you can use everything in this kit, but completely make different cards with this. So most of these are on. I just need these tiny little elements. So let's get my super small squares in here.
Details with those on the right-hand side of your screen now. Over 10% of our restock has gone. So if you compare it to this morning, it'll be about 20%
Wow.
of the stock has gone away compared to this morning. So there's every chance it could sell out again. And this is it, by the way. Natalie has used her influence.
Yeah.
And we have got all of the stock that we can. She can only do so much.
It's true. It's true. I mean, we'll see how many of you put it in your baskets.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm down for getting into trouble just to make sure that you guys can get some of these. That's what I'm saying.
The word that Natalie said we'll get as much stock as we can. She suggested an amount, and she said, well, if it's too much, I will take the blame.
True.
So
It's
there
true.
we go.
When someone says, how come this many sold on Hobby Maker? They weren't allowed this many. I'll say, I gave it to them. You've got to give the people what the people want.
There we go. That is the rule that Natalie lives by.
You've got to give the people what the people want.
Absolutely.
So,
Do you know what's evident? I think one of the reasons why it's proven so popular is that robins obviously mean certain things to certain
robins
people.
mean
don't
so
they?
much, don't they? And at Christmas time, I think it's so special. So I think the artwork that we've chosen, the different setups as well, like you've got them in the sort of in the woodlands, you've got them sort of around the houses. It's really quite special. So let's pop in our insert now into the centre. That's going to dress up that inside element. And then we're going to place this in the middle now. So another couple of our larger foam pads just on the back of here to give it that extra little push of dimension. And I've made this from start to finish, so I've added all my foam pads on for you so you can see exactly how quick these take to make. So we'll just lie that in. I'm actually going to do it tenfold, make it a little bit different for once.
Changing your mind halfway through. I love
So
it.
pop that in and then pop out the front of our card, and let's add our sentiment. Our sentiment on this one is have a holly jolly Christmas.
Nicely done.
And then there you go.
Is your ready-made card ready to go? If you need a fast but impressive card in a short amount of time, that's ideal. 20% of the stock has now gone, folks. So again, if you already ordered today, you want to add another one in, this is the last chance for you to do it, all within the one post and packaging charge of $3.95 all day. Natalie was talking about how you can utilise these. Once you've made that style of card, maybe you're a bit more advanced. You can actually start to incorporate and make different styles cards. And you brought in, thank you for this, you brought in some examples of other style cards. So utilising the artwork, using the elements that are within here, but actually transforming it and making it into almost completely unrecognisable one.
This one's so easy to do as well because you just simply cut your cardstock in half down the score line and then you score it at a half and at one on both sheets, and then just mounting and valley folding it and folding those two pieces together creates you that diorama. So it's really simple to do that.
Now, quarter of the stock has gone. Alex, could you bring in the details, maybe changing the right-hand side to the snowfall acetate?
Because this is a great way of using it, isn't it?
This is exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah.
It totally transforms that card, doesn't it?
Totally gives it a completely different look to anything that we had before. Obviously, you can add your snowfall acetate behind your apertures in these cards as well. That's going to look really, really nice. So just adding that touch of luxury can just make it 10 times more fantastic than it already was.
Yeah, magical stuff, it really is. Here come the details. If you do want to add the snowfall acetate, good value for money bundle. That 24 sheets at £14.99. Remember, add that in, no extra post and packaging charge to pay. And here is another one, as you can see just there. So slightly different. And again, you can see it kind of like a tent fold, but again, you can see it like a stepper card
you've
design.
got that stepper on both sides. Now that one, again, so simple. So simple. Just adding in extra score lines and sort of like trimming those channels to be able to make that stepper in the centre. And that's just using what we already have available to us.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Now, don't forget, you can, on the right-hand side, we've been extra elements as we mentioned them. Natalie did mention we do have glues, we do have foam pads. We've got, obviously, the snowfall acetate available for you as well. But we'll crack on, we'll do another demo, if that's right.
Yeah, let's do something different with it, because I always love doing different things with these card collections. I think it just allows you to be able to see like how sort of magical the different cards you can create. So for this one, no, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this from here. Changed my mind already. I'm going to take this from here and we are going to, which way would we do this? I am going to cut it. I'm going to cut it in half because I'm going to add it to another piece of cardstock. So let's just chop that in half.
While Natalie's doing that, a third of the stock has gone now, folks.
I'm going to bring in a piece of A4 mirri. I'm going to cut that to 6 in length. And then I'm going to bring my scoreboard in, and we're going to cut that, put a little score in at 6, and then I am going to add a score in down here to create like a triangular easel. So let's just add that in. We can fold those scores. Now this is a little bit shorter on here, which won't necessarily matter because we are going to cover up this element. We just needed it. Why is that not straight? Let's do it the other way around. Okay. I'm not sure why that doesn't want to fold that way. There we go.
All right, rescued
just
it.
needed
Good.
a little bit of a squidge around. So this is going to fit on the base of our card, like so. And then this piece is going to fit on here. So we can just trim off this top piece. But adding it onto your acetate means that you can have this design sort of on the focus here. And you've also got an extra piece here that you can stick your decoupage back into. Okay. So on your, with your double-sided tape, we'll just stick in that back panel. So let's add that in here.
40% of the stock has now gone, folks. So at current run rates, not even 20 minutes in, I'm not sure we've got enough to last the entirety of the show. I don't think we do. Oh no, how in trouble am I going to have to get? That's the question. So let's add this onto here. So you just want to add that onto one sort of side of your corner piece. And we'll stick that in here. So just lie that flat so you can really line that up quite easily. And once that's lined up, we can fold this and just trim off that top section. But of course, when we come to post this, we can lie it flat as well. Yep. You will sort of see this edge. So if you're wanting to remove that edge so it doesn't look as funny. Right. It works when you fold it up. It works when you fold it up, but at this point here, it does look a little bit messy. So let's just tidy that up because, of course, you always want your cards to look the best. Of course. We can just trim that down ever so slightly. Or if you want it to look perfect on here, then I would suggest actually popping this onto a card blank that is the same size as the card is meant to be. Okay. But just adding that, trimming that off there means that now we've got that nice sort of shape. And it's still really clean when we pop it up. Just sometimes it's just about adding tiny little points to your cards to make them work. So add your foam pads onto here. Let's see how that's going to sit. So this one you want to have straight on your card. So we'll pop that on like that. And then we'll bring in our decoupage layers. Let me just get my... Gosh, that's been well used. This is the wrong one. What? This is the wrong one. The wrong topper? Yeah. But you know what we'll do is I'll just pop this off here because the beauty of this as well is that there's nothing on this card blank that says we need to use this design. Right, okay. So what I can do is if I just get my other card blanks. Oh, you can take from that. Okay. I can take the centre out and switch the centres out. Red probably argue the most forgiving because you've got the red breast of the robin, of course. But of course there's robins on all of them, so it really doesn't matter. As long as you're obviously using one that's gold with the gold. Yes. So it matches. I thought I'd got the right one there. So you'd never know. But you wouldn't know. And it means that, you know, you can transfer all the bits and pieces. So let's pop this off. Now we've now reached the tipping point where half the stock has gone that that Natalie wrangled for us for this show. Half that stock has gone. And at 21 minutes past 7, let's say we reach 7:45, something like that. If you've ever worked in a business that operates outside 9 to 5, but people in charge operate 9 to 5, you know they're not answering the call. So, could well be
Absolutely not.
Could well be your last chance to get hold of it, folks. Whatever you do, don't miss out.
So another little addition of our smallest little foam pads on there. Pop that on the top, and then of course we're going to use our sentiment as a stopper. So I'm just going to go in again with our medium squares. Where are they? Here we go. So let's just add that on the center of our circle there. That's going to give you that really nice twisted easel look and create you a completely different style of card to what you have with your sort of folds.
I have to say, Natalie, you've ended up with a lovely card, but that is the most improvised card from start to finish I think I've ever seen.
Well, you know.
No, but it's good.
It is one of my favourite things to do, actually.
To improvise.
It's a little challenge, isn't it?
No, absolutely, yeah.
Little challenge. We'll see what we can do next, shall we?
Lovely. All right. So listen, if you would like to join the many, many hundreds of people who've already gone for this particular collection today, you need to make your decision quickly because you are getting a huge amount included in here. It is all centre band robins, the delightful robins. Robins, of course, are synonymous for so many things. Within our own family, I know it's something my mum, when her brother, my uncle, passed away not that long ago, it was something she shared with my auntie, that whenever a robin came to visit, it was their husband or brother, depending on who you're talking to, that came to visit them. And I think that's very, very true of a number of people. I think for a lot of people, it's been the idea that someone has come to visit you who you miss very, very dearly. And that can be and this can be a celebration of that. Traditionally, they are symbolic of, I mean, you see robins all year round. I think when I was growing up, whenever I saw a robin in, I don't know, spring, I think, oh, he's late. But you do see robins all year round, don't you? So not necessarily. And you do, and it is remarkable when you see one. There aren't too many other birds, you think about it. You might do it with a magpie or, I don't know, you wouldn't go, oh, a pigeon, but you see a robin, you remark upon it, don't you?
Yeah. You know, there's that sort of, like you say, with the meaning of the robins being so special, you sort of, you address it a lot more, don't
absolutely.
you? You think
so.
about that,
Yeah.
just the fact that you've seen a robin.
Yeah, that's right.
It brings a lot of thought.
Should we show exactly what you're getting included here as well? Do you want to drive again?
There's so much that you actually receive within this kit. So starting off with your decoupage layers, you're going to get 3 different designs here. On each different design, you get 2 of your decoupages, so it's 6 in total. So these are all your layer sheets, including your sentiments for each one, and you get 2 of each of all of those. So you can see you've got some really nice snowy images with the robin on sort of like the spade here, the robin sort of surrounded by the holly. We've got the robin with the snowman and then the Christmas roses as well. So there's a really lovely mix of different styles of artwork, I think, in here too. And then you've got your card blanks. They also include your base layers for your decoupage. So these are all scored and die cut. We just pop out these layers here to be able to build up your designs. So you have 2 each of all of those designs there, and you've got these beautiful festive colours with the gold foiling on, and then you have 3 of the gorgeous frosty colours with the silver foiling. They're so complementary on that one as well. Absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get 12 envelopes, which you absolutely need to go alongside this. And you're going to get your beautiful printed insert designs, which match perfectly with the gorgeous artwork that you're going to receive in this collection as well.
Lovely. I will show you if you just utilise, as Natalie said, you get everything you need in here apart from the foam pads and adhesive. If you just use what's included in here, I'm going to show you the kind of cards that you're going to be able to make. Obviously, you can add in some of your own elements. We showed the snowfall acetate, for example. This is if you just use as prescribed. You can still end up with some beautiful cards.
And even just making them like this, like it's your choice whether they are traditional folds or whether they're tent folds, depending on how they stand up. And that can make a difference so much in a card. But I think the way that the team have created those gorgeous borders, the fantastic foiling around the apertures makes these cards so, so special. £14.99.
Phenomenal value, isn't it? Again, hunky-dory goodness right the way throughout. Now, we've actually received a message. We're talking a little more about the kind of the perceived folklore of robins. And Marie's actually emailed in. I don't know if she knows this because she's a bit of a twitcher. I don't know. But robins are a sign of a loved one watching over you.
And
That makes a lot of sense.
It's so nice, isn't it, to think that. So I think, you know, when you do see a robin, you stop and you try and think, oh, I wonder who it is.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I wonder who it is
exactly.
that's watching
Yeah,
over.
as I say, it's something that's kind of...
Very
my mum-
special.
Yeah, my mum used for comfort as well. I'm sure she's not alone as well. All right, so really, really busy for this particular collection. Over 60% of the stock has gone now. To reiterate where we are, so the only reason we have the stock that we have is because Natalie asked forcefully, but not we could have some extra stock available. We have half the stock that we had of earlier on today.
Yeah.
That's sold out. So if you're someone who's treated yourself to this collection already today, you can still add it into your basket and you will not pay a penny more in terms of postage and packaging. And I think if you're someone who's thinking, do you know what, I can think of 12 people who I can make these cards for. I know that they're going to be popular. I want to add another one in. It's another advantage of shopping with us here at Hobby Maker.
I think so.
It's not a case of, and I know plenty of you still do this because it's maybe what you've learnt to do. And if you're someone who makes a list, because you don't want to pay more postage and packaging, and you wait to the end of the day to place your orders, often you'll miss out. Here at Hobby Maker, it is different. $3.95 is all you'll pay all day. So, to reiterate, if you ordered from the 1 o'clock show.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then maybe you saw the presentation with Judy with the Cricut Joy, and you thought, you know what, I'm going to treat myself to that. If you add the Cricut Joy into your basket or anything beyond that first purchase, it is in essence postage and packaging free. And that runs up until midnight. And the reason, and you think, well, how does that work? Because we don't actually charge you until just gone midnight. Depending on your bank, it sometimes doesn't happen until very early in the morning.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't happen to everyone at midnight. But generally overnight, by about 5 o'clock in the morning, all done and dusted, but we say midnight because that's the cut-off point. And that's how we're able to do it. As long as when you place your order, you press collate orders, then you'll be charged $3.95. Now, we should say if you are ordering from different brands throughout the day, they might not arrive on the same day.
No, quite a lot of us, don't we? We often send from our own warehouses, so they'll all come in different packages as well. And what's really good is that quite a lot of our companies now ship to America, so you can buy things through ourselves, things with Zentangle and Carnation.
It's growing all the time.
So
Debbie Moore, you can now be watching in the US, Parchcraft as well. We're looking to add more and more as we go, Creative Expressions as well. So we're looking to add more and more. So if you are watching us in America, for most of you, I dare say it's the morning now, you are able to order from us as well. I think your charge, if you're watching in America, is $12.95, $12.95, and you've still got, that's incredible.
I mean,
$12.95 all day.
I think if you go to the post office with one letter to post to America, I'm pretty sure actually when we sent our wedding invites over to Dan's uncle in Louisiana, it was about, and that was one piece of A5 envelope, very flat. I think that was about, maybe it might have been more.
Really?
Might have been more.
Did you send it to because you?
Yeah, we said it recorded, so it definitely got there. But yeah, expensive. So that is really good.
So $12.95 for all day shipping and handling, as you guys call it, across the pond. We've got another message that's come in. Let's see if it's a positive one. They often are. Here we go. Now, Sue from Devon, she's continuing with the folklore of robins. As children, we were told that robins... this makes sense. That robins were also Father Christmas's messengers reporting good or bad behaviour. They were the original elf on the shelf.
I like that.
It seems.
We should bring that back.
That rings a bell to me, that they're actually checking up and seeing whether or not...
I like that. That is really good. I do like that one. It's cool.
Certainly. Lovely. Keep your Robin folklore stories that are sending in. We'd love to hear from them. That's a good one. Yeah, I like that idea. Right, do you know, we're going to stay with another demonstration on this particular collection because so many of you are adding this into your basket. I think it can safely say it will sell out today.
I think so.
So please make sure you don't miss out on this. You don't have to wait to the end of the hour. You don't have to wait to make a list of everything. You can order whenever you like. Let's get some shout-outs. A wonderful name I've never seen before, Orlandina.
That's cool.
Orlandina from London. Orlandina, what an amazing name that is. I'm imagining, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm imagining that is the feminine version of Orlando. I don't know.
Very nice, though. Very, very nice.
Carol, Sue, spelt in the way of Susie and the Banshees. Do you know who Susie and the Banshees were?
Nope.
They were a big band in the 80s. They were...
This is the second time we've had an 80s dispute today.
Is it really?
Yeah.
When was the first one?
The She-Man.
Yes, She-Man. Let me explain that. That all of a sudden seems very, very up to date and woke, doesn't it? No, we were talking about
the 80s.
He-Man.
Oh, He-Man, yes.
He-Man, not She-Man. That's a new superhero coming very, very soon.
It will be.
No, so we're talking about He-Man, and I knew way too much about He-Man.
So much.
But it was because He-Man was interesting, because He-Man, I think I'm right in saying, was the first cartoon that was actually made after toys. So the toys existed.
Before, and then the cartoon came.
And they weren't selling, so they made a cartoon. The cartoon was a success, and that's when the toys went crazy.
Wow.
Anyway, so
Learn
and we're talking
something new.
about He-Man and She-Ra, Princess of Power, if you remember She-Ra, Princess of Power, and Battle Cat and all those kind. Anyway, you can see these are the kind of conversations we have when we're not crafting. Right, let's jump into another demonstration.
Okay, so this one we're going to keep it really, really quite simple. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to score it down the centre of my front fold here to create a fold back card. So I'm just going to fold over those elements now to create that really nice image, but you've got that sort of half fold front now.
Nice.
Now when we pop in your design, you can still pop it in the centre if you want to and have that nice space, or you can have it sort of on this element here, and that's what we're going to do. So I've got a little piece of Ink Me cardstock.
Oh, nice, okay.
So this is always handy just to have around for bits and pieces like this when we want to add in extra elements. So I'm just going to place my tape across here and stick this in. So I'm just going to add this into here.
Sorry, why are you doing that?
No, go for it.
2/3 of the stock has now gone, folks. So we have 1/3 of a smaller stock. Do you know what? I'm going to be even more open-ended about it. We've got less than 40 left. So the next 40 people who get onto the website or check out their baskets, they will be the 40 who get the remaining
And there's
stock.
quite a lot in baskets still as well.
Yeah, quite a lot of baskets.
Lots
Remember, if
of
it's
names
still in
on
your
there.
basket, it's not necessarily yours. It's like you're shopping at the supermarket. I don't know if it's ever happened to you, Natalie, where you walk around the supermarket and let's say you put milk inside your shopping basket. And then when you come to checkout, you get to look inside your basket. You think, I'm sure I'll put milk in there. Chances are someone may have come along and taken the milk out of your
Stolen your milk
basket.
out your basket.
Highly annoying, not illegal. Because technically, the food and the stuff is not yours as yet. I'm not saying people will come along and steal from your baskets here at Hobby Maker. We're a slightly better class of person. But
It can
the point
happen.
is, it's not yours until you do check.
Someone could ring on that phone line and it could be given to them.
Yeah, very true.
So just trimming off that little bit there, and then again, of course, we're going to stick this on top. And I wanted to do this so that that robin sort of design pops out in front of there. So we'll pop that up. That gives you that really nice sort of fold there with that detailing in. So let's pop our decoupage onto here. Now I've already popped some elements together already from this section, but we're just going to stick the rest of those together. So that is your longest piece, and then let's go on to this now. So just pop in those elements out. I'm just going to get, oh, this one's proving to be a little bit difficult. I think it's because I've got a little bit of decoupage on top of there. So pop that. Oh, I know what I'm doing.
We have got another message.
I'm holding a piece that comes out.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. You're working against yourself then.
I'm like, why is it not coming out? And it's because that bit is
Just been
actually
a long day
supposed to be
for you.
removed. It
You've
has
had to
been a long
listen to a
day.
lot of old people talk about references you have no clue about.
No.
I understand. Here we go. Here's and actually here's another one. No. But you know, you get me. Something you'll get this reference. Marie from Norfolk. Robins are territorial. My sons are all grown up now, but they loved He-Man and the Turtles, Turtle Power. Do you remember those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I do remember Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I remember the classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as well. So
well, originally,
that just proves I'm not that old just yet.
Okay, good. Shall I tell you about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? They started out as a comic, a very graphic comic. That's when they thought, okay, well, let's make this into a TV show. So they called them Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. And that's what that's what I thought they were called. Yes, they were called Hero because they determined that the word ninja was too violent.
Oh, okay.
So that's why for a certain generation, like our producer, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles is what they were called. But now they are back to being ninjas.
Wow.
There have been 7 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies. And allegedly, I was reading today that the latest one is actually very, very good. The reviews of it, it's actually really good. The latest one that's come out, where you have, amongst some of the guest stars, you have Jackie Chan providing the voice of Splinter.
Nice.
Yeah, I do know too much about this. No, I had and I wish I held on to them, but I had all of the figurines.
You had the originals.
I had the originals in the packaging, and yeah, don't have them anymore. Yeah, there you go.
So pop
Anyway,
in on your...
sorry, Marie, that went away much
Pop
longer
in
than
your
I hoped.
insert onto the back. So you've got space to write your message again. And this time you've got that gorgeous fold back design.
That's great.
So nice, isn't it?
Really, really nice.
And I just love the fact that you can take something so simple, add in different score lines, chop into it, create different shapes and sizes, but it still fits in the envelope that you got given.
And you get the envelopes.
And that's so
included as well.
perfect.
Yeah, that's great.
Has Liam done this because I said to do it, or has Liam done this because someone else has told him to do it? Just so I can know,
Do you know
how...
what? Run with it, because you know what it is? It's out of your hands.
True. True.
It's out of your hands. The real question though, this is more pressing, do you have any more demos?
With this,
Yeah.
we can throw something else together.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, because it's really, really busy on the phone lines. We'll go away for a short break, and we'll come back for more demonstrations with Robbins in just a couple of minutes.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Welcome back, friends. Thank you very much for watching us here on Hobbymaker. We do appreciate you being there. As I always say many, many times, without you, this is a big, big waste of time. But thank you so much. It is true, though, isn't it? Thank you so much to those who've been placing orders as well of this incredibly popular Robin collection that we have available for you. However, we don't have too much stock left. So what we're going to do
are
is
limited.
we're going to stay with this until the end of the show.
Yeah.
Okay. What we're going to hope will be able to happen is we'll be able to add a little bit more stock. So hopefully everyone
Tiny
who
little
wants
bit more.
it will get hold of it. But I can't make any promises. Natalie can't make any promises on that. Do you know why? Because we're here.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay. We're on the hands of people who are meant to know better. But I'm sure they do. All right. So £14.99 gets you. Actually, would you just quickly talk us through again what we're getting?
Yeah. So you're going to receive this full collection of beautifulness. So in here, you have got all of your decoupage layers. So you get 2 different sheets of each of these layers. They have two different decoupage elements on one, and your sentiments included in that. So you've got 2 beautiful ones there. You've got the really snowy scene here, and then the darker sort of scene with the holly. Then we've got the snowman and the gorgeous Christmas rose design on this sheet. Then you're going to get your card blanks. These also serve as your base layers, so your base layers are already included in here. You just pop those out and fold them and sort of dress all of those elements up. So you've got those in your red, you've got those in that gorgeous holly wooden pattern texture as well. You've got the gorgeous green one here with that beautiful sort of circle design in there. You're going to receive this design here with the beautiful frosted blue colour. You've got that in your royal blue, and then you have it in this gorgeous sort of mauvey purple burgundy kind of look. It's really, really nice.
Yep.
You're then going to get your inserts, so you get 12 of these, and they coordinate with the designs that you're going to get within those card blanks. So these just pop in the middle of your cards, and then you're going to get 12 inserts as well. 12 envelopes. I did that the other day. 12 envelopes to be able to pop your designs in. So the only thing you need other than that is tape and foam pads, and you are ready to go.
And we have foam pads on the show, and I think we do have tape on the show.
I think we do actually, yeah.
Well. We'll bring the details in for that on the right-hand side. What you can see there is an example of the kind of quality card you're going to make. But listen, let's make you one fresh, shall we?
Yes.
Kathy has thankfully put together another demonstration.
I have. I'm just looking for the top piece of this, but we might do something differently with it anyway. So let's take...
Oh, is that it there?
It's not... We had some... Do we still have our snowfall acetate around? I'm asking a lot here. It's behind me.
It's behind us, apparently. Where?
Is it? Oh, Alex is coming.
It's on the floor.
It's on the floor.
There we go. You shouted at the pantomime, didn't you? It's on the... Oh, this is box fresh as well. Are we able to open this?
Yeah. I'll send some more samples.
Fine, there you go.
I'll send some more.
There was some. Yeah, he normally puts it together.
This will do.
He's gone out.
So, for this one... Let's take our card blank, and again, we're going to deconstruct it and then reconstruct it back together. So I'm going to take my piece of mirri, and we're going to cut that to 6 by 6. I am going to take my snowfall acetate, and we are going to cut this to 6 by 6.5, I think.
I don't think I've ever seen that cut through acetate. That's pretty clean, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's really good with acetate. It's good with a lot of things actually, but acetate is really, really clean. So let's pop this on here, and I'm going to score this at 6.
Okay.
Fold that over, and then we can bring back our design. So some red liner tape is going to be really, really handy.
If you'd like to go for the snowfall acetate, have we got it on the right-hand side? Oh, we'll bring it onto the screen. That's £14.99 for 24 sheets of it. I would say an absolute Christmas essential. You've seen it used across a number of cards today.
So I'm going to pop that onto my gold mirri and just line this up to create my own 6 by 6 card blank. And then let's take our actual card blank. And again, we're going to cut that in half because I want to use both designs. So I'm going to stick the back of my card blank onto my mirri. So let's just take that out from here. So I'll move that away, and that will go centrally onto here. So you can just take that out, and you will get a nice sort of gold edge on here because your card blanks are slightly smaller than 6 by 6.
Okay, right.
And then we're going to stick our front back onto that acetate, and we're going to use our red tape to do that because our red tape is the best for constructing with, and also I feel that when you're using acetate, you want it to be nice and clean, as if you can't see where the joins are, and you get the best effect with your red liner tape, because I think it's more kind of like, I'm going to say the wrong word here, opaque? Translucent. I always get them mixed up. Translucent is the one, isn't it? It's really hard, isn't it, Alex?
But it also needs to be strong because acetate itself is difficult to... Listen, liquid is difficult because it's, not porous. But you need it to be strong, so your red liner tape is perfect to do that with.
So I've layered that on, and of course I've gone centrally, so it matches up with the circle in the centre there. And then let's take our design now. I don't have the middle piece for this, so I'm just using this design here. And what one I'm going to use is...
I think did I see this?
I'm going to use the house. It's okay.
Okay.
Because I'm going to do something different with it anyway. So I could use that centre. I could use the centre in something else. So I'm going to take my house, And let's take all of the pieces out that you need for that one. Oops. My robin. My little, take those bits, and then we've got that little bit. I've got a little wing up here, and then these other designs as well. So just pop in those all out from here. And my little Merry Christmas sentiment as well. And we're going to start with the second piece of decoupage. So we're going to put this on first. Okay. So let's just remove that little piece there. And there's a piece that just pops out from the top of the house that we can just remove as well. So using your square foam pads, I've thrown mine on the floor, I think. There we go. I think I've thrown them on that side of the floor.
The other side?
Hectic, yeah. Don't worry, I've got some more.
All right.
So popping this on first, and I'm going to lay it in the centre on top of my acetate. So we're going to go in like this. Then what we're going to do is open this out, and again, place our foam pads exactly over where those foam pads were. So we're taking that bit off there, and then what I'm going to do is take my largest layer and line this up now underneath, oops, underneath my decoupage. So doing this will allow you to hide all your workings.
Oh, look at that. That is a tip from the pro.
To hide all of your workings. It also gives you a nice little extra bit of decoupage because of course that snowfall is in front of the house. Of
course, that's a good tip.
So then just go back in with those small foam pads. Your small foam pad selection is the perfect size for these decoupage robins, yep. Absolutely.
Most certainly. We've been dropping that on the right-hand side of your screen throughout the show.
Size for you. So then it's all about just layering up all of these elements. So we can just go in with our foam pads, pop in these in, and then all we have left to do is those tiny little elements of fur. So I'm going to pop that in, add that on top, and you see how quickly it comes to life.
Yeah, very much
when
so.
You've got all of those pieces. My little wing, I'm going to use my tiny little ones for the little chimney on this house as well, and then just build up all of those elements. So it's such a gorgeous collection, and I think it's something that when you see the different ways that you can transform these cards and how easy it is to make the cards as well, it honestly is a no-brainer.
I think if you're someone
for any crafter, I think.
Maybe you're someone who's come to the conclusion you've got enough Christmas stuff. You've got a load from last year, you're not going to buy any more. And maybe that is dictated by budget. You know, we all know the cost of living is going up. We know how expensive everything is now. Maybe this is all you need to go for. Mm-hmm. Maybe you just need to go for 2 of these. You think, do you know what? I've got enough cardstock. I've got some snowfall acetate. I've got pens. I've got pens. I've got tape. I've got glue. If I go for a couple of these and I use what I've already got, that's 24 Christmas cards.
It is, isn't
that
it?
I'm able to create.
And do you know what I love about these as well is that if you do craft groups, or say you are a leader of like a brownie guides or scouts troop and you're planning for what you're going to do in sort of spring and autumn, this is excellent because for £14.99 you have everything you need. You just need to add tape and foam pads. You don't need to think about kids using scissors. So even for the youngest of ages, say like six plus, this is something that those children are going to be able to make and put together themselves. And they're going to be so proud of themselves when they've sort of finished it together because they do look absolutely spectacular. And this is just another way by adding your acetate in, giving you that sort of really nice sort of see-through piece, and then you've got your topper as well that you can use on another card if you want to.
Listen, all this terminology you're using here, and it's funny, it's something that we're going to do here on Hobby Maker. We're talking about things we can do to welcome new people. And one thing we're going to do is actually film little glossary terms.
Oh,
so
cool.
what's a topper and all that kind of
Yeah.
thing. That's something we're going to work on. But you're talking about these features on a card that has cost not a huge amount of money.
No.
Using the simplest of materials.
Yeah.
My point is you're making a professional card that would sit alongside someone like yourself who's been crafting for. How long have you been crafting for now, Natalie?
Card making?
Yeah.
Probably since 2008, really, because I wasn't really into card making before I started at Hunkydory,
okay.
which is something that I don't think a lot of people know, actually. I was more... 2018, sorry.
I was going to say.
2018.
I was going to make some calls.
2008,
to child labour laws there, weren't you?
Hunkydory's only been going since 2008. No,
Yeah.
2018 was
Yes.
when I started card making with Hunkydory. But before that, I was doing like things like Julie was showing you before with your
Right.
Cricut and your machine and
yeah.
making gifts for friends and family. So card making is really only something I got into
Right.
when I started at Hunkydory.
Oh, I
so
see.
yeah,
Okay.
So it's
So-
only since 2018 have I been fully into card making.
5 years.
5 years.
5 years. Okay, so 5 years. Someone's been crafting, and you make a lot of cards throughout the week.
100.
Not just when you're on the TV, but also when you're preparing demonstrations for shows as
Yeah.
well. So someone, I think it's safe to say you're an experienced crafter. Someone like Natalie can make the same card that you were able to make as well, simply by following the instructions, or maybe just adding a little bit of what you have around the home as well. My point is, you'll not be disappointed with the cards that you're able to
No,
create. And I think
absolutely
you
not.
know that. I think that's why so many of you have placed an order for this particular collection. We've got some more messages that have come in. We discussed all kind of things in this show. A little bit of the legend of Robbins. We've also talked a little bit about 80s as well. We have a message from a brand new customer. Oh, let's see. If they're not,
There you go, your
there we
brand
go.
new customer confetti.
Absolutely, we break up.
You only
those
get that one
graphics.
done in.
Yeah, absolutely. Though that particular effect cost £10,000. Wow. It didn't. Right, shall we have a read of the message,
Can we-
or should we make? Or should we
No,
make it
it's
up?
just on the.
No, it's not.
Should
on our
I
screen.
read it? See if I can
Go on,
see.
can you see it? Go on. Go on.
Have just discovered you. Glad to see there is an No, I can't see. It's gone now.
That they've got. See, yeah, there you go.
Bring it
Natalie.
back up,
They
bring it
need
back
a
up.
full sense of security.
Glad to see that there is an alternative to the other craft channel. Keep up the good work.
Well,
Thank
what
you
can
very
we say?
much.
Thank you very, very much indeed.
Where have you been? We've been here over a year now.
Over a year, yeah. March the 2nd, 2022 is when we launched, and we've just celebrated, well, a while ago,
thank
we
you very
celebrated
much,
our
Marie.
birthday. Right, there's another message coming from Marie in Norfolk. There we go, you can see. That's £20,000, Dan. Blimey. A message for you, and do you know what? So say of us, Natalie, you've done amazing today.
Well, thank you very much.
That
Thank you
is
very
from Marie.
much.
Is it 4 shows you've done today?
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
a lot, isn't it?
I quite like it.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you don't like it, but it's hard work.
It is very, yeah. I've got to drive home now as well, so that's it. By the time I get home, I'll be a zombie.
How, home's Preston Way?
Yes, about just north of Manchester I am, so a little bit closer, but
Okay.
yeah.
That's where Hunkydory based, Preston, in case you
Preston,
didn't
yeah.
know. Oh, there we go, see? Hardest working woman in craft today, you can safely say. Now, in terms of our original stock, we started the show with, that has just sold out.
Oh, it's gone.
It has gone.
Wow.
But we've got another 50, okay? We're going to bring the details in for that
Someone's
one. I
gonna be
think
in
it is
trouble
still
for
the
that.
same details.
It's not going to be me.
But that
It
is
might be.
genuinely it. That is genuinely it. When this sells out, there is no more. So I don't know if it'll sell out in 2.5. However, 10% of that stock has already
wow.
gone.
Right.
So it might do. I think it's safe to say.
This is where we say, though, Andy, if you have it in your basket, do not leave it.
Yes.
Check
you can
out,
see what
because I can promise you, because I know what the schedule is like at the office, I know how much work we've got for our incredible month of crafting still to come here on Hobby Maker.
And your birthday.
And our
around the
birthday,
corner.
yeah, it's getting very busy on the machines in the office. Everyone's sort of throwing in as much as we can. There is no way that we can put this back on the machines.
No, okay.
I mean, there might be a way, but you're going to upset a lot of people. because,
Yes, and we don't want to
because
do
there's a lot
that.
more stuff that is that we still need to come. So if you want it, you have to get it right now,
absolutely,
because that's going to be it.
There is some very, very exciting things coming from Hunkydory, something that, I'd love to tell you about, but I better not. There's also
I
today...
know about this.
Yes.
Liam told me about this.
we might not talk about the same thing.
Oh, are we not talking about the same thing?
There's one very special thing which is a version of an established Hunkydory product.
Oh, I know about that.
You know about that?
Yeah.
But the other thing we're talking about, that is something really exciting. And if you are really eagle-eyed, you'll see a hint to it on your TV screen right now. Right now. But if Dan, our director, cuts away to this card, for example, it's no longer on your screen.
Well.
But the hint is on your screen right now.
Like a little...
That's all I can say. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, right. So listen, we are coming towards the end of the show. So Natalie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Safe journey home. Please
Thank
take
you
care
very
of
much.
yourself.
I will, always
When
do.
are you back here?
I am back here on Tuesday with, oh my gosh, you're going to love it.
Yeah.
Pawsome Portraits Christmas collection.
What? Pawsome Portraits?
You know
are
how
back.
much we love our pooches.
Yeah. That's going to be a good one.
You're
Tuesday.
going to absolutely love it.
1 p.m, I'm presuming?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll let you know as soon as we know. But thank you so much, Natalie.
My pooch cannot come in here.
You got a big dog?
You would not have... He's huge.
Yeah, he's a big old dog.
He's like a horse now.
Oh, really? Oh, lovely. We'll continue this conversation off air. Don't miss out on your Robin collection. Thank you so much for joining us today in Hobby Maker. We'll see you live again tomorrow afternoon. Bye.